Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan this weekend. I'm your host, Mr. Clark, joined by my co-host, Corbin Hostler. And Corbin, today we're going to be covering 7 rounds of Magic, Standard into the top 8, and we're going to see some exciting action happening here this weekend. Are you excited for some Standard?
Hey, I can't wait because look, we know we're going to see a lot of Vivi Cauldron. That's part of Standard, but there's some other stuff going on too, and we got some of that hopefully lined up today. So I am looking forward to seeing what players are innovating on, or even if it's just iterating on when it comes to to see what we got on tap today.
Definitely, yeah. We saw the Arena Championships happen, and there was a ton of Is It Cauldron. The Spotlight is next week, and I'm sure a lot of players are looking to that. So I'm really curious to see what are some of the big players going to do here, and are they going to, go in line with Is It Cauldron? They have innovations, they testing for Orlando, or are we going to see something, even wilder happen? Who knows? But let's check out what these players are playing for this weekend, as there is a lot on the line. This is a 10K showdown today. So first place is going to get $2,400, 30 points, and an NRG Invitational invite along with a regional championship invite. If you're new to the NRG Series, showdowns basically are our way of saying if you win this tournament, you make it to our end of the year event, which we're going to show you who is in the running for that right now, as those points also all go towards a yearly leaderboard. If you see a name in orange, that's because that name has already qualified. So you see names like Grayson Nimitz, Rodney Bedell, Cliff Boyardee, Theo Jung, Derek Davis, all those players and more. Andrew Ellen Bogan, Pro Tour champion. They are going to be playing at our end of the year event. And we're going to look at our players to watch really quick before we head on down to our feature match areas. We have a couple in particular we're looking at here. Grayson Nimitz is our only player on the leaderboard who has already qualified. Everyone else here is in the running, Corbin, to make our end of the year championship. Grayson's our number one. We didn't want to leave him off the board here. And you're going to notice Roger Suleiman a couple names down. If you've been watching for the last couple of years, Roger has made all of our championship events, has even won one of them. And this is his hometown event, Corbin. So we have him in our feature match area for round 1 to see if he can defend the title and make his way back to champs.
You cannot ask for a better way to start off the weekend of Magic. Hometown hero playing a hero type deck, you might say, because it's not blue and red. So we're going to have that to look forward to. But yeah, look, it's all about making that end of the year championship. If you are someone who hits all these NRG events up regularly, and trust me, they go all the way for that event, right? It is not just go play a tournament for a lot of money. It is truly an experience, one of a kind that can make really everything pay off, right? Just makes it feel really good if you are a competitive Magic player, valued in a way that not every tournament can these days, right? So it's a really special experience that is not all that far away now, right? Like a couple months, a couple events between here and there, and we'll qualify some players this weekend for that tournament.
Yeah, we're in the back half. We're on season 2 of our year. Season 1, if you're watching these events, that basically means we cut off. That's why you see so many names in orange. Our top 4 players who hadn't already been qualified go over. And then at the end of the season, which is going to be this weekend's event plus 3 more weekends, we will get the next top 4 players who are not qualified. And that's why you're going to be seeing so many of those players who are very close in the running there, like the Zoe Riedermans. They're going to come out and they're going to play in all these events because they want to lock up that thing. We haven't even talked about it yet, but our championship at the end of the year does give a Pro Tour invite as well. So all of these events are kind of like, a little mini RC that leads you to the PTQ that is NRG champs. And so there's going to be a lot on the line. It's really fierce competition. I mean, you go back to our leaderboard really quick there. We have Pro Tour champions in the running for that. Last year at our event, we had players like Dominic Harvey, who is in attendance today. That's someone who's top 8 at a Pro Tour as well. That's very good. Theo Jung plays tons of Pro Tour, incredibly strong player. All these players are accomplished and are very good at playing Magic. I believe Cliff's played a PT as well now. I believe Final Fantasy was his first one. So yeah, and Derek Davis top 8 at Pro Tour as well back at when they all came back at PT1. So yeah, I mean, come on. This is just a stacked field of Magic players.
Yeah, hard to ask for a better field than this, but that's what, years of the NRG series have showed us, that you can take players who grind these regional events and they become really good at Magic. And you see names here that you're going to see at the Pro Tour in 2 years. That tends to be how a lot of these events can work. And a lot of these players have, sort of come up over the years on the regional circuit. And these days, you see the NRG alums out at the Pro Tour or at the RC. Everyone's got those incredible jackets, that
Hmm.
you get from the champs. That's I have to say, like it's you can spot it across the room, and they look very good.
Yes. Yeah, and in that same vein, right? Connor Mullally, our player of the year back in 2023, he's trained a couple of pro tours now, doing very well at some RCs and then the PT itself. So you do see a lot of like you're kind of saying, burgeoning talent come up on the NRG series here, and then they start doing really well at these bigger events, and it's no lack. It's no surprise. Excuse me, they have so much experience and not there a lack of with so much of paper magic these days, Corbin. There's not as much actual big paper tournaments, right? Like 10 years ago, we had them all over the place all the time.
Right.
But here at the series, we're kind of the last mainstay. And speaking of the last mainstay, I think our players are ready.
It's Just Guy Control playing Inevitable with Defeat.
I have seen that. You're right. It's a cool card.
Right about it. Not just the first floor, and then go back and revisit later, which and got free fans short. So yeah,
I don't know why I expected anything.
Physics stories come out, and look, you got some stories here. Raja not going into he's on Azorius Control, and Chris Smith. Wouldn't this be a story of Story Splitter combo?
I get an honor token.
Yes. Spice here in the morning, and
Yeah, Chris Smith, someone who played a lot of our events last year, and was doing very well. And this year is kind of prioritizing the other stuff in life, hasn't coming out. But when you have the hometown energy, you're going to come out.
sleep in your own bed for an event, basically.
Speaking of hard to beat, Raja Suleiman on Control is always someone who's hard to beat. He loves these sort of blue, do-nothing decks or unplayable black something mid-range. That is the Raja Suleiman special.
Well, I mentioned it at the top. We have the planetary spotlight. The point is,
Judge.
do you test out the room?
Yeah, whenever it enters, that is a trigger. The draw card is a trigger.
Yeah, but the work is what I meant. Is it like evoked?
Hi, friends. How can I help?
I just want to know how work works. Like, is it? It's an alternate casting cost, and then is it similar to?
I imagine
where
if you're very confident in your spice, you hold it, and if you're maybe a little lacking, then I need to hold it.
Yeah. My opponent
Also, it
casts a
depends
spell
on if
for
I
work
have
cost.
friends who are also
Like,
playing the deck. Like,
I just
hey,
want to know
mind
how the
if I,
mechanic works.
when this event with our deck,
I haven't
or,
played it.
just go play, whatever deck it is. As there is some modern deck.
It sets a link trigger at the end of turn, exile this card, and then cast it later from your side.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice and low starting there. So Roger, thanks. Probably
1720? It's still on. It's
Still on that step. My turn.
Yeah, Valley Flood Color flashed right after Consult the Star Charts. Valley Flood Color card about a year ago, we actually saw their champs a couple of bring, as this was part of like a combo mid-range deck, and Chris has, sort of updated it post DNR, post rotation, and is playing back here today. Speaking of updated, this is Zoro's Control deck got a huge amount of card we've seen Roger play 2 of now with Consult the Star Chart, so it's on your screen a second ago. Kind of the Memory Deluge variant of choice, but we saw Roger actually kept the 2-lander. And thanks to Consult being able to be played for 2 for sort of a less valuable mode, was able to find his land drops. Something that you just don't normally see from those 4-mana restock cards in the late game. Kind of a huge get for next game. Do stuff like this.
Put 2 stuff.
Good in the format. The first ideal first goal and have a stack. Just kind of so this is an interesting one. What about this? Is on the screen. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, the TikTok version of this would just be otter spells burn, right? But to get a little deeper about it, basically Storm Splitter has the storm, essentially you're going to make copies of it every single time you cast a spell. This one works while in play instead of in cast. And then Valley Flood Caller, grows all our creatures, and during Vitality, keeps half creatures for mana. So the idea basically being every time you cast a spell, you're going to go up a mana and exponentially grows. So eventually Chris will make enough otters that we can attack people on that turn and cast after casting a couple spells, And if you have Valley Flood Caller in play, we're getting, a lot of power bonuses as well. So you don't even need that many cards. It really just sort of depends on how much, chip damage you've done to your opponent and sort of, what their board situation is like. Someone like Roger, we're not going to probably see a ton of creatures for most of the game until we really start closing things around. So this is going to be a deck where things are going to kind of be very slow and steady for Chris, and then eventually the hope is, Roger will slip up, we're not having the answer at the right point, and then we're going to go absolutely berserk.
Well, second talent is at the field here. Just Roger's 5 mana open. Just played the game. Not had a lot of chess clock used up over there as Roger.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you actually see a lot of, right, Corbin? I mean, you've been doing Magic coverage for years. Yeah. The control deck, if you were to look at just their turns, they use the smallest amount of the clock. Now, sometimes they need to use a lot to think as well, but a lot of times really what happens is the opponent has to play around a bunch of things, and that's where kind of, the time ends up happening. This is also why the control players are like, it's not my fault. I went to time. I spent 10 minutes this round. Right. The opponent had to think about all the stuff, and they had to respond, etc. Speaking of thinking about stuff here, looks like Roger decided not to play Elspeth.
Yeah, could have opted to make the tokens there. Try to set up the board. Just it seems doesn't want to go low on mana. So just Chris digging through the deck here. Now, yeah, it does seem like perhaps Raja just never wants to be caught shields down in the matchup, knowing that I guess suppose we don't actually know what he knows of Chris's deck. If he knows what seeing this mana base in a teamer build early means, right, with otters. So I'm not exactly sure what information he's working with here, but it does look like he decided that it was safer to not tap out.
Yeah, these players have played a lot from being both local players and regulars here on the NRG series. And Chris is known for playing creature combo decks. So I think Raja can make a fair guess that there's going to be something that goes a little wild here from Chris, even if maybe Raja doesn't know, right? Like maybe Raja doesn't know the exact details of what's happening. He is going to be like, I know Chris doesn't just play otters for the sake of playing otters.
Well, yeah, and it would feel quite bad if you start your morning out just slamming down an Elspeth and not getting to one tap after that. It'd be quite a welcome to the tournament kind of moment there. So instead, Raja just opts to go with the Meringue River Regent Adventure side here. We're going to draw 3, discard. Hey, Raja's turns are fast, but we put our thinking time in on your instep here. Coil and Catch shuffles into the library, but that is plus a bunch of cards for Raja, who, again, just setting up, just hoping to have answer after answer, it would appear, to what is happening here. And in response, it looks like there was a consult the star charts from Chris doing some setup of his own.
Yeah, I mean, telling that, consult the star charts is on both decks. I know not every version of VV, ends up playing that card. The prowess build of the deck does like having it. But I do think this is a card that, like, you're going to see a lot of over the next 3 years in Standard. It is very powerful. Good early, good late. And what more do you want? It looks like Raja did find the next land. Raja's been sort of, not having the land until exactly the start of the turn. So maybe this Meringue River region helps.
It looks very seamless from Chris's side, but it's at least a little bit stressful from Raja's seat, given that you never want to miss a land drop essentially as the blue-white deck. And it's been a little bit of a struggle, but he's gotten there. And theoretically, after the Coil and Catch, he'll have he's got a grip of cards. You see him thumbing through all of that, deciding how he wants to progress the board here.
This is an interesting turn, too, because if Raja has something like another Meringue River Regent, playing it and bouncing both the creatures is actually a pretty reasonable play. Like, you could die to Vitality's, like, Storm Splitter stuff, but not really. You know what I mean? Like this is
Yeah.
kind of the turn where it's like you can maybe get away with it all if you're able to answer everything. But Raja decided to play the Elspeth here and just answer the Storm Splitter. So now he's sort of got an empty board and this Elspeth that's going to take over. And this is a great spot for any control deck.
Yeah, this was, as they would say, this is where the corner turns, right? This is the corner turn of the match, right? The point where the Azorius control deck goes from setting up, filling my hand, making land drops, to, okay, well, now I'm trying to slam the door shut. And you do see Raja go ahead, opt to tap out here, uses a seam rip, gets rid of one of the small tokens, lands that Elspeth on an open board. So this is, in return, in the moment for Chris here, right? You actually have a chance to play whatever you want, but you don't have that much mana, and you don't have a way to pressure down Elspeth, it looks like. So looking like a pretty decent spot here for Raja. If he's able to obviously untap with that Planeswalker, you feel good about where you're at. So if you're Chris, you have to decide, well, if I can't deal with this immediately, then what's the best thing for me to do to try to answer this a turn cycle from now, or even 2 turn cycles from now? And as it turns out, it looks like all he's able to do here is play the Vitality, the Enduring Vitality, and pass the turn back with a couple mana open.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting parts too, right? We need to have spells in hand for the Storm Splitter. So you can see Chris has a sleight of hand in hand, and maybe even wants to cast it to, theoretically set up even more. But we kind of need to have something to get the ball going that's cheap, right? Like you need a 1 mana spell so you can get 2 mana worth of Storm Splitters in the next turn. So there's a little bit of awkwardness here where it's like, oh, I'd love to set up more and kind of guarantee, use my mana, yada, yada. But I just actually can't if I want to realistically win. We see an opt in hand as well. That one might get fired off at the end of turn, depending on what we have here.
Well, and because you have to do something, right? If you're Chris, this is just things are rolling for Raja because you've got tokens. You have Spot among his mana base there. I believe that is a Fountain Port, which can, of course, turn the tokens into additional cards should you need to. But, of course, any turn where you are the control deck and you just have a Fountain Port activation, if all else remains equal, that's good value for you, even if you don't have to cast a spell. So Chris knows he's got to go for it here. And so it looks like we are putting Storm Splitter on the stack.
Yep. And you're going to probably see Raja respond to this here. We have a 3 steps ahead in hand. And this is actually what Chris was not hoping for. Chris was really hoping Raja had to tap out again, even partially on his turn, so you can maybe set up a double spell situation. As now Raja is going to block the Enduring Vitality. He does have Vigilance, so he gets to prance across the battlefield. Oh, Haze of Pollen.
Or analyze the pollen, right? Yeah, so we're gonna go digging here. This is the this is a nice piece of tech, right? This card gets picked up in kind of just like odd deck lists. Sometimes you see it in places you don't necessarily expect, but what it does is it can go get a basic land card. However, if you collect evidence 8, which means exiling cards with mana value 8 or greater from your graveyard, you can get a creature or any land card to put it in your hand. So it can fix your mana early, but late game, and that's more or less, I guess, where we're at now, it turns into a tutor for basically anything you're going to want.
Yeah, and obviously on our Storm Splitter combo deck, Corbin, Chris made the educated guess that I would like to get a Storm Splitter as we have another one in hand now. And then the stock up as the follow-up. This is great. I mean, listen, Elspeth takes over the game pretty quickly, but not so quickly that, we don't have another chance to, fire off a couple spells in the next couple turns.
Yeah. I mean, I think I spot another 3 steps ahead there for Raja. So it is going to be an uphill struggle for Chris. But what is interesting in this match is that the resources being choked are not cards, it seems, right? This is very much a match that, at least thus far, has been about mana. And Raja has been able to spend quite a lot of it and quite effectively. And this is maybe one of the reasons we're not running out of cards, because here we go. It's another reload.
Yeah, I saw a Get Lost as one of the cards there for Raja. Sort of an awkward one. These Enduring Creature cycle, whenever they die, they come back as non-creature enchantments. Normally kill spell against the creature combo deck, that's premium. You're so happy. Here, though, one creature makes a copy of itself. The other one doesn't really die. Some awkward things to walk through here for Suleiman.
Looks like we're going to make the tokens that, of course, are a free chump block basically every turn. It's a bitter blossom that costs you no life.
Yeah.
But Raja is down to 9. So, you know, the little small hits over the course of the game have at least put him in a spot where if you're Chris, and you kind of assume that I'm probably going to have to pull something combo like to get there, but maybe you can see your way to 9 points of damage if you are able to get onto the board some more. But here we go. Storm Splitters hit the stack. Raja deciding what to do here. 5 mana to work with. We're going to tap 3 of it to start.
I think this is actually it's a very subtle thing, Corbin. But I think Raja's basically just considering, like, do I use 3 steps ahead to also draw 2, discard 1, and tap out? Because we all kind of know this get lost doesn't finish the job. Maybe it ends up doing something, but Raja wouldn't mind just looking through more cards to find another answer. Because I think the rest of our hand, besides the get lost, Corbin, is just threats. We've just end up drawing like a bunch of Bezas and Meringue River regions.
Yeah, and while the Meringue River Regent can, in theory, also still scope your hand later, then we talk about the mana, and that does eat quite a bit of it to dig. So definitely a trade-off to be made.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe Raja's trying to set up something like use my Elspeth to kill your Vitality. Oh, another one coming down. I was going to say he could have Elspeth the Vitality, get lost, the enchantment one, and then suddenly there's no worries on that end. But the second Vitality is actually so brutal.
Yeah, so and in the end, Raja actually didn't even end up using that 2 mana, and it looked like, I think it was a Plains off the top. Maybe not, though. We'll see what he hit.
I think it was a Plains, yeah.
Yeah, so I was going to say, what if you were to go for the draw discard there, would have found something that at least you'd consider having fodder to discard, but it threw me off. See, it's a different set.
Yeah. And now it's so interesting, too, because Raja has this Elspeth. One thing we haven't talked about is, Elspeth's passive is making another token. Her effect doesn't actually make 2. It makes 1, and then she has the static ability of make another token the first time you would each turn. So that Fountain Port actually represents 2 fishes per activate, which means we could start blocking these Vitalities. Once again, they'll still be around.
Oh, this is
Meringue
as
River
well.
Regent.
Okay, well, here we go. Opt-in response, but it looks like both of the Enduring Vitality, yep, they're both going to get bounced to Chris's hand by the Hardcast Meringue River Regent there for the full amount. Raja still has a Fountain Port activation open to sacrifice the token to draw another card, and we are at a point of the game where that matters. So here we go. There is now a very much growing amount of power in play for Raja, who has fully stabilized and completely wiped Chris's board of non-land. Well, I suppose we've got some talents over there, but more or less non-land permanents that matter right now. So this is just getting just small amounts of value early has just led to a deluge of value late. And Raja's looking very much in control of this if Chris can't find some way to a combo in basically the next 2 turns here.
Yeah, and Raja knows he can't really die easily by doing this play, right? Chris, like we were talking about before, choked on mana more than anything right now. So getting the first Vitality down would eat most of Chris's mana for the following turns. And now Chris has snuck a Vitality in, but he's trying to play around No More Lies as well. So yeah, it looks like we're going to level up the Storm Chaser's talent to get back one of our instant sorceries from the graveyard.
Yeah, okay. We're going to get back the Analyze. I mean, this is, we're probably deep in the tank here, I think, if you're Chris, when you get to activating the talents to return the Analyze Appall that you can't even cast yet. But that is the position he's in. So here we go. He passes the turn back, and now Raja knows I've got complete control of this one. How can I close this one out without opening myself up to some kind of small corner case where I lose, right? This is very much the point of the game where it's not about how can I win, it's about how can I lose if you're Raja, and that's what you want to play around as much as possible here. So that's what he's thinking about as he stares at a hand, and he doesn't love the hand. There's some get losts in there, another Elspeth, which doesn't do much. So maybe a little less action than he might want, right? So in terms of cards that are truly relevant here.
Yeah, I think Raja weirdly has a very clean kill over 2 turns. So Raja can attack this turn with the Meringue. Then we can do the minus play we talked about. I'm sorry, we can minus the Elspeth now, kill the Vitality, attack for 8, then get lost the vitality whenever a Storm Splitter gets put on the stack or whatever. Let Chris think he has that available to him. Let him commit his mana. And then you have another get lost ready for the other vitality or the Storm Splitter. It's going to be very awkward to actually do everything that Chris needs to do without getting another one of those in play. And then Raja has, 0 Elspeth play next Elspeth, 0 Elspeth attack for lethal.
Yeah.
So weirdly, Raja has, 5 mana mini overrun, but 5 mana mini overrun, as we learned from Limited, very good.
any overrun is a good overrun.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think you probably laid out exactly how this one's going to go. But the Azorius control deck, right? This is not mill you out Azorius control of yesteryear. This is not Nephalia Drown Yard win conditions and Esper. It's not Elixir of Immortality. This is make tokens, pump my tokens again, hit you for 9, hit you for 9 again next game. Like this can end in a flash if you're Raja. And that's sort of a feature of the Azorius control decks in these formats ever since Elspeth kind of hit the equation.
Yep. And I really like the design too of cards like Moraine River Regent. They're a little pushed by like old standards, but the fact that you give them a draw spell that's also a win condition is just a really good way to make sure your Azorius control decks don't, spend 45 minutes winning game 1, right?
Yep.
Like even if they try to have no win conditions, they at least have the meringue.
You're like, yeah, this is not the days of my deck has one Pearl Lake Ancient in it.
Yeah,
that was a good one back in the day.
Bounce my dismal backwaters, protect my ancient, gain a life. Welcome to the abyss. All right, and it looks like Raja's gonna attack here. One thing when I mentioned before is I talked about how Raja might do the minus play or whatever. That is one way to go about winning it, but also you could make enough blockers that Chris might not be able to get enough of the attackers through because there's no Valley Flood Caller, right? So we're not getting all that extra power and mana off these storms. So there is a chance that things just don't end up working out here for Chris, even if he gets going. And so it looks like Raja, instead of trying to win the way I talked about, is trying to mitigate Chris being able to win and then still has access to that, Elspeth jump the team line on the next turn. As we are going to go searching up Storm Chaser. I guess the thing we hadn't thought about either is Raja, even though he can't ever really beat Storm Chasers due to like you'll always have priority before you can use one, he can't just get lost them twice and make it so that he has to kind of start from 1 to 2 multiple times, which maybe works.
Well, I mean, Chris is not exactly working with a ton of resources. So, and if you're Raja, you basically just need one more point of interaction, it feels like, right? You got to feel like you're almost there on this one. So, Analyze the Pollen, though, has been real good in this game for Chris, has it not? It's done exactly sort of for a kind of a one-off forgotten green card that we've not seen in a ton of decks necessarily up to this point. Looked pretty good here. If you're somebody who's wanting to get innovating on the standard format, brew it up. If you like the idea of trying to play creature combo in standard, looking at something like Storm Splitter, there are some pretty deep cards in the format you can look to. But here we go with the Rajas. Looks like we're going with the adventure side of another one here, just to dig
Catch and Coil
some more.
Yeah, I think what we've seen is Analyze the Pollen's a great way to fix your mana base a little bit too, while being a tutor enabler. So I wondered too if our VV deck supposed to be looking like this, right? Like what is going on in that regard? So
well, that's right. We've seen this, right? We've seen the first iteration. Like we can play just this baseline. Is it Cauldron deck? This is great. But at some point, people, well, certainly when we go to the spotlight next week, people are going to be looking for ways to break that mirror. And it could very well involve a third color for something like that to increase consistency.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're seeing Raja. There's a sleight of hand on the stack. We catched and coiled. Didn't really get too far with that. I guess one of the things we didn't talk about too is without the Valley Flood Caller too, these Storm Splitters are kind of one and doneing until we eventually find a Flood Caller plus a way to untap, which is not impossible from the mana we're at right now, starting with Chris. So it looks like Raja is going to fire off He has 2 Get Lost in hand, so he can't answer the Vitality.
He knows that this is the decision point of this game, making sure that if I point this here, what could he have in response? And Raj's worked through that in his mind. And here we go. Get Lost has hit the stack. And it looks like it's just going to work. So here comes the Vitality returning back, of course, as an enchantment.
Yep. And then, the second Get Lost is going to pop down that Vitality. We did see Chris float a mana in response. So Chris is going to have 3 mana before the land drop for turn here on this last turn of the game. And without the Valley of Flood Caller too, Corbin, I don't know if we can protect this Vitality and actually, get far enough with the mana we have to realistically win. But Chris has got a Storm Splitter in play. We'll see what happens now. A sleight of hand resolves.
Okay, there's a Vitality.
All right, and this is the moment.
Okay. Torch away a token.
All right, so now we have 2 Storm Splitters because they are exponentially here.
Raj is at 9.
Yeah.
Another spell. Look at that. Look at what Chris has been able to put together here, though. How impressive is this?
Yeah, this is impressive. And this is what we're talking about, too, about, Raja could have tried to, attack the Otters in order to, prevent the exponential growth for a little bit. But all these 1-mana spells makes that such a hard task. And you're seeing Chris here using Analyze the Pollen. And now we're going to bounce these 2 things. We have gone infinite. And Roger Suleiman's defeated.
Wow.
Chris did a great job there, slowly setting up and then pulling the trigger when he needed to.
What a win that was. It looked like Raja was in control every step of the way. We talked about it. All he needs to do at this point is figure out how not to lose. And he recognized that as well. That's why he went digging for all the cards he could, because he knew that Chris could pull it off at any time. And that's what he did. So onto the sideboards we go. Raja Suleiman on Azorius control, now down a game, looks to that sideboard for some options. What do we want against the crazy creature combo deck that just took you down?
So Tashani's Tidebinder, a great way to stop some of these abilities and sort of turn off those creatures. That one I'm going to be pretty excited to slam. Flash Freeze and Standard thanks to Foundation. It's going to counter basically everything I think we saw that game. And then I think Rest in Peace is actually a pretty reasonable card to slot in here. We saw how good the Analyze the Pollen was, and you see part of the infinite of, looping the Storm Chaser's talents are still in Standard. It's just a little bit more convoluted and not as flexible as when we had, this town ain't big enough. So that does stop that part of the deck. I'm curious to see how Raja thinks he wants to fight this fight. Those Seam Rips in game 1 were good for answering the token part of Storm Chaser's talent, but you always leave something behind there. So maybe we'll see those go. We're going to have to see how Raja wants to play the game. But he does have a lot of different tools he can turn to try and close the door.
Yeah, certainly the counter spells and the Tidebinders seem just sort of blanket, pretty good place to be. And if you're right, if he decides to take out the Seam Rips so that everything in your deck is a more equitable answer, because you're not just doing it so you don't die to mice on turn 3 or whatever. So you might go in that direction. I mean, honestly, just taking a look there at Raj's deck, it's a pretty clean blue-white list. I'm not going to lie. I like the concept of where he's at with this as a deck for this format. So I'm not sure if this is necessarily the matchup he had in mind, but the sideboard options do look pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah, I doubt Roger was planning to play this deck too much this weekend. I have seen some players play this deck a little bit before Chris, but it's definitely not the most popular. One thing I want to note about Roger's deck is no Pinnacle Stargates. That is the temporary lockdown replacement we got from Edge of Eternities, and we have seen a lot of the other blue-white lists turning to that card. It has a very nice interaction with Seam Rip, where it doesn't actually get your Seam Rip, something that was awkward about temporary lockdown plus Portable Hole. But yeah, I mean, he has a Stasis Snare in his deck, not, a Pinnacle Stargate. So Roger really saying, I don't want to rely on cards like that. Into the Floodmar are too much of a liability. Big innovation here from Roger Suleiman.
Well, and that was one of the big points of the last format, right? Is that whenever you played against the lockdown decks into the flood mall, the whatever $5, $6, $7 uncommon or whatever it is at this point, because of just how incredibly powerful it is across the format, because of just kind of, I guess, how brutally mana efficient it is. Yeah, it was a big part of those matchups before, and still is. So we'll see if we can take a look over at Chris's sideboard here and see what he wants when you play against the deck that just hopes to grind you into nothing. We see some planeswalkers, some value, some counter magic of his own, the Heritage Reclamations. It's been a go-to card against the Cauldron decks and into the Flood Maw. Maybe be looking towards these planeswalkers, though, as well.
Yeah, I imagine the Rows are going to come in, and then the negates for sure. And then I bet you Chris probably, I don't know, it depends on how much Chris values a card like Pinnacle Stargate and Rest in Peace, but Into the Flood Maw is a good way to get one of those off the board for a turn and sort of combo. So I think it's not unreasonable that Chris does something like, I'm going to cut, all these Torch the Towers from my deck and then bring in, Rows and negates. And then if I have some other card I'm not in love with, I'll try and bring in this Into the Flood Maw as an answer to, something that could get in my way later. Kind of depends on how Chris wants to play the games, but I think that makes a good amount of sense from the abstract.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, this deck, as long as you can get that early pressure like we saw in game one, which luckily one of your combo enablers in Stormreacher Talent does provide a nice little prowessy body, this deck can put you in that squeeze spot we saw in game one where Raja has to do something. And that first turn tapping out for Elspeth wasn't even the worst case possible for Raja,
right?
But it did sort of give Chris that time to restock and refill up. Where if Raja was at 16, 17 life, I bet we would have seen him very slowly make land drops and get to the point of Elspeth plus 3 steps ahead. So we need to have a good mixture of pressure in the early game so we can set up for our combo in the late game.
That's a great way to put it too, because it's easy to look back at that game and sort of the micro of how this turn went and how that turn went. But you're absolutely right to talk about the sort of the macro of the way just Raja chose to approach it, and from the turn 3 on. Very good point to look at. Not just what could I have done differently on all of these turns, but could I have just approached things differently, I think is something that can help people really level up, especially when you start talking about decks like, say, Azorius Control that, give a layperson an Azorius Control deck and give Shota control deck, right? It's just, I'll give Nassif a control deck. There's a totally different experience, and there's a lot of levels there that can happen on sort of a high level, as you mentioned there. So often running in this one, and by running, I mean we're really just kind of, I'd say walking, shambling maybe. We're not doing much.
Yeah, and you see here, Raja flash freezes the Enduring Vitality, and no pressure early. Raja has, a hand full of card. Yeah, and he actually is just going to slam the door on this game here and slam Elspeth down immediately because he has only 1 counter left, and he has no more lands. Raja's been ripping lands off the top. We have a Beza, and now we're going to spend the rest of this game just attacking. Yeah, and I love this from Chris.
There will be no attacks in this game.
I love this because, I mean, listen, Chris could keep playing, and he probably has 2 or 3 turns. But if Raja has any counter spell, and just he's played against the deck now too, so he knows what's happening. As long as he counters anything that's reasonable, Chris can't win in time because Elspeth wins so fast.
Yeah, Elspeth wins so fast that you're probably going to lose the game, but also just slow enough that you might as well just scoop and save the time on your clock because you are, after all, going to a game 3 against Blue-White in round 1 of the NRG Standard 10K Showdown here in Lansing. You don't want it to pick up that draw in round 1.
Definitely. And since we just saw those players' sideboards a second ago, it would be great to see the upcoming events here for the NRG series. We can talk about where we're going here for the rest of the year. So we're going to pull it up really quick here. So right now we're in August in Lansing, Michigan. We have 2 more events left. I misspoke earlier and said 3. That's on me. September 13th to the 14th, we're going to be in Mundelein, Illinois. 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday. Now, this slide's a little outdated, but we have the updated one coming to you. Sorry about that here. On Sunday, we're going to be having a Legacy 2.5K and a Seal 2.5K for Edge of Eternity. So when it comes to coverage, we're going to stream you all the Legacy action. We know you love the Legacy, so make sure to follow along wherever you're watching this. Just tune in for that. That's going to be in just a few short weeks from now, September 13th to the 14th. We'd love to see you all, especially you Legacy heads. We know you love to play Paper Legacy. We love to see your crazy innovations. Show us the tech that isn't on there. I want to see a little Deadpool action. Okay, I see it tearing up CDH. I want to know what it can do in Legacy. Remember, first and the second, though, we're going to be in Elmhurst, Illinois to wrap up the year. We have a 10K Team Showdown Standard Sealed Modern. We're going to be streaming that as well, and a 10K Modern Showdown on Sunday. Lots of Modern, wrapping up the year for that leaderboard. And then you'll notice here, today we're doing the Standard Showdown, but tomorrow, Corbin, we have a Team 10K Trial, Standard Modern Popper. Listen, we've had a lot of Popper side events at our events. Y'all have been coming out in droves. You've been telling us we love Popper. We love Popper. This is our chance. We're going to be streaming that tomorrow. So if you're a big Popper head or you know some friends who are into that, let them know we're going to be in tomorrow. And we'd love to see that support come out here as these players are going out fast here with a Christmas surveilling turn 1 and leaving on top. Corbin, I'm going to ask you, is that a good surveil or a bad surveil?
That's a good surveil.
But you lost the value. Think about it, as we are going to see it during.
You could have had it. It could have been a gain life land. So you are down in that exchange of what your tap land could have been. It's true.
Yeah. And your Analyze the Pollen, it could be +3 mana to the Collect Evidence. You know, it's a tough card. It's a tough card.
Yeah,
you know,
fair. This worked out a lot differently than that second game did in these first turbo fast 3 turns. Because in this one, Chris has resolved the Enduring Vitality, which is we talked about is one of the most important pieces in the matchup. We saw it tax Raja for 2 pieces of removal in game 1, and he still lost. That's how important it is. And I will have to get a look at Raja's hand here, but it resolves. The Storm Chaser's talent resolves. You're maybe a little confused if you're Chris. I think you probably expected something to happen to your cards when you cast them. So you got to be trying to figure out what does that mean Raja actually is working with over there.
Yeah, so there's 2 things going on here. Raja played a bunch of tap lands turn 1, so this, No More Lies, this is the first time it's actually been able to even be a read. And yeah, I think Chris could have easily have been on the assumption that, okay, there's 3 steps ahead type cards in hand for Raja, and he has no interaction. He's trying to think, okay, I see this 3 steps ahead. That's probably what Raja was thinking about. And now Chris is thinking, okay, Raja might be missing lands. And I think Raja Suleiman kept a 2-lander, Corbin, and drew that Plains on turn 3. And now is looking at his hand as he draw 2, discards 1, and sees no lands, and is trying to figure out how am I going to win the game from here.
Yeah, and it involves ripping a land off the top right here. Do not think he did. Back up against the wall then early for Raja. If you're oh no, it was okay. We do have a demolition field. I also spotted a Day of Judgment, I think, in his hand.
Yes.
So that represents sort of a plan if Chris does get a couple more bodies in play. But okay, this is a way different game because we do have that 4th land. So it's been living on the edge of your seat here for the control buffs out there of stressing over those land drops. A little bit still of an awkward hand, I think, for Raja, but you are in the game here.
Yeah, Raja has his Stasis Snare in hand, which is his Flash Oblivion Ring, exile a creature. And I think Raja is basically thinking about, do I need to No Moralize this Questing Druid, or do I need to get this Vitality off the board? Also, would Chris's deck play Spell Pierce? Because if I play the Stasis Snare and Chris goes Spell Pierce with the Vitality mana, it's over for Raja. Like, it isn't actually over, but the tempo is insane. As Ral Crackling Wit gets slammed here. We're floating a mana, I think. I don't think we needed to spend 5 mana on that card.
We'll get that one pulled up there, as you can see it. It seems to be the Ral Crackling Wit. I'm not going to read the entire card, but as you see it on your screen there, it's a recurring source of value, which makes it a go-to sideboard card in a lot of these grindy matchups because once you get it into play, just making orders every turn is going to win the game before too long. And then, of course, it does things besides that with its minus ability as well. So this one does hit the battlefield, and it does immediately plus and make those orders. Now, we know that Raja probably has a Day of Judgment, but if Ral's in play, after that, Chris can just reload. So we'll see what Raja wants to do here to try to work his way through this. And even if his colors of mana might be a little awkward based on how it develops. So he's thinking about what he wants to do here on the instep. Lots to consider because this game could get out of control it could slip away very easily.
So what's happening, Corbin, is we named blue with our Sunken Citadel because at the time we had, I think, maybe the planes rolled up or whatever, or potentially we were playing around knowing we have more planes in our deck. And so now we can activate the demolition field. We can try and take Chris off a color of mana. But if we do that, we're removing a land from our deck, and Raja's trying to rip lands off the top. So he's in an awkward spot here. We do have Get Lost, which can answer this Ral Crackling Wit, as Stasis Snare is going to come down.
Well, and he did find that land off the top, I believe, there.
Yeah.
So here we go. Stasis Snare is going to take out the Vitality, and Get Lost is going to go at the Planeswalker. Okay. This makes some sense, right? Because now the recurring, you've exiled the Enduring Vitality. The tokens are still here, but your life total might actually be like 19 or something instead of 20 or whatever. But the point is your life total is still at least fairly safe. You can take a hit and just wipe the board later if you need to.
Definitely.
If it was a Day of Judgment hand, which I do think it is. All right.
It is definitely a Day of Judgment, yeah. As we are going to see Analyze the Pollen used for its land mode here and plus the team. One of the things I'm curious about too is, we saw Heritage Reclamation in the sideboard for Chris. That's a card that we sometimes see come in from players as a way to answer, miscellaneous, permanents that the Azorius control deck does play. I wonder how many Chris has. And if he has one, this could be really punishing, as that Vitality now is sort of hiding away until the moment's right. So I'm curious to see, how Chris sideboarded. We talked about maybe having a card like Into the Flood Maw that would sort of answer the Stasis Snare, kind of taxes 3 mana. That can be hard for Raja as Stock Up gets played.
Well, and the other thing here too, that's just kind of true for the rest of the game, is that if you do find if you are playing those cards and if you do find them, you have the ability to unlock that Bounding Vitality or Enduring Vitality at instant speed at any time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in some ways, right, it's sitting in its own little command zone of unwrathable status where you can just pull it out if you do find a Heritage Reclamation, etc., when you get to that point of the game. So that's kind of an interesting little sub game that gets unlocked when you do have an enchantment like Stasis Snare eating an important piece. But we're not playing sub games anymore. We're playing just the big game, and that's Elspeth slamming down, making tokens for Raja, tapping out, and Chris trying to see how do we respond.
Chris thinks Ral is 5 mana. I thought maybe I missaw the mana usage earlier, but Chris is for the second time tapped 5 lands for Ral. My friend, that card is very strong. It is 4 mana. And this sometimes happens. Listen, I played for a long time thinking Landed Arbiter, you just spend 2 mana every time you searched. And I was out there playing Titan Shift, spending the 2 extra every time. So, listen, we all make mistakes. It happens here. But this Ral's going to come down. It does pump the Otters due to prowess. And then we're going to make another Otter. And Chris is, if we know there's a Get Lost in hand here for Raja to answer this Ral. But from Chris's perspective, if he can untap with this Ral in the next turn, he's actually in a really powerful position. And now Raja's deciding, do I even want to block? Because we could just buff up these tokens too in the next turn, and then they're going to be winning.
I think this is such an interesting spot for sure. It does look like so he's probably going to block and then Wrath and then make more tokens, right? That's sort of the baseline you would think that we would see. But Raja is, I guess, thinking through, is there anything else I can do with it? Maybe I can get kind of frisky in combat here instead, getting a little aggressive. But no, it looks like we do just go for the double chump block, untap into you have options here. We found another land. These lands have just been Raja's living a blessed life today.
Yeah. I see why Raja keeps so many 2-landers, because Raja just draws lands every turn. He's like the people that are like, all I ever do is flood out, but he's taking it to the logical extreme and he keeps every hand.
Right. Yeah. If I'm only going to draw lands.
Yeah.
Well, it worked out. It's just worked out. Well, I guess at this particular turn, he even had 1 extra mana. Didn't even need it. But did have exactly what he did need, and that is that Day of Judgment, wipe the tokens, Get Lost. Well, that Planeswalker is lost now. It is gone. It is lost to Chris. But so shield's down though for Raja, and here we go. Storm Splitter.
Okay, so now these tokens only last until end of turn. That's something we didn't talk about before,
right? Because
normally when we're Storm Splittering, it's like do or die. Here, though, we're kind of setting up, getting it in play, and we are going to be able to attack the Elspeth /Raja.
Yeah.
So you know, Raja, as long as he doesn't die this turn, we'll only have to deal with one of the otters. And, you know, we have a bunch of ability to do that in our deck. So we're going to have to see exactly what happens here. But time is another factor, too, as, you know, I think these players have about 6 or 7 minutes on the clock. I wonder if that was maybe playing a factor into Raja thinking about not, into like letting the otters hit and then having an attack force back, as Elspeth's getting attacked for 4, has plenty of loyalty to spare.
And Raja's actually down on cards, I believe, to Chris at this point, too. Might also have been playing into those decisions. Now, that's where we got to shout out Chris for just smart tournament play to scoop that second game so that you get into this spot here and actually have an opportunity to finish your game in a relevant manner. But there we go. Okay, Elspeth knocked down to 4. Storm Splitter copies gone. Raja untapping, picking up a second card for the turn, staring down the combo red card, but not much else from Chris's side here. So, stock up is huge.
It's huge. And the card before resolve stock up is consult the star charts. So even if we just use the 2 mana mode, we're going to see 7 cards. You know, assuming we don't find a land here, we can find a lot of different answers from there, including, you know, something like a get lost here. So Raj is going to minus his Elspeth. Yeah, we saw that's why he chump blocked. He wanted to answer the Storm Splitter, and then he's going to leave back the chump blocker to protect his Elspeth. We do have this Fountain Port activation as well that makes 2 fish. Thanks to Elspeth. Raja is just in such a great spot. And I mean, listen, we used the stock up there. We could easily also consulted the star charts and probably been in a very similar spot. This deck having 7 to 8, depending on how you want to build it, sort of refuel cards in the late game here. This is something that always is a struggle for these Azorius control decks. Is I'd love to play that many, but how do I do it and not, you know, just be totally awkward in the early game? These things are normally 4-ish mana, 5-ish mana, not anymore.
Well, if you stock up, I stock up. Chris does the same thing. So now they're certainly glad that they have at least a little bit of time on the clock. He almost pulled the trigger on an Analyze the Pollen, did Chris, it looked like. You know, it's got to be tempting with that Elspeth sitting at 1 loyalty to go get the Storm Splitter with your Analyze the Pollen and just try to poke it to death and hope that Raja is sitting on, I'll just make some fish on the other side. And maybe that is still where things eventually end up here. But Chris opting instead to start off with the stock up.
Yeah, and you need something like stock up if you're going to get yourself out of this position. It's not totally lost here. You know, this Elspeth's at 1. But it is a really tough spot here, especially since we can assume Chris did cut all the Torture Towers, right? Maybe we left 1 in our deck for situations like this, right? Like, okay, we're going to see a lot of Elspeth minus on my key combo pieces. Maybe I'll leave 1 Torch the Tower. But I doubt we have more than that in our deck, which means Chris is drawing to very few outs.
We saw him get there on very few outs in game 1, and that's got to be what he's hoping he can do again here. We're going to tap out Forward Enduring Vitality. Decides just going to run it out there, and if this works, I'm in a good spot, and it did work. It resolved, and here is a kicked Consult the Star Charts for Raja.
Yeah, and I mean, 7 cards. Listen, if you ever played against Memory Deluge in the past, you know just how powerful this part of the game can be. Now, you didn't get your first sheet of Memory Deluge before this happened, but still, 4 mana look at 7 and spots like this is just so powerful for these control decks. They just get to pick apart what the opponent's doing. And Raja here gets to be like, okay, I've got this, you know, Elspeth. It's probably going to do a pretty good job of living. Okay, what do I need to do to answer this card? I'll do that. You know, maybe I'll play this Meringue River Regent, bounce a card, put Chris in an awkward spot. But time has got to be getting a factor here. Now, our future match players do have a little bit of an extension just because their match starts a little later. They don't actually get more time. They just are on a slightly different round clock. So for them, they are probably closing in on that final 5. So plenty of time to finish the game naturally. But
yes, Raja certainly went into the tank a bit on that one. So you'd think if they were a little more pressed, he'd go a little faster. But it does look like, though, you mentioned he's in a good spot. I think I see some cards in his hand there that No More Lies is being a key one.
Oh, and Tidebinder too.
Yeah, looking fairly unlosable if in the sense of like on this turn, if you're Raja. So, and you've got your tokens going. So you've turned the corner in terms of stabilizing the board, and you've got to feel good about the long term here. But that is also where we sat in game one, and where we saw the same thing. We saw Chris use stock ups in game one to set up a plan to win several turns from then. And that may be what we're seeing here as well, because he went for that Enduring Vitality last turn. It did actually stick, and here he is untapping with it. So, you're probably against it here if you're Chris, but all hope is not lost. And we'll see what he opts to ultimately start with here as he goes for this big combo turn.
Speaking of sitting, like you were saying,
Yeah.
look at the body language. Chris is sort of slumped over.
Yeah, that's a good
what am I going to
point.
do? Raja is set up, ready to go. I think both players kind of know what we know, which is, Chris is in a tough position, not an unlosable position. We saw Chris being willing to scoop it up in game number 2, which, by the way, looks so good now, right? For Chris, gives him that a little bit of extra time to think through what he wants to do here. Raja has a No More Lies in hand, which doesn't counter the Storm Splitter because there's 3 mana, but does tap Chris out with the ability to maybe kill that Storm Splitter.
And it also, by doing that, right, just by making Chris tap out, you unlock a lot of your own mana for the end step.
Yeah. I really like this idea from Raja here. Just tap Chris down. That card's not going to get much better if your opponent has, Storm Splitter or Vitality.
Yeah, this is a great use of 2 mana. Because Raja's going to have Fountain Port if he wants it, assuming even if we could have consult the star chart in hands, perhaps. I think it's maybe a stock up, but anything Raja does with his mana is a bonus here, because theoretically you think once you untap, I should be able to answer the board. But all right, here we go. Storm Splitter tapping for mana.
And here comes Shani's Tidebinder to clean up that triggered ability.
Right. So no token is made from Storm Splitter. The combo is stopped in its tracks, and for good measure, your Storm Splitter has no more abilities as long as this Tishana's Tidebinder in play, which is a merfolk, I might add.
It is. And now we're going back to that thing I talked about before. Chris probably brought in that into the Flood Maw to answer various cards. Did we leave in the 1 torch? Because currently, Storm Splitter is just off now. And Chris's deck doesn't play a lot of ways to remove a Shini's Tidebinder in general in the deck. And like we said before, he probably cut them. And this is why thinking about what your opponent might sideboard for you is so important. Chris maybe did think about this and has torches in the deck. Only Chris knows right now. But those kind of decisions are huge. If you know your opponent has a card like Tidebinder, you might have to bite the bullet on keeping in 1 torch to the tower when your deck's all in on a creature with an ability like this. Time has been called to Corbin, as Raja is now, I believe, our turn 0.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit interesting if Raja's turn 0, not to get too deep into the math, but you have 5 power in play. You can do some Elspeth pumps. Like 20 is still kind of a lot from this position to have to deal if you're Raja over 3 turns if he is in fact turn 0. So an interesting wrinkle for sure if that is the point of the game we're at. And we've talked about it this whole round, at least the back half of this round, for a reason. And it's because this is a common late game situation for a blue-white deck to find itself in. And that's why if you do play these decks, you mentioned earlier, they can take so little time on their own turns. That's out of necessity often.
Mm-hmm. So Raja has a weird lethal here. So it's not the cleanest lethal, but sometimes you do have to take risks in a spot like this.
Yeah.
We can 0, buff our team. Everyone gets flying. Everyone gets a counter. We attack. That attack is for 8. Chris is down to 12. Yep. Then on the next turn, we can animate our land and do a similar thing. And then, work from there. Problem is, Chris has 2 creatures.
Right.
One of them will kill the Elspeth. So we can use Fountain Port to create 2 blocking fish. And we can just throw one into the bus and have the other one for some, other Storm Splitter type card and you have the Tidebinder up. Those are all very reasonable-ish plays. The other option is you can, Meringue River Regent and bounce some stuff. But if you do that, well, the Storm Splitter might be back on live. So
yeah, he might just, maybe you just play it to bounce the Vitality, just attacks Chris the most while also putting power into play for yourself so that maybe you can, I don't know if that would actually get you to lethal next turn, but it's possible it could. depending on how the rest of it goes. So a lot to consider, but you also don't want to just kind of mess around and accidentally end up in a spot where you lose yourself the game too. The benefit of time being called is, in fact, if Raja is turn 0 right here, you're no longer on a clock. You've got time to think it through.
Yeah, and it looks like Raja's going to lead with a Get Lost.
Mm-hmm.
So you could Get Lost the Vitality here, and that actually does remove a mana from Chris and the one creature that can attack your Elspeth.
Right.
And Chris already has 3. Oh, and we're going to Tashani's Tidebinder, so the Vitality is off the board.
Okay, it doesn't come back, so that way it means that Chris cannot just play a second Storm Splitter and try to start comboing. You have to find another Vitality if you're Chris, which means your mana is getting taxed even more.
Yeah, I actually think. Well, yeah, but now Chris can win, though, right? If Chris goes Vitality Splitter,
yes,
that Vitality will still have mana abilities. It doesn't lose that because the Vitality is giving it. Roger theoretically could lose the game from here.
Yeah, Raja did this to maximize damage, right? Because by putting that Tidebinder into play on your main phase before you activate Elspeth, you're able to get that counter on it while also having it up as a blocker to protect Elspeth should that become relevant. So this is like what we talked about, an aggressive line that I guess technically opens you up to maybe something going badly here. But it certainly, on the other hand, ends the game as fast as possible. So with time being called, that's the line Raja opts for. And Chris is going to opt as well.
Okay, I think this first opt means Chris can't Vitality Storm Splitter this turn.
Probably needed to start with a Vitality there, yeah.
Yeah. Because the Vitality will not tap for mana on the first turn because it personally doesn't have haste. It does let this sort of turned off splitter do it.
Right. Say it gives that a mana ability, can turn it into a mana dork, and there is the land for Chris. So access to in total 6 mana right now, but up to 7 if there's a Vitality.
Okay, so
there's a handshake.
Yeah, and that will do it. And actually, I forgot that Chris hadn't played land for turn. He did have an out there. You go Vitality, you go Storm Splitter. That's lethal. So that, I mean, assuming we have enough spells to chain off. So wow, crazy stuff there from Chris Smith's Otter combo deck. Congratulations to Roger Suleiman for winning that round. Dangerously close. And we saw how Roger kind of, in multiple spots kind of had to just hope things didn't go too poorly. Sign of a great control player. Also the sign that maybe Chris's deck's a little fire, especially if things end up changing with Standard as time goes on.
Well, hey, these teamer decks, right? If I covered the Arena Championship last weekend, and the Battle Crier deck really took some people by surprise out of nowhere too. So we hope to bring you some more of that spice today. We're playing the Showdown in Lansing. That was a great way to kick things off on this 10K tournament today.
Yep. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more Magic as that was time in the round. So we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Corbin Hostler, and today we are doing a standard 10K showdown. Let's show those prizes real quick as our round is getting started real quick, and we want to get there as soon as we can. This is what the players are playing for today. $2,400 for first place, 30 NRG Series points, and NRG Champ and Regional Championship invite for first, $1,200 for second, 25 points, Regional Championship invite, third and fourth, $800, 20 points, Regional Championship, and it goes down and down and down. And those points you're seeing, that matters a lot because we have an end-of-the-year leaderboard that essentially plays for a big PTQ. And speaking of that, let's see how some of our players who are still live for that are doing here. As we did see Roger Suleiman in that last round there in our feature match area, 1-1-0, along with Alex, Grayson, Harrison, and Will. Aiden, Wesley, and Zoe unfortunately did lose, but still far from out today. And our current #1 player on the leaderboard, making a run for Player of the Year, Grayson Nimitz, our only player on the Player to Watch who's already qualified, is in the feature match area and is doing it, Corbin, without VV Cauldron. I think Grayson always picks pretty good decks. We see a lot of Eldrazi stuff, but never one like Eldrazi's the best deck, right? Grayson's always playing the decks that Grayson really thinks are good. We've seen Belcher as well from Grayson, but Mono Red Dragons is the weapon of choice here.
Yeah, you said it, without Vivi, but with as one of those sweet NRG jackets we mentioned earlier, I have to say. Spotting that. Shout out to that. Also, shout out to the mono red Dragons deck. This is one of the cooler innovations of this standard rotation that's come along basically in the wake of mono red not being forced to be mice just due to power level anymore. You can start to kind of experiment with some other shells, and that's how you end up on this deck he has. It's sort of an aggressive red deck that also plays dragons and Sarkin. It's hard to honestly completely explain because it is honestly a collection of cards that when you first look at them, you don't necessarily see how they all come together, but they do. And it's fun to watch, and we will hopefully get to see him do some cool stuff with it. Now, on the other side is the boogeyman of the young format, Vivi Cauldron. And it's an interesting deck in its own right. People are terrified of it because it represents both an aggressive start and a combo threat at sort of any time. Now, that is the game both players are going to be well aware of, and that's why Grayson Nimitz winning that dice roll gets the action started off with a 1-drop. And meanwhile, just the very unique art for the sleight of hand there for Colin.
Yeah, and we're seeing a higher claw here. They're going to trigger each other. Get a
perfect start by Grayson.
Yeah, I mean, attack for 3 here on turn 2 is hard to be upset about.
Followed up by another 1-drop. Now, we'll have to get a lot of these mono red Dragons cards up on screen for you because I do have a fair amount of text on them, but Hired Claw, that is a one that you all might be familiar with as it has seen play over the last year. One of those Hired Claws will eat it to the Roaring Furnace for Colin, but he's just treading water already. He's going to be down to, probably a life total after this hit from Grayson. We'll see how much it ends up being for. As Kellen, you see there on your screen, it's a 2-1 for 1 with upside, by the way, sort of that old figure of destiny type thing where you can keep leveling it up as it goes. In this case, it becomes a scout that gets the ability to give you some card advantage, and then you can give it double strike, which will certainly end a game in a hurry. Just a lot of words on a 1-drop from Foundations that is very powerful when backed up by other 1-drops like, say, Hired Claw. So Colin down to 13 life. And on turn 3, with a tap land on his side, is very much back up against the wall here. And all he's got is a Stormcaster's Talent to go along with that tap land and make I guess at this point, a blocker.
Yeah, and I think we maybe have a little bit of a deck naming error. I think Colin here is playing the VV Prowess deck. Very similar to VV Cauldron. The deck often does play 1 or 2 Cauldrons just for sort of the pseudo mirror, but actually plays pretty differently here. And is, I would say, a little bit worse versus these aggro decks, because one of the nice things about VV Cauldron is you play like Marauding Mako if you're missing out, Tursa. These aren't the best cards at blocking, but they are just bodies. Where the VV Prowess deck, relies on having a lot of these little creatures, and then going wide and prowessing it up here. And this is part of why you saw the mono red deck actually do so well at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, is it's pretty good against this style of prowessy deck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Very
now,
much. So.
Corey Steelcutter was very good at punishing those things. We don't have anything like that, but still, not a free matchup by any means.
Yeah, Colin basically digging for another Stormchaser's Talent, I would imagine, at this point, just to create a blocker, because Grayson had Screaming Nemesis, which has become a staple of mono red decks across lots of formats. I've also been hit by that card in Commander. It's quite scary, and this has Colin, of course, down to 6 life up against the wall. You mentioned that there is still one Soul Cauldron, Agatha Soul Cauldron in this deck. We don't see, for instance, all of the Winter Night stories. So that's sort of probably the differentiating when you can really start to see how these decks play out differently. Now, in this case, you just get run over all the same by mono red. Game 1 to Grayson Nimitz there on mono red Dragons. But I do wonder, because at the Arena Championship, we saw people side out their Vivis even in the Cauldron mirrors. And I do wonder if maybe this prowess version of the deck might end up having more game against the field when everyone is playing Heritage Reclamations and things of that nature. So we can take a look at the deck here. You see the 1 Soul Cauldron, as we mentioned. Of course, the playset of Vivis. The Rows are in the main deck here. The Astro, the equipment there, the Astroglides, we also want to call attention to. But yeah, looking over at the sideboard here, you're against mono red. So seems pretty straightforward. You want the removal.
Yeah, the removal is going to be really nice here. And looking at this, this is the prowess deck. It also, we've seen this deck kind of get popularized by Magic Online players like Jacob Pablo, but those players have been innovating, Corbin, and they've been putting Artist Talent into their deck, turning their VV prowess deck into even sort of combo decks that, do sometimes incorporate cards like 1 or 2 Winter Night Stories. And so they're kind of merging these decks into one, right? Exactly. They're kind of having this weird amalgamation. Looks like Colin's decided to keep it a little cleaner, a little less in on going absolutely crazy with, certain turns here. But this deck definitely has the ability to be very powerful, and I think is still one of the top decks in the format. It has different strengths than the VV Cauldron deck that everyone's afraid of, while still having access to some of those insane starts that VV Cauldron provides. But yeah, like you said, I imagine these obliterating bolts, these abrades, these barrages, they're going to come in. We're going to cut on some of our cards that are a little bit more finicky and just try to point 1/1 removal and eventually close the door.
Yeah, we'll take a look over at the other sideboard here for Grayson Nimitz. And also, by the way, get a look at that mono red dragons list. Mix of 1 drops with cool words, 2 drops that behold. I mean, it is, speaking of Commander, I played against the Sarkin Dragon Ascendant Commander deck last night. Good in every format. Very good in this format. And you can just really come out with a nice dragon curve here. We see the Twin Moss Storm Lords as well, which is their equal removal in this deck. So a pretty neat list all around. Is a lot more innovative than some mono red decks have been in the past. It's better than just a bunch of 1 drops with the word prowess on them. Going down to 6 though for Colin, what you mentioned about the Vivi decks and how everything is just sort of merging into this amalgamation, I think that's good, right? Because that means that things are not just completely solved and finished, and there's 2 versions of this deck, and that's what it is. In the first week, we're seeing that as other players have adapted cards to that matchup, they can't just be all in on this Cauldron plan being just so good, and that means they're having to adapt. And who knows, maybe after the spotlight next week, we will see some big developments. Be interesting to watch for sure, and we may get the first inkling of that as we play through our 7 rounds of Standard today. So there we go. Grayson Nimitz starting it off with a red 1-drop. I believe that's another Kellen there, which is perfect 1, 2, 3 in itself sometimes.
Yeah, that's one of the real strengths of Kellen is even if you flood out, like obviously Grayson kept a 7, probably going to not just, be on level up as the game plan. But you know what, Corbin, sometimes you mulligan as Plasma Bolt comes down here to answer that order. A great add to Standard here as Torture Tower is going to answer Kellen. But, sometimes you mulligan and you just have an awkward turn 2, and, Kellen leveling up there is a great way to have that fix. And that's why you see a lot of players really turn that card now that Heartfire Hero is banned. We saw players try to do it with Heartfire Hero around. It wasn't as lean and mean as that fighting machine as Fire Magic hits the graveyard, but it was still, a card that was willing to kind of tempt players away from that now banned card.
Well, and it's a great top deck too. Once your opponent's removed everything and you're just trying to find 1 piece to get there, it's a lot better than a 1-power haste creature a la Monastery Swiftspear kind of thing. So definitely has that late game reach as well. I believe that is a Magda, the Horde Master hits the battlefield. It's a 2-drop bear, but whenever you commit a crime, you get a tapped treasure token once a turn. But 3 treasure tokens later, you get a flyer with haste. So again, this is the dragons part of this mono red dragons deck. This is not, your older brother's mono red aggro list of 10 years ago that only does one thing straightforward. It's got a lot of these late game abilities, as well as you spot those Soulstone Sanctuaries that can get fired up and start attacking as well. And that is another sort of anti-flood plan that the deck does have, and may need some of that in this one, as Grayson is not able to actually stick a creature so far.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting things about the Dragons deck is I think it's, and this might be a bit of a controversial take, I don't think it's even that good against VV Cauldron. Like, it has those fast draws we saw, right? And that can be really powerful. I think it's really good against what everyone else is trying to do, right? But you have those fast draws that do just kind of beat the decks up when they don't do anything here. So Grayson, got his free one on the play. That's what you need. And then now is sort of just doing the best to survive. As we do see an Into the Flood Moth bounce that Soulstone Sanctuary.
And see that exchange right there was just 1 for 4 for mana for Colin, right? Really 1 for 5 because it sort of amounts to a strip mine on top of it. That is what we talk about into the Flood Maw being so ubiquitous in the format. It's that right there. You were in just probably a really rough spot, and didn't even say anything about the rest of this game, but it allows the game to just continue in a much more advantageous spot for you. And look what he does here with that advantage. The mana efficiency granted to him by Into the Flood Maw turns into a braid on your creature and warping out my Quantum Riddler to get some more card draw and set up for next turn. So really well done by Colin here at lightning speed, I might add.
Yeah,
I feel like we're on Rich Hagen 1.5 speed watching here. Great job by these players.
Yeah, they're moving very quick, very clean play. Colin here with that Quantum Riddler. We haven't talked much about this card. This is one of those cards that's been doing great in Standard, but also is seeing play in formats like Modern. We're seeing blue-white scam-like decks that are playing this at Ephemerating. Tomorrow we got a team event. I'm really excited to see if players will play that. As you see right here, it has just been so good at being a card that refuels. It can also just be a cantrip, but then you hit these late game spots and it's like, yep, I don't have anything else to do. Let's replay this card. Oh, I didn't have anything else to do. It draws 2 cards. Okay, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, and Riddler was one at the Arena Championship. Riddler was a piece of tech that not everybody on Vivi Cauldron was on, or I guess this isn't even Cauldron so much, right? Vivi Prowess, but that was a piece of tech that not everyone was on. Seems to be much more commonplace now a week later. And it looks like it's got control of this board, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we're seeing Nova Hellkite here, another one of these warp creatures that's very powerful, sort of making it, a little 1 damage there, can't block, and then attacking in here. And this is one of those cards we talked about that, like, is good versus the other things going on in the format. It's, like, fine against VV. There's spots like this where it hits for a ton, but cards like Into the Flood Maw answer it very cleanly. Now, that being said, Grayson gained to warp it here and attack in, do a big chunk of damage, dodges cards like Obliterating Bolt for a turn, as that can be pretty huge getting that second attack into the Hellkite before it's actually answered here by Colin. As the Boogie Monster VV comes down, there's a Wild Ride in hand. That's going to represent a ton of mana for old VV, as here comes the Planisphere.
And the equipment as well to get even an additional trigger here. This is the Prowess version of the deck. This isn't necessarily what the Cauldron versions. You might see them go a little different. Wild Ride, we'll get that one pulled up on screen, is a Vivi special, I would say. It is a cool card that enables some really powerful things, although in this case, it's maybe just enabling damage almost. Wild Ride on Vivi, but a pretty clutch burst, double burst lightning there, as a matter of fact, from Grayson Nimitz to take it down. So that was huge for him, is able to stop that from getting going. Now there is, of course, the Riddler for Colin. So this game is honestly probably still looking pretty good for him. But the first Vivi has been shot down by Grayson at the cost of 2 cards.
Yeah, and honestly, Grayson really needed that right there for the VV. Otherwise, we would have been attacking in for 9 here. Grayson was losing 5 more life, would have been at 9, would have been very close to dead, and maybe would have had to have thought about keeping this Hellkite back on defense. Missing the Planisphere trigger there on the Wild Ride, ends up getting it shot down by the Nova Hellkite. That is a big moment there for Grayson. These sort of small things, they add up a ton at these tournaments. Colin definitely not out of the game by any means there, but something that is going to come back to maybe be a bit of an issue as the game develops.
Yeah, and for the first time, we see what for Colin amounts to a slow turn. He's got a lot of thinking to do in this spot because it's not necessarily great. We do have a Vivi in hand. That was the other card. But it looks like we're going to instead bring in a Riddler from outside the play. So this is a very different kind of game for Colin than it looked like it might be with that Vivi just a turn or 2 ago. Instead, we're just playing limited magic in the air with flyers at this point. I think that it might. This is a very interesting spot, to be quite honest. Both players now, it's 9-10 on life. Both players with big flyers in play. We'll see what Grayson's able to do for his turn here. Now, he's got 3 cards in hand before. I think that's even possibly before a draw. Looks like maybe it's after the draw. So a couple mountains is not necessarily going to do a lot.
Yeah, Grayson has a lot of lines that are winning here. Like another Nova Hellkite would answer this, and I think that's an active treason effect, as that means that Quantum Riddler is ours. That's exactly 9 here. Colin decided to attack in.
Okay. All right, Grayson. Taking the Riddler. I'm sorry. I can't quite tell which one it is, but it is obviously the one that puts a aura on your own creature to give it an additional point of power. That's enough. You mentioned it 9. That does it. Grayson Nimitz taking it down with the old active treason effect. Here in round 2, Mono Red Dragons beating up on Vivi Prowess.
Yeah. Yeah, and we can pull up this red deck here for a second as
We'd
Grayson
love
is
to
going to
get
do
an
an
interview
interview
with
with
him.
us.
That'd be
He's
great.
popping over there. Yeah, Colin there, had a couple small minor missteps, but really what we saw here is like the Prowess deck struggles to actually kind of close the door quick enough and not have those interactions. We do see Grayson sitting down here. Grayson, congratulations on that win. It seems like that's all you do these days. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing pretty good. Happy with my deck choice. Happy with the start of the tournament. Going pretty well.
Well, that one certainly went pretty well. You all played lightning fast, and those games were exciting. That was great Magic. So we'll start at the top. Why are you on the deck you're on this weekend and not the deck everyone is talking about?
So I did a lot of prep work on Vivi Cauldron, as did everybody in prep for this event. And I really didn't like how much the deck kind of died to itself. In a deck like that where it's like, it's obviously a very high power level deck. It's got really good nut draws. But if you're expecting to play a bunch of mirrors, the overall your nut draws are not the important part of that. And I wanted to play a deck that didn't have that issue of you don't stick one of your 2-drop engines and then you're just playing a bunch of goofy 3-drops that don't do anything. So I decided a couple weeks ago that I was like, I don't like the Cauldron deck. I'm not going to play that. So it was like, okay, what's the best thing that I can build against the Cauldron deck? So the Dragons deck started doing well on Moto about 2 weeks ago. And I started playing that, and it felt like it had a lot of good things going on, but I didn't like how stock Dragons, it had a really high curve. You had to play a really high land count to be able to make the Sunspine Lynxes and the Taurian Maulers work. And it felt like it was a little bit too slow to apply pressure to get under the Cauldron decks. But it has some really powerful synergy packages. Like, you have the curves where you go Hired Claw into Magda or Sarkon into Nova Hellkite, and your deck just feels absurd. So I basically just changed the deck to sort of optimize how often you can curve, playing the full 4 Sarkon, full 4 Magdas. And then the revelation was a couple days ago was I noticed I was winning every sideboard game where I had Ghost Vacuum plus Magda, regardless of whether or not exiling their graveyard mattered at all. Just being able to commit crimes at instant speed for free means that you get the 4/4s so consistently. So I was just well, I think how we beat Cauldron is maybe we just put the Ghost Vacuums in the main. And so that's what we're doing. It's worked out pretty well.
Nice. So, yeah, that's a very bold move, right? I can tell from you, too, you're kind of trust me, this isn't just I was the night before frustrated.
Yeah.
This is hard work put into practice here. That's got to be, was it hard to sell your friends and anyone else playing this deck?
No, nobody else.
No, trust me.
I think everybody else on my team that picked what they thought was the best choice deck is playing Cauldron. I'm lending out my Cauldron deck to somebody. So I'm the one person who is I'm Kellen Planar Trailblazers #1 fan. So we're back. We're here.
And we are your #1 fan for this tournament today, playing that deck. That's for sure.
Thank you.
You talked about going under how important it is, and that's what we saw in game 1 in that match, right? You were able to just turn it into basically a non-game and just pick up that win because of it.
Yeah. Imagine those Kellens were Taurian Maulers. How different that game would have looked.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And so I guess with that said, you probably do feel okay with where you're at against the Izzet deck.
We're just trying to dodge the Cecil people.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think the changes you made too, because I was talking about how I felt like the the Mono Red Dragons deck was not actually as good versus Izzet as you might guess, right? It was kind of beating up on other people with those changes, but the things you're talking about moving towards do sort of swing that a little bit in my mind. So I can totally see that being something that's good there. I want to talk a little bit about the leaderboard though in the NRG series at all, because you're #1 right now with a bullet. Yep. I saw some tweets about trying to, maybe make the all-time record. Are you trying to MVP, trying to leaderboard it? What's the plan for the rest of the year here?
Yeah.
2 more events after this.
So I'm planning to play all the events this season, at least as much as I can. It sort of works out scheduling-wise that I can. So the best case goal is I'm trying to beat the all-time points record, which was Connor Mullally, but he did that back when there were 3 seasons per year instead of 2. So I basically have to top 8 at least once per weekend for that to be real.
Well, you've done that every time so far, so why would you stop?
Yeah.
It seems silly to stop that, Grayson. You have to play, and you've
try to keep it going.
Sure. What is that number, by the way? Because as much as I'd like to be a historian, I actually don't know the number off my top of the head.
So Connor told me it was 180 something was his final tally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you are coming into this weekend at, I have it pulled up here,
Yeah.
101 points.
101.
A healthy lead, by the way.
That was my goal, was to get to 3 digits in season 1, and I had kind of a rough weekend in Indianapolis. I just barely squeaked in.
Nice. Well, I'll tell you this: when we adjust for inflation, you're very close for
Yeah.
Connor when it comes to points.
Yep.
So we'll have to do the math on that when the time comes. But Grayson, thank you so much for taking some
Thank
time
you.
to talk to us here. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you, and if things go the way you want, we'll be seeing a lot more of you.
Hopefully.
In these other rounds. But we do have a backup feature match. We'll give some people some extra magic this round.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Grayson.
Thanks, Grayson. Great to have Grayson on here. You know, what ends up happening is I often work these early rounds, Corbin, so I don't get to talk to Grayson a lot because he's always winning. So we're like, we're getting Grayson in the later rounds, you know? And so I never get to talk to him, so it's good to have that. But I'll tell you what else is good, getting Steven Dykman, our champ from before, playing in the feature match era, not on VV Cauldron, on Demir mid-range. Now, he is against Peter Terbergen on VV Cauldron. Peter Terbergen, someone who, if you've been watching Magic for a long time, has been very, very strong and recently top-aided an RC in Portland.
Yeah, and is showing up here with the Vivi Cauldron deck. I think this is the full package here. This is, in fact, it is. Sorry, I want to double check this here. Yep, all 4 Soul Cauldrons for Peter. So we may get to see some of the classic action there. Dykman on Demir mid-range, starting things off with a bat. Kaido, kind of like the other pillar that has existed of this standard format over the past, I guess, year now that it's been out since I believe that one was in the Duskmorn era. Here we go. Mako into FOMO for Peter.
Yeah, and we saw something there too, that the hand for Peter when the Deep Cavern Bat saw it was Prof. Agatha's Lands. Now, that's actually a hand that can totally work out with this VV Cauldron deck. You have a lot of really good top decks, but it is kind of weak to this Deep Cavern Bat. Luckily, Fear of Missing Out for Peter was on the top. So here's another Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah, check it out again. Their Cauldron has arrived. There's an Abrade, which will go under that bat because, of course, if you take the Cauldron, the Abrade kills the bat, you get the Cauldron back. So keeps the pressure on if you're Dykman. You're able to just keep attacking here with your life linking bats.
Yep. I think what we saw there, by the way, was the players announcing an attack. We didn't actually tap our bat. That's why the bat got tapped in the middle of this turn, in case you were curious. This is a time-shifted match as well, so these players are a little ahead of us as Vivi hits the graveyard into Agatha's.
Oh, here we go. Fireworks are a flash in. Here comes Vivi underneath the Cauldron. Counter on the FOMO. That means you have 2 creatures with Vivi abilities, and that is pretty good. So the turn, though, just gets passed back over to Dykman, as perhaps Peter not able to do too much with it quite yet. And now, if you're Dykman, you know what you're looking at. Let's see what we can do about it here. I spot a Kaido. I spot a Cecil. Interesting spot. You're staring down everything you're scared of in this format.
Yeah, I think the thing that has me the most intrigued here is like Deep Cavern Bat is not very good with Kaido because it gives your opponent back a card, especially in these spots where one of them is Profs, which means 1 billion cards and 1 billion mana and 1 billion power for Peter. And the other being a Braid means they have to get the other card back. I was curious if we were just going to see Kaido come down and then, get zeroed after the bat's attack. But it looks like we're going to go Cecil into a kill spell.
Okay, well, that's something. FOMO's down. Big draw step here for Terbergen. It does have the Mako. This has been a very interesting game. Now, we just talked to Grayson Nimitz, who talked about how the Vivi Cauldron deck sometimes loses to itself or just doesn't do anything in certain games when things don't work out. And this has really just kind of been a lot of spinning the wheels for Peter, obviously helped along by Dykman with those double bats, just kind of ripping apart any action he hoped to have. Still at 17 life, though, right? So at least until this Cecil flips, we've got some ground to give here for Peter to try to put something together.
Yeah, and this deck is really good at going 0 to 60. If we find something like a Winter Night Stories, Peter is going to move through the deck very quickly. There's something Peter wants on top. He's going to keep that. Now is a question of, do we actually want to play this VV? Playing the VV actually makes like decent amount of sense into a Kaito attacking, getting a Jutsu on Cecil. But also holding it to discard to something like, Winter Night Stories, etc. could be really good. We're going to use the VV mana from the Mako to play that VV.
coming in or tapping for mana here. Yeah, there we go.
We're attacking here.
No, we're in combat. Okay, getting in with the Mako then. And Dykeman debating what to do. Does, in fact, put the Cecil in front of it here. Activating the Soul Cauldron in order to pump it. But that leads to the trade. So now we have a Vivi without counters sitting in play.
Yep. Dykeman does take 2 there.
Yeah, it's a very interesting spot, that's for sure. If you feel okay, if you're Dykeman, you survived Agatha's Soul Cauldron Vivi underneath it turn. So I guess you're feeling about as good as you possibly can. You get a couple points of life back here on the combat, and then we tap out for likely a Kaido here. Kaido does come down. So, okay, what do we want to do with Kaido now that we are in this spot? If you're Dykeman, you know you're not dead, but you know that you could die at any point because Terbergen could, as you said, hit a Winter Night Stories or something along those lines and just kind of start going off. We know that he kept a card on top last turn, so must be pretty happy with whatever's sitting there about to enter his hand. So we do, in fact, down tick Kaido onto the Vivi to tap it down, meaning it cannot activate.
Yeah, I like this play from Dykeman a lot. Just don't give yourself a chance to get absolutely, berserked. The Vivi's mana abilities can stack on each other too, because they're different instances as well. So Dykeman knows it's something like, if I don't think there's Winter Night Stories on top. Maybe, but I imagine Peter would probably bend that card if you're Dykeman. At least that's a somewhat reasonable conclusion, which means stock up is the card you're really worried about, and you could die from there. So
it could also be if you're the thing about the bats is it unlocks this little chain, right? You find one removable soul if you're Peter, that unlocks your Abrade, that unlocks your profs. Like this little house of cards, so to speak, for Dykeman can fold pretty quickly here, depending on what Peter has. And wow, it's actually just a second. Well, we FOMO'd and then a second Vivi to replace the first one that was tapped down. And now we do have a Soul Cauldron activation up for Peter, but just absolutely nothing to do with any of the mana.
Yeah, and if you don't have cards in hand too, some of your redraw effects are a lot worse. Like Tursa is now a card that doesn't really do anything. Dykeman's also an interesting place too, where he can do something like tick up his Kaito and attack, and then ninjutsu Kaito on Kaito if it goes unblocked. Interesting spot here. Looks like we're going to not use the Kaito and have it attack. And then it just gets chump blocked. All sort of on board there for Dykeman. Looks like he was happy just to zero his Kaito, though.
Huh. Okay.
Double land. Is going to keep 1, though. Looks like Watery Grave. Nope, we're actually going to get rid of that swamp. Thought about it.
Yep, it picked up something that was not a land there. Not sure what, but something that wasn't a land.
Blood Pit Drowner.
Oh, that's not a bad one.
Yeah, that card's very good. As that Spyglass Siren we've had for a little bit is going to come down, and we're going to reveal a Curiosity to the map.
All right. Peter's at 13 life, so that Flood Pit Drowner is up for Dykeman here. Now, again, we're going to keep saying this. Any turn that someone untaps with an Agatha's Soul Cauldron with a Vivi underneath it, you are in danger of losing the game. That just has to be said up front. With that said, Dykeman is probably feeling okay with this Flood Pit Drowner. It at least gives you a point of interaction here. It also adds to your board because you are trying to close this thing out. You've got Terbergen down to 13 life. We see the attack now from the FOMO coming in at the Kaido. I believe that's what's happening, which means we progress to combat. So is this Flood Pit? Oh, here we go. Look at this. Flood Pit. I love this. Flood Pit Drowner in combat. Tap down the Vivi, but chump block the FOMO. That means your Kaido survives. Terbergen has 2 tapped creatures. You have all 3 of your things still in play, creature-wise, plus a Kaido, plus the untap here. Nice play there by Dykeman. It's you end up with both of them tap. Whereas if you go for that Flood Pit Drowner at the beginning of combat, as you're sort of trained to cast it, you'd only end up with one of them tapped. And maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. But that was a nice touch there by Dykeman, I think.
Yeah, no, it's a great play too because we know Enduring Curiosity is on top of our deck, which means we know this Kaito is going to get across. Now, we could have maybe ticked up to get the Kaito across, but we maybe just actually want to minus this Kaito away after combat, lock down that fear of missing out, and then put Peter in a very awkward position because we're about to draw 4 cards. We'll have a lot of information in a second figuring out what we want to do, but we probably don't need more cards from the Kaito. So
Right.
Dykeman isn't ticking up here to push more damage. I have to imagine this is a situation where he plans to minus unless something goes really weird here. We found a starting town that's going to enter tapped, and that's his only land.
Just hitting a land drop here is what you want. I don't know if that's necessarily if you love it past that, but yeah, you mentioned it. If you get lose Kaido, but no, okay,
Yeah, interesting here. I mean, Dykeman taking. I have to imagine ticking up is a line that's like incredibly appealing, just because it sets up the next Kaito you already had in hand with the Spyglass Siren to be a lethal attack. But I guess Dykeman maybe really wanting to value finding some sort of way to potentially interact with the fear of missing out that wasn't losing the Kaito. But fear of missing out goes crazy in some percentage of games. We'll have to see here if Peter can do it. Dykeman can always just take up the Kaito next turn and then ninjutsu in.
Yeah, that was certainly a line. It seems that in this case, it's going to work out, though, because Peter is just spinning his wheels that entire match, it seemed.
Yeah, never found any way to answer those deep cavern bats. That can be an issue here sometimes with this deck. As you see here, and we saw Grayson talk a little bit about this before, the deck does rely a lot on sort of your turn to Agathas or Profs to really enable stuff. And then you need another thing. Right. So you're kind of an A plus B deck in a lot of ways.
Right.
But also sometimes it needs to be A and C and B and D. Right. It isn't just totally perfect with every sequence. But when things do work, which we kind of saw the fail rate there for Tabergan, it works incredibly well.
Yeah, it's kind of a deck is the way I put it. Like it's a lot of little packages together that in one deck become something much, much more. Right. Mm-hmm. But it's true. If you're working with very limited resources, sometimes you get the wrong parts of different packages. That said, we look over to the sideboard here. Nothing that's shocking, but certainly some cards we might look to pick up here against the mirror. What do you like? Do you like going towards more removal in this case? You like going to the Spell Pierce route? What do you think Peter is going to be looking at?
So I really like Fire Magic and Pyroclasm. We saw in that game how the plan of these Dimir decks, right, is I am built to make the cards Kaito and Enduring Curiosity the best cards they can possibly be. Right. How am I going to do that in my blue-black deck? I'm going to have lots of small, evasive creatures that, have some incidental upside. So Flood Pit Drowner, Deep Cavern Bat, Spyglass Siren. I'm putting these cards in my deck to enable those insane win conditions. So fighting over either the win conditions or the ways they enable that are kind of what I like. And we don't have a lot of things that are actually very good at fighting over the win conditions, right? We've seen Obliterating Bolt be a card that players had before in their sideboards, and some still do. It's not like it's completely left the format. We saw it here from the VV Prowess deck of the first part of this round. But that's a card that can, answer Curiosity, answer Kaito pretty cleanly, and you're happy with it. This deck, though, is rocking 3 Bradesmane, and that is a sign from Peter that, hey, I really value being better in the mirror. Right? Like I do not want to let you Agathas my VVs. And so with that happening, that means we have less ways to actually fight over the payoffs, and we need to fight over the enablers. So I imagine we're going to see those sort of cards come in along with Torch the Tower. Torch the Tower does cleanly answer Curiosity if you can bargain, which is not the hardest thing in the world for this deck, but isn't free by any means. And then you can also sometimes Torch the Tower down a Kaito. Kaito does surprisingly minus a lot in this matchup because some of the creatures in the VV Cauldron deck get so big, like Marauding Mako, that it basically forces the -2, which means Torch can cleanly answer it. It's going to be an interesting game. I think these games always get a little weird post-board. You might even see the Quantum Riddler come in if you want to get really out there with it, but it kind of depends on your game plan.
Yeah, but you can go very, very deep, and that's we're going to be seeing a lot of that, I think, with the Vivi decks over the next month, whatever of the format, as they really try to hone in on, now that everyone knows what we're doing, what are we doing? So let's take a look over at the next deck here. Steven Dykeman is a mere mid-range deck. You know what you're up against. You knew what you were coming into the tournament to play against. That said, you probably still have some pieces you might want here, right? We look over here, I see some Duresses. We've got Counter Magic. We have a Tidebinder, lots of options, I imagine, if you're Dykeman, depending on sort of how much give you kind of have in your deck for this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And Dykeman has a game plan for this. Right now, he might update some small things if he sees some weird variations from the opponent's VV Cauldron deck, right? But for the most part, I imagine we're going to see some stuff like a Null and Tidebinder come in. A Null, we talked about how much this deck is built around its 2-mana artifact and enchantments. What a way to completely blow the opponent out if you can just, on the play, a Null, turn 2 Deep Cavern Bat. That is a 1-2 Buckaroo moment. We're going to see stuff like that. Strategic Betrayal is a way to answer a threat and the graveyard. It's pretty interesting, too. This deck can go wide, but it often builds 1 or 2 big creatures. So having an Edict often is just the same as having like a kill spell. Right. The notable thing I want to talk about here, though, really quick, Corbin, because our players are going to be ready in a second, is the main deck of Dykeman. Take a look over there. There's 1 Tragic Trajectory, 1 Stab when it comes to our 1-mana removal. And then we have more trajectories in the sideboard. So Dykeman wants to have access to these -2/-2 effects for some of the early game decks, but a little bit of a split on wanting to be able to instant speed or sometimes have, the better quote-unquote removal spell that can, answer almost anything in this format. Very interesting development here from Dykeman. Shows that he's been putting a lot of time into this deck and really thinking about what he wants to be doing.
Yeah, really a smorgasbord of removal there. Plenty of options. All right, so I think we're on time. Yep. Here we are. We're on time shifted. So here we are hopping into game number 2. NRG Showdown 10K here in Lansing. Steven Dykeman on your left playing Dimir range against Peter Tubergen on your right with Vivi Cauldron. Players are keeping. We are off and running just like last game. It's a Mako. I think it's a Mako for Tubergen on the first turn.
Yeah, another thing too there, with Dykeman's main deck, we saw 2 Tidebinders main. We kind of mentioned it in passing there before, but a really big sign of respect. We saw Grayson had main deck Ghost Vacuums to enable both enable his Magdas and stop Agatha's. Dykeman here with main deck Tidebinder to fight over this matchup as well. Players are trying to fight the menace here. As Prof comes down, nothing for Dykeman on turn 2.
Yeah, if Dykeman has removal here, we're probably in sort of a holding pattern. But if not, this Mako could get pretty big pretty quickly. We talked about one of the mini packages that the Cauldron deck has, is it has a lot of ways to just sort of incidentally put counters on that thing. But no, nothing in the pre-combat main phase here for Tubergen, not even a land drop, just coming in swinging for 2.
Yeah, I think I kind of like this. I think Tubergen's trying to see, is there something that can interact with this? And then maybe I can follow up with my VV. Yeah, it looks like Bitter Triumph is the play here.
Paying 3 life, I believe that is that card. You can also discard a card to it, should you want to. I do that sometimes in Pioneer Dredge. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Bitter Triumph's kind of an all-timer card. And double Mako here for Peter. That makes the Strategic Betrayal in Dykeman's hand very awkward against the VV and Tubergen's. But right now, it does look like a fine way to answer one of these things before things get too out of hand. So it looks like we are going to Spyglass Siren and just try to pop the map. Hits the third, the second Strategic Betrayal. And there goes the yard.
Graveyard's that one. Does not have a third land of his own. Triple Mako here from Tubergen. Let's see if there's any way to put counters on these and get the aggro going, because I guess as the current 2 very powerful standard decks are squaring off with 1/1s and 2/2s right now, it is in fact the Spyglass Siren that's the biggest creature on the board for the moment.
Yeah, and a card like Tursa, where, Steam Core Scholar here would go really crazy. These Makos would get very big before the even Prof's trigger occurred. It looks like, though, Tubergen has a hand that's like VV plus interaction, which makes it a little awkward.
Yeah, and only 3 cards in hand. Now, one of those is removal for the Spyglass Siren, so this will unlock an attack at least. Dykeman sitting at been poked down to 15 life already. Yeah, there's a Torch the Witness that you're seeing there. Deals like damage to our creature. If excess damage, dealt this way, investigate. So talk about how Tubergen was down a little bit on cards. I guess you will slowly get one back with that clue token. certainly a way to 2 for 1 your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, listen, VV Cauldron is the best ramp deck Standard's ever seen. It makes a ton of mana every turn, and Torch the Witness is probably a card they thought would go in ramp decks, so it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. You just don't want to think about it for too long. It's the real secret here. Too long. Dykeman, maybe you're thinking about, why did I keep this 2-land hand? I always flood out when I test.
I had the Spyglass Siren too. Why didn't this work?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get rid of a Mako. So this one could get very big. We're gonna crack the clue to get the profs going. The value.
There's a lot of value. Island in hand 2 here for Peter. I wonder if Peter's tempted to just activate Soulstone and swing for 4. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's what we talked about. Dykeman getting poked down on life, and if you're Tibergian, you recognize that. Okay, well, my opponent doesn't have lands. Let's just hit. So Dykeman down to 7. I can't tell if we picked up a land or not, but we're not. I think so. We're not just scooping up the cards here. So the game does continue. Is that a Watery Grave? No, what is that?
So Dykeman's gonna be down to 5.
Down to 5, yeah.
I'm going to need to get my feature match cronies in on there and tell Dykeman not to put dice on the Soulstone Sanctuary. You play Magic all day, every day. You know that's a 3/3. That makes it look like a 6/6 to viewers at home. That's a 3/3. I know there's a profs in play. Dykeman's trying to do his best to help you. All right, we're going to touch on his Tidebinder, that clue. That's a lot of value.
Oh my gosh. It's a blocker too. It's huge on this board. And you're 5 life. What are you going to do? This is a bit of, for all the talk of, there's been lots of talk about the Cauldron deck and Vivi as a whole over the past, I guess, 3 or 4 months of Magic now. Magic is at its best when the games do end up looking like this. 0 power, 1 power creatures in play. It sort of reminds of old Legacy, right? Where you'd play the most powerful cards ever created in Magic and end up winning with like your 2/2 at the end.
Yeah.
That said, Dykeman, though, didn't find a 4th land here. And while they may not look too intimidating right now, that 1 Mako and Vivi for Peter, any series of 1 card off the top can change that in a hurry.
So I'm going to use this as a case to maybe think about what players should be thinking about playing
Prowess
or Cauldron as the Tashaya's Tidebinder, Ambush Viper.
No.
Get that block going. Peter just is drawing so many lands.
Okay.
Oh, I love this from Peter. Play the room on the 2-mana version that does nothing to get the counter to then level up.
Yep.
Very fancy.
Nice play.
Yeah. It's all the same, but it just looks way cooler.
Ambush Viper play was the perfect way to get that turn going. And look at this, a 4th land for Steven Dykeman. So he's eyeing that Enduring Curiosity there. Now, there's a lot of the value is starting to get accumulated, though, for Peter on the other side, right? So the duress reveals land.
Yeah. We have another land in hand for Tibergian. Now, we do have the Sana going. So we're going to draw 2 cards a turn. Just one's on the end step. So it's a little awkward.
Yeah. And that we saw removal spell shoot. The Sheriff took down Vivi. So it is on the end step. And those 2 cards. And here we go. Enduring Curiosity gets slammed down. Tidebinder gets in there for damage. Draws a card. Dykeman finds another land. All of our players today just living dangerously with their lands, but it's been working out for him because Dykeman is looking in an okay spot here. Now, Tidebinder goes down to the Roaring Furnace, and looks like that one has also been opened. So Peter very much exploring the house of Duskmourn.
I'm going to be a little nitpicky. I don't love the land play here from Peter. If you draw something like Tursa, you do want to discard those lands. Maybe he's thinking about drawing a Torch the Tower, but at this point in the game, Peter kind of wants to hold the lands unless he's going to use literally all the mana so that his Steam Core Scholars and Tursas can just pop off like crazy. But you're seeing Dykeman here make a runaway back with this game despite being stuck on 2 lands for so long. And this is exactly what Grayson talked about with the VV Cauldron deck. It can be a little finicky. Now, when it goes harder than any deck in Standard. But
it just can't get going.
This is also something I'm gonna put some conspiracy theories in there. You ready, Corbin?
Yeah.
All right. Magic Arena ladder is really good for getting a lot of games in and learning. It also hides this stuff sometimes. Now, I'm not saying players didn't know about this. I'm not saying VV Cauldron's bad. But when your goal is to play a bunch of games and grind at a 51+% win rate, having a fail rate's okay when you just, completely and utterly dominate people every other match. Sometimes you're playing in real life.
Yeah.
You stumble, and it's a real downside. You only allow 2 losses in these kind of tournaments.
That's a good point. And to your point about Arena too, like there's a real bias. It certainly, for me, and I would suspect just on average, people like to play their fast decks on Arena. They don't necessarily want to go slow. And Vivi, as you mentioned it goes hard. It's fun. You're playing a video game when you play a Vivi Cauldron deck that's popping off, and it's fun to do. Not saying anything about how it's not fun to play Enduring Curiosities and just trying to sidebinders, because it is. But it's just there's a lot that sort of goes on underneath the surface, and it was really, really cool to hear Grayson elaborate that on that between our games here. And this one's over because that gets it done. Wow.
Yeah, Peter drew the FOMO off the Steam Core. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I'll just say it. Peter got giga unlucky that game. I mean, we drew none of our 3-mana draw effects in that entire game. We did draw those Steam's rooms. They were kind of nice, don't get me wrong. But this is one of those moments where there is a fail rate to this deck. And the level to which Peter failed is like astronomical. But I think like that's not a good interpretation of what we mean by the fail rate. But basically, imagine Peter kind of doesn't do anything until that second to last turn, right? That is sort of kind of believable. The fact that he kept whiffing on draw 3s is kind of absurd. But still, as we're going to take a break here, just something to think about in between times, there is a fail rate to this deck, and you can sacrifice a little power to play the prowess deck. Now, personally, I'd probably be very high on VV Cauldron if I was playing this weekend, but it is something to think about. You have to accept that, hey, I'm playing the best deck that does have a small fail rate. That could happen to me, but I'm still playing the deck that people are trying to beat, make others prove it a fine place to be.
That's right.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break as that was a time-shifted match. The round is pretty deep in time, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with round number 3. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan this weekend. I'm Mason Clark, my co-host, Corbin Hostler, and today we are doing a 10K Standard Showdown, and we have a lot more Magic to show y'all. We're going into round number 3. But speaking of a lot more Magic, let's talk about some of our upcoming events for the rest of the year here, Corbin, as we still have 2 more big events going on here. The first one's going to be in Mundelein, Illinois, Saturday, Modern 10K Showdown. Win that, go straight to our champs at the end of the year. Sunday, we have 2 big events going on. We have a 2.5K Legacy Trial and then a 2.5K Edge of Eternity Sealed Trial. The Legacy one is the one we're going to be streaming here on this Twitch channel, so make sure to follow along or subscribe on YouTube. That way you can check out the VODs as well. So we're going to be bringing that. We know you Legacy players love to come out and game in paper. We love to see you. And we know for some of y'all, Legacy might be a bit out of the range. Maybe you're just getting back into Magic now, don't have a Legacy deck. We understand. We have Edge of Eternity sealed for you as well. And then we have one more event at the end of the year in Elmhurst, Illinois. That's going to be November 1st and 2nd here. Should be on screen in a second. I know we still got Will Kruger's face here. He's a little bewildered as much as I am here. Saturday 10K Team Standard Showdown, Standard Sealed, Modern. Once again, we have Sealed here on the NRG Series. We're really trying to work it in. We've heard y'all that y'all really like Sealed. You come on out for it. We're going to keep trying to support it. And then Sunday, 10K Modern Showdown to wrap up the year, wrap up the leaderboard. The winner of both those events are going to go to our end of the year NRG champs. Winner of that goes to the Pro Tour, and winner gets invites to the next year of NRG events for free as well, Corbin. It's going to be an exciting weekend. We hope to see you all either in their person or in here on the Twitch chat with us, as we do have our players to watch the board we want to check out real quick before we go down to our feature match area, as Alex, Grayson, and Will are all 2-0. Strong starts here. Harrison down to Zoe, all 1-1, staying alive. Raja picked up a loss after that round 1 feature. And then Alden, not out of it yet, but an 0-2 start. We'll have to see if we can rally back here and have a good, strong finish for the weekend. As it's time, Corbin, what are we going to be watching this round?
Yeah, you said it. And I have to say, by the way, great job getting through all of that, Mason, and good time there. As we head on down to the match, Dylan Brown on your left is Zorius Control. Alex Pulaski on your right with Gruel Surprise. And you know what? This deck was described to us. I haven't looked at the deck list for this one yet. It was described to me as Gruel Surprise. Maybe it'll be a surprise to all of us. Is that what I'm going to see?
A bit. I mean, these surprise decks have been sort of this fringe player we've seen in Standard basically since the release of OTJ, right? Getting the ability to have sort of a win from hand often with these decks of, getting the Blazing Saddle, saddling it up, making multiple copies of creatures with Terror of the Peaks in play and shoot people is traditionally what we've seen with these Gruul decks. And it just kind of creates a ramp deck that has a combo finish. And that has just at random points in Standard's life been very, very good. We've even seen some players adopt this strategy in new ways as this has come out with like 4 and 5 color surprise decks as a fringe thing we've seen online. We'll have to see if that converts to real life here. But Alex going in on Gruul as Dylan on Azorius Control, taking a mold to 6.
Yeah, and one of the interesting parts you bring up about that too is that the Standard decks we've seen today, almost every single one of them has had what we would call a almost combo finish, right? Like that seems to be a feature of Standard at the moment. And whether that maybe that's a result of having more sets in the format, maybe it's just a result of Wizards consciously designing more combo type cards into the format, because that is something they've talked about over, say, the past 5 years or whatever, that, what is a good Standard format, at least in theory? Does it have the traditional aggro control combo mid-range planks, right? And so that is the thing, is like they spent a long time purposefully not putting any combo in Standard because that was sort of deemed too complicated or too complex for the introductory format to Magic and all of this stuff. But over the last few years, they print cards like Agatha's Soul Cauldron that enable that kind of thing. And yeah, we're 3 rounds into this tournament here, our Standard 10K Showdown in Lansing, and 3 different decks have had combo-like finishes. And yeah, I think that just kind of speaks to maybe also the power level of cards in 2025. But it keeps the suspense up in matches, right? Like even when matches could otherwise grind to a halt, things can kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I think another thing too is a lot of cards getting buyout clauses, right? We talked about, like Consult the Star Charts as being like this late game, take over the game card, right? But also you can play it on turn 2. Smuggler Surprise has a similar mode, right? It can sort of, it's a 5 mana sort of win the game card, but you can also play a couple mana and get a land if you're missing out. Esper Origins, kind of a similar-ish card here. It's a smoothing card. Some player call it the green Fable of the Mirror Breaker as it comes down here and sort of smooths your draw a little bit and then gives you a way to use your mana in the late game. Doesn't quite run away with the games the same way Fable does, but hey, maybe cards shouldn't do that. As Llanowar Elf passes, a little bit of mana issues for Alex, even after surveilling so much with Esper Origins.
Yeah, he hit that Llanowar Elves, I think it's the draw step on turn 2, which is obviously I'm not going to say the worst time to draw Llanowar Elves, but it's probably the most painful time to draw Llanowar Elves. That said, here is at least a 3rd land for him, but we'll see how much that stumble costs him, because it looks like we are just, in fact, attacking with Llanowar Elves, and Dylan's got to sit back for that one.
Block it. Make a fish. Make a fish and block.
He had to sit back. The control player was rattled by this one, shook by the Llanowar Elves.
Bro's going to torch the tower or abrade it or something. I don't care. Stuck on lands, take your chance, Also, you're going to play like Beza or Elspeth or something. It's fine. Don't let them spend mana. And if Dylan slams Archangel Elspeth like we saw from Raja Suleiman in round 1 here.
Yeah, just pick him up.
Yeah, like we're going to have our Smuggler Surprise be very good.
Very surprising.
All right, Surveil Land. That's a Surveil Land, not a Scry Land. We'll get that fixed here. A very easy mistake to make. Temples and all. Dylan much rather have the card in the graveyard than in the bottom of the deck, probably. But maybe not for sure. We'll have that fixed, though. As Alex here is going to flashback Esper Origins. And this is why players call it, the Fable, the Mirror Breaker type card.
I love this card.
Moves early and then is a win condition later.
Another Dredge standout, by the way.
Yeah, totally believe that.
No more lies, though, on this time around. So we'll not get the best part of the Esper Origins there. Looks like we're catching up on the Meticulous Archive, I believe is the name of that one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we
failed.
missaw it. Maybe it got put back on top of deck, and it just looked like it was put on bottom, but it looked like he picked up his deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's listen.
Not relevant, I think,
Well,
hugely, but it could
yeah, I
be.
mean, it's
Yeah.
very easy to know too because we would know what the bottom card of the deck is in theory for Dylan. All it really changes is that Alex would have information, which
There we go.
does matter. All right, Alex now knows there's a planes in the yard. Luckily, that kind of just means Dylan has lands in hand. Alex would still probably flashback Esper Origins.
Yep. Okay, there we go. We're back to the place we're comfortable in this one. Land of War Elves attacking. And now Dylan's going to untap with a mess of cards in hand, 6 lands, and it's just going to instantly pass back. Something tells me that almost all of the cards he might want to play now could be played at instant speed, and he's just ready to react to whatever Alex Pawlowski has done, because thus far the Gruul Surprise deck has produced no surprises and very little damage and no fireworks, and Alex is thinking it over here.
All right, we do have a surprise in hand, which is an instant, so maybe we can make a little something happen. One thing to note, though, Dylan's getting a Dylan reading surprise there as it got surveilled away. No, the jig's kind of up on that card. Dylan's deck here of blue-white gets a real advantage. Everyone playing up braids and, torch the towers to fight these VV battles. Dylan just doesn't have cards that care about that for the most part. So a lot of dead cards in hand here for Alex and probably lots of Dylan's opponents this weekend.
Yeah.
As it looks like Dylan doesn't have a 2-mana answer for the Smuggler Surprise.
Well, and for what it's worth, we'll see how relevant this becomes in the coming months. But at the RCs, at least in the United States last season, when the other version of Izzet was dominating, those were actually, at least one of them was won by a control deck, right? And I think one of them was won by mono red. Everyone, despite Vivi, the Vivi, or in that case, Izzet Proud Sex being so good, the fact that there were those players who were able to target them and find success, at least individually, just kind of speaks to tournament dynamics in a lot of ways. And that speaks to playing Azorius Control at an event like this, and just having your opponents have a lot of dead cards against you, even if they're playing a deck that is going to be sort of, in theory, better against the field than yours might be, right? So it's just, there's a lot when you get into sort of the deep tournament metagaming that it comes down to. And that's sort of, you hope that it works out in your favor. And Azorius Control could end up being a very popular choice for players who are not playing Izzet in the coming weeks.
Yeah. And maybe also just don't want to get the VV Cauldron cards, right? It's sort of a big commitment. If you don't enjoy that deck, are you going to want to play that deck for forever? We'll have to see. As Elspeth Archangel comes down here and immediately makes some tokens for Dylan. And we do have a No More Lies now. So these big, expensive creatures can get countered as long as there isn't something like Cavern of Souls to protect them.
Yeah, this seems like those stumbles in those early turns are catching up to Alex now, because this is where Dylan's able to deploy your win condition, at least eventually, while able to keep up counter magic. And you are aware that that's maybe what you're staring down as Alex here with the Gruul Surprise deck, but it doesn't mean you can do anything about it.
Yeah, Alex representing the ability to surprise and put 2 creatures into play. But as long as Dylan holds up No More Lies, we're going to have a lot of turns where that's not a huge issue. And this Archangel Elspeth card takes over so quickly. We talked about it a lot in round 1 with Roger Suleiman, but that Elspeth, make a bunch of tokens, works once on each player's turn, which means Dylan can make 2 fishes here. And then suddenly an attack in the air for 12 would be happening on the next turn after that. And that would be game over in just the following turn.
Yeah, Fountain Port has been such a key piece to not just control decks, I guess, mid-range decks, whatever you want to sort of define the various decks it's seen play in over the past year. But it's just incredibly powerful comboing with Elspeth in itself on top of everything else it does. And you mentioned it. There we go, making 2 fish and just having a board full of 1/1s that are about to get overrun.
Yep. All these become flying 2/2s, an attack for as much as you want. Maybe you want to protect your Elspeth. Probably doesn't even really matter if you just have, a bunch of 2/2s on the board. Yeah, like this, just put 1 dice for everybody, make life a little easier on us.
Yeah, you definitely, if you're playing the Gruul Surprise deck, you I think probably hope to surprise your opponents in game one. And hope that maybe whether they are truly surprised or not, you hope to kind of get that game off before they get to sideboard against you. You don't want to drop game one in a lot of cases here. I think, especially against a straight up Azorius control deck, is no more lies answers that Smuggler Surprise. Still plenty of mana left for Dylan if there's any follow up. But for Alex, this is what you want to do because that card is an instant. You're able to fire it off on their instep and say you had a second one. You can tax their mana as much as possible. Now, just too late in this case, and you see Alex Pulowski go ahead and pick his cards up. Game one to Dylan Brown.
Yeah, and that is like you were saying, you're going to win a lot of game ones. I mean, just in general, but especially with a deck like Gruul Surprise, where your opponent theoretically does have some sideboard cards that are going to overlap for you, right? Like players are going to have things like Negate that can stop the surprise. So I'm really curious to see what Alex has in the sideboard here. Let's pull it up. That can maybe be a pivot because Blue-White Control is a somewhat popular deck. So I would imagine, Alex is going to have some plans for that.
Yeah, spotting we see Planeswalkers that's usually the go-to against control decks, right? It's to have a Planeswalker that can provide you some recurring value. All of that removal, probably not exactly where you want to be. The thing is, maybe you can make an argument for some of it because it's like you can see games against blue-white where you want removal just because sometimes you need to remove a blocker, but it's generally at that point that you've probably are in a bad spot anyway. So a lot of dead cards, I would imagine, over there in that sideboard for Alex. But so that's why, like we said, you hope to pick up game one. By the way, take a look at this deck. Kind of a beauty.
Yeah, this deck has got a lot going on. If you haven't seen it already, there's a lot of ways to cheat in some incredibly powerful cards like Valgavoth, Bahamut into play. Vaultborn Tyrant, a secret all-star
yes.
of the Pioneer format for a little bit there. It was a card that we were creativitying into. Now, it got sort of supplanted, actually, I think, by Valgavoth and just by general combo attracts this stuff in general. But for a bit there, it was actually a huge player. And then we do have the Calamity and the Terror of the Peak sort of wombo-y, combo-y thing here for Alex. In the sideboard, too, though, Surrak Elusive Hunter might be a card that's going to come in here. It can't be countered and then sort of gives your creatures whenever they get targeted, draw a card. Not the greatest card in the world, but in some of these matchups, it can be very good as a way to kind of, hey, my opponent's holding up a bunch of mana for 3 steps ahead or something like that. I'll play this card on this turn. No matter what, I'm going to get a little bit of value from it, and sort of nickel and dime you a little bit and threaten that Smuggler Surprise combo kill that can be so powerful.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Alex likely has cards he wants to board out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a look over at the blue-white list, see what Dylan is working with here. Now, we don't see, we see just anyway, the one flash freeze and the one negate, which are sort of the easy go-to. This would be perfect here. So maybe not quite as much as the tricked out blue-white sideboard we saw earlier for this particular matchup.
Yep, definitely not in that regard here. So other interesting things are kind of, if we look at the main deck again, still no Pinnacle Stargate for Dylan here, much like Roger round one. Looks like some of the blue-white control players are moving away from that. We talked about it, how, Into the Floodmaw is such a liability in those kind of matchups. Players just playing a lot of Day of Judgments. But look at this. Emergency Inject, a Beast Within variant, destroys anything and give them a lander token. A one of in the deck, we saw Roger have Stasis Snare. Dylan's like, hey, take a land, I'll just answer anything. An expensive but clean-ish answer to whatever could come your way.
Everyone's got some fun ofs in these lists, right? And that's literally the point of the control deck, is to figure out what answers line up with what other people are doing. Therefore, it's always a moving target. And these decks seem to have some flex slots, and we've got some pretty fun ones showing up in.
Definitely. I actually, looking at this right now, because I haven't thought too much about playing Azorius Control. You take those blue-red cards from my cold dying hands. I wonder how many Tashani Tidebinders should be in the main deck here. We see Dylan with one. I get it. Overlords close the game out, but Lord knows they're not the best card in a lot of matchups. And this Archangel Elspeth card seems to actually just be the thing that wins your game anyways. I wonder if in the Spotlight series, where maybe your local RCQs, you might run into a lot of blue-white control players just going, Tidebinder, 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 just play that flash game. It's an interesting way to think about it. I don't know that I would jump to it immediately, but something I hadn't really thought about.
Yeah, I mean, look, in various formats in the past, blue-white flash has been a popular archetype, and Tidebinder is a sort of a thing that could fit very well into that. Tidebinder answers a lot of the cards we're talking about at a mana advantage, at least temporarily sometimes. Yeah, but I think there's still probably a lot of room left to a lot of things left to discover in this format, even if things sort of end up in a similar place to where they are now. Lots of refinements to come, I think, over these lists. So, all right, we're off to the races here, though. Both players keeping tap land for Alex Pulaski, passes to Dylan Brown, who is up a game here in round 3 of our standard 10K in Lansing.
As for Origins doing its best, Alex want to make sure I don't accidentally show anything. Not getting spell pierced either. Not the craziest card in the world for a control deck to play. We see that happen a lot in Legacy, especially when games are a lot more condensed. It's like, yep, I actually have to play Spell Pierce here, otherwise I'm going to die to reanimate. And both on top for Alex.
So I'm sending a message on turn 2.
Yeah. All right, looks like a land was one of those cards, so maybe Alex a little land light, though.
The lumbering. It is. So we'll see if this resolves here. This is a lumbering world wagon. If you're curious, it's a vehicle with crew 4. It's equal to the power is equal to the number of lands you control. When it ETBs or attacks, you can get a basic, put it into play. So it does look like.
I actually really like that from Alex, because from his perspective, there's some card on top of the deck that he wants, which turned out to just be a land. And so Alex here basically was like, hey, if you don't counter the lumbering wagon, there's some card on top of my deck that I'll shuffle away that I want. But if you do counter it, I will have this card for sure. Now we see Dylan decide to hold up mana and not consult the star charts to make the land drop that we missed. But then that Surok we talked about punishing what's pretty clearly a No More Lies being represented, at least, coming on down here.
Yeah, and Surok, that's a lot of keyword soup, a little bit on a card, but it is powerful. Uncounterable, trample, 4/3, 4/3, and then with the text on it to get extra cards, it's a beating, that's for sure.
Yep, and it looks like we have a space station in play for Alex there with the Caravan Memorial World. That's why there's a 4 on this land and the Surok is tapped. You can sacrifice a land to create a 2/2 colorless robot token. Then creatures you control get +1/+0 and haste until end of turn. And that plus haste part is the thing that people are going to really pay attention to, as this means that you can put in one of your big creatures, maybe even hard cast it, and then attack in. I wonder if we're going to see this card actually, as time goes on, maybe even start showing up in sort of Lumra decks and things of that nature, as it is a way to haste up in Pioneer, as Esper Origins is going to get cast for its flashback. Dylan's going to ask to read the backside to see if it's actually worth countering. Kind of is.
Yeah, I think you probably want to. It's powerful. It's going to, because keep in mind, what happens is you cast the front side, so you get to Surveil 2 and then transform it into the Esper motto in here. So you get to set up the top of your library to put that. And then obviously you go after that kind of rating on top of your 4/4. So you do want to counter it if you can, I think, for the most part. And it obviously runs into a flash.
I'm going to see a Surveil here.
Sorry, we're right there with y'all, so bear with us here while it looks like we've got some green issues. We'll get this worked out.
Yep, as the players are thinking a little bit on what they want to do. As Surok is going to, looks like, crew up the space station here. I don't think you can respond to this once it's happened, yeah. I think your powering up happens regardless. Edge of Turn is limited, a little bit of a blind spot for me after I fell in love with Final Fantasy Limited and it consumed my life for a bit.
That was that's me around. I think that was me with Duskmore Press most recently. I did go pretty hard on Edge of Eternity, so it's okay. Space stations or the ships or whatever, they were a little bit mid because you tended to work hard on them just to have them bounced or removed. So it is kind of nice that you are crewing up your land, which is obviously much more difficult to remove. So it's a nice place to park your extra power when you can. And obviously the payoff in the late game is huge. And it's actually pretty easy to power up when your deck is full of 6 power creatures, as opposed to, say, 2 and 3 power creatures, like a lot of the other decks in the format. So that, in fact, is where the creature getting removed, it did get to do some good because it got up to 8 counters on that land, as the players, looks like we're back here catching up. Still kind of a bit of a struggle on lands for Dylan, but is able to make land drop number 5 here. Has an Elspeth in hand at least, but opts to just pass the turn back over to Alex.
And a little land go action here. Trying to take a look to see if Alex has any Caverns of Souls in the deck. I didn't see any in the sideboard, but every now and again we'll see 1 or 2 of these pop in for matchups like this.
Yeah, it can obviously just be backbreaking, right? If you have that into your deck and then you kind of hold it for a turn where your opponent thinks they're going to be able to counter and you get them, very powerful.
Okay, here comes Subagos Surprise. Valgavoth is in play along with Vaultborn Tyrant. Vaultborn Tyrant's going to draw us some cards and gain us some light, and Valgavoth is going to get a read here from Dylan. The answer, Dylan, is it is not an easy one to kill.
That is correct. This is Vaultborn Tyrant. Standard is maybe not necessarily the format people thought it would see the most play in. Pretty popular casual card, but it does quite a bit. But obviously, this is it. I mean, look at this Smuggler Surprise go.
Yeah, and Valgavoth is going to in play now. Vaultborn Tyrant is going to get to Shani's Tidebinder on a trigger. But there are 2 because both enter at the same time. So Alex is going to get one of those triggers to resolve, going to draw a card and gain 3 life here. And this is why Vaultborn Tyrant is sort of one of the best Smuggler Surprise cards. It's one of the easiest to cast, but also just stabilizes you. Maybe it doesn't win the game on the spot, but put 2 of those into play versus, that mono red dragon deck, gain 12 life, draw 4 cards, put some 6/6s. You're probably going to stabilize from there.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Exactly. Yeah, right. Because it's obviously good against, so your opponent's going to remove it. You're playing against control. Yeah, that's great there. But the life gain as well means that when you hit it, you don't have to need to untap. Just getting that turn is crucial against the aggressive decks in the format, which is why a deck like this can at least try to compete when you have hits like that. Obviously, Valgavoth being kind of an ultimate hit in itself, just giving you all kinds of options. That said, hey, Dylan hasn't picked his cards up. We Tidebindered one thing here. You may pick them up pretty soon, but theoretically, you're not just completely dead to a resolved surprise. You could wipe the board. The issue being, of course, that card is an instant.
Yeah, I wonder if Dylan's hoping to maybe wrath the board here and then fight through what's left. Oh, I guess Vaultborn Tyrant is turned off currently due to Shini's Sidebinder.
Right, that's the idea, right? You're certainly. Yeah. I mean, this is when that's what happens to you. This is kind of the best you can hope for. Now, I still don't know if that will be good enough. Obviously, we can catch a glimpse of Alex's hand here, and it looks like there is more gas of some kind.
There's at least a surprise. I wonder if Alex can go something like cast. Oh, it looks like we're not going to do it. I was like, you could maybe cast surprise and then use the haste land. And if Dylan counters the surprise, then your Valgavoth has a counterspell underneath it.
Yeah, if we can pull up Valgavoth here, get a look at that for people. But yeah, a lot of lines to consider here.
Well, this is lethal if we don't. Oh, I guess there's one short of lethal if we don't block.
Yeah. So you can see that you can play cards exiled with Valgavoth, which a lot of times, I'll be honest, Valgavoth just earns a scoop. But I guess these things all come up.
Yeah, this comes up a lot in Pioneer, where against Phoenix, you put this into play, and then your opponent can't super easily answer it, and then they play a bunch of cantrips, and so you get a bunch of cantrips for a life. But here's Day of Judgment.
Yeah, that is what you needed if you were Dylan Brown at 1 life surviving here against Alex Pulaski, who has Smuggler's Surprise, though. So here we go. Is this all of it?
Yeah, because we're going to use the mill mode as well to get
Yeah.
some cards. I think Alex has a land in hand. It's an interesting spot actually from Alex because I wonder if you're supposed to just pop clues on your turn and try to get lethal and force the chump block. Because if you don't hit, you're just actually dead. But Dylan here is dead to that, and that's going to work out.
That does work out. There you go. Game 1. After all of that, going over to Alex. Or yeah. So here we go. Let's move on over to look at these sideboards. Again.
Yeah, let's take a double check of that mana base here. I wasn't paying as much attention to it last time. There is one Cavern of Souls here for Alex in the 75. So that means Alex does have some out to when we hit those late games, can name something like Dinosaur in order to start casting these Voltborn Tyrants, which is real. You know, that's something that definitely comes up in a non-0 percentage of games. We'll probably see Alex try to play it as the last land as well because of Field of Ruin. But after seeing that game, Corbin, anything else jump out to you that maybe you'd want to bring in?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're Alex, you actually have to. You probably feel pretty good about that one, right? You don't expect after being down in game, your opponent, you say, "Oh, they're going to run into a wall of counter magic here." But you know what? You went for your Smoker Surprise, and it just worked. So you've got to be feeling pretty okay about that. That said, now you're going to be back on the draw. So you know, does that change your sideboarding? I don't know that it changes too much here for you, but it certainly is going to leave you a little more on the back foot.
Yeah, probably not enough in this matchup's going to change just how long the games go, but definitely something to think a lot about. We can check out the blue-white control deck again really quickly as well. I don't expect to see anything too different here. Maybe like a Seam Rip gets traded out with a different card because you don't need to answer the elf on the draw as quickly, but you know, I expect to sort of see the same decks. And I expect to see you all at the next NRG event. That's going to be September 13th and the 14th in Mundelein, Illinois. We have a Saturday 10K Modern Showdown. And then Sunday, we have two events, a 2.5K Legacy Trial, which we will be streaming here on Twitch. So head on out there and play some Paper Legacy. And then we also have a 2.5K Edge of Eternity Seal Trial. If you're not a big Legacy fan, that's going to be going on. We will not be streaming that one, but all these events do reward with leaderboard points. So if you're on the grind, you can get that there. And if you win our Saturday event, you're going to get an invite straight to the end of the year championship. And then our last event of the year is going to be in Elmhurst, Illinois on November 1st and 2nd. Saturday, 10K Team Showdown, Standard Sealed Modern. Sunday, 10K Modern Showdown going on. Win either of these events and go straight to the end of the year Players Championship with so much on the line. Corbin, 5 digits of prize support, Pro Tour invite, free events to all the next year of NRG Series. I mean, come on, what more could you ask for from an event as well? And rewarding not only winning events, but consistent performances. Come on out to the NRG Series. We'd love to have you and see if you can test your mettle versus some of the best players we have here. As Dylan Brown is going to try to lock up, you know, a good event here today. Starting 2-0, a great way to be. But Alex going to do his best to surprise Dylan.
That's right. Mason, Standard, Sealed, Modern. Those are the 3 formats on tap for the team event. Which of those seats are you taking?
Probably Modern. I would play Standard if my teammates are going to be like, oh, I have to play Standard. You know what I mean? I'll like, fine, yeah. I'll do the work and I won't complain about it. You know, I'll accept reality. This is what it is. You know, if I'm going to be a competitive Magic player, I'm going to do this. That's going to be for the BNR as well. The BNR is going to be November 23rd, I believe. So you know already that, you know, you're going to be playing the standard format we are. But I believe both Spider-Man and Avatar will be out by then. So you're going to have 2 new sets worth of cards. But yeah, I would play Modern. It's my favorite format. It's the format I feel best in as well. So I would do that. But, you know, if my teammates are going to cry about it, you know, I would do what needs to be done. What about you?
I'm going to take that Modern seed as well, because that's the, well, let me start from the beginning here. I'm sort of a work backwards kind of person in this sense of I start with the format where I can play Merfolk the best and work backwards from there. So in this case, it would likely be Modern. That said, I do prefer Limited. I got in my first major tournament result, blah, 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 that made me sort of think maybe I can do this and keep up with this. And that was a Limited tournament back in the day. So it's always been where I start with Magic. So I'd have quite a good time in that seat. I think I love Sealed being a part of the Team Trios event. That's not something you almost ever see, right? It's usually the sort of Standard, Modern, Legacy or Standard Pioneer Modern sort of split. So having Sealed be a part of that, I think, is really fun, along with all the other fun events at these NRG events, right? Because if you like Popper, there's Popper. If you like side events, there's side events. And I am very much excited about the Legacy event we have on tap as well coming up next month. So lots to like moving forward. And here we go. We're going to move forward in this game. Dylan Brown on Azorius Control on your left has land, go. Alex Pulaski on your right. Gruel Surprise. Game 3 for all the marbles.
And here's Llanowar Elf with a one. Both players on rough hands. I don't think Dylan has the third land as well. Oh, excuse me, does have a Fountain Port. Okay. So we have something, but no real counter spells available, which means that Dylan can, Alex can slam anything. Dylan's going to be,
This is just already a weird game. It's like a whole bunch of tap lands here from Alex with a turn 2 Llanowar Elves. Meanwhile, Dylan doesn't have the mana, the colors he needs. So this is actually the draw discard play with the 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, and this is such a big part of this card is, normally players try to use it as like 5 mana. You play your big thing, I counter it, and I move through the gas. But sometimes you hit fail rate games, right? And it looks like interesting. Dylan discards a land there.
It needs white source more than island, I think, but I didn't catch to see if we actually found one of those there. But we're going to find out now. Because here comes the draw step. This is not exactly going great for Alex either, though. Just weird game for both players. But 4th land for Dylan does hit the battlefield.
Yep. Alex drew another tapped land off the redraw effect there into Llanowar Elf. But we also have a World Wagon, but Dylan has Counterspell mana now, so it's a very awkward turn here for Alex.
Yeah, I mean, talking about fail rate of decks, I've spent a lot of time doing that today because that's sort of been a feature of the games we've watched. But that's kind of what happened with the mana base here for Alex. This Llanowar Elves and the tapped lands, it's not exactly the turn 1 Llanowar Elves, turn 2 Lumbering World Wagon you draw up in your head.
Yeah, interesting here. Dylan can Tidebinder the trigger and let this World Wagon resolve and then have a clock in play and maybe start putting pressure on Alex, but could also no moralize. But if you do, you don't have that clean answer for a later spell. Looks like we're going to use Negate here on the World Wagon.
Okay. Yeah, the Tidebinder lane is also interesting because, remember, it shuts off both creatures, artifacts, and planeswalkers, I believe. So that it would, in fact, just kind of leave it floating there, not doing anything.
Tap land there from Dylan. And a pass over to Alex. It looks like Alex did draw land, so we're not just, without any hope here, but in a very awkward position. You really want to get to that 5 mana ASAP here with Alex's deck. And we're a little behind here.
Okay, so thinking it through, I believe this is Kona.
I believe so as well.
So yeah, for those who don't know, Kona, Rescue Beastie. It's a 4/3 for 4. At the beginning of your second main phase, if it's tapped, you can put a permanent from your hand into play. So pretty powerful once you're able to satisfy that clause. That said, on this board, it's a 4/3. Not sure he'll get a chance to get to it being tapped, but it's a nice synergy, right? Because you're able to crew up the lands.
Yeah. I was gonna say your crew immediately.
I assume we're gonna run into some kind of issue with Dylan here, but the deck building from Alex here, you see the synergy, right? You see what you can do. Yeah.
Yeah, and Dylan here gonna no moralize this. Doesn't want to risk Tashana's Tidebinding, and then Alex maybe having an answer with some sort of spot removal spell. Dylan here though has used a lot of his cheaper answers, so we could hit an awkward stage here in the mid game. As we do have Tidebinder 3 steps ahead, Elspeth Archangel in hand. Lots of powerful cards, but you see Dylan here a little like, I'm unsure what to do with the body language. Just going to slam the Archangel Elspeth. And these sort of plays, they incur a lot of risk, but if they get paid off, they're kind of like, betting your whole wallet on Reddit roulette. It just works. You get a huge lead, everything's looking good, and then you can kind of play safe from there. So,
well, Alex, if you don't feel like you have a good answer anyways, right? Like, you may as well just go for it in a lot of cases is sort of the decision line we've seen with these Elspeth players thus far. And here we go. This is that turn Alex has to do whatever he wants, and it looks like we're just stationing up the lands. Could be worse.
Yep. Looks like we're going to station with the elves as well. Just put it up to 6.
Okay, well, hey, if you're Dylan, you probably don't hate that, right? And now this is a situation where you start to get where, hey, any board wipe looks really good. And considering these tokens are getting frisky, we'll see. We will see what follows this.
Yeah, it looks like there's an Ultima hand and a Day of Judgment. Got a Day of Judgment and then probably put more tokens in play.
Yep, just recreate those tokens, pseudo vigilance in a way. Pass the turn back to Alex. You have 1 mana open if you're Dylan. That probably doesn't do too much, but Alex Pelosi has a 5th land, but nothing to do with it. In fact, just puts it into play tapped and passes the turn back. So fully in control, it seems, at this moment for the Azorius player. Maybe Alex has a surprise on the instep here.
He does, but it doesn't have the ability to put anything into play quite yet. And we have things to pay off too. So if Alex can rip a land here, he'll be in a great spot. But then we need the surprise to work as well. And that is going to be less likely here with what Dylan Brown has in hand. Looks like, a tap land here for Alex. This deck full of tap lands, so Naval Lacona, it had a lot of deck building synergy if that card sticks. But when it doesn't, you are just playing a ton of ETB tap lands.
And it has absolutely punished Alex in this one here in this 3rd game. It's just put him off his mana so many times. And it's just accumulated until we reach this point now. He's going to need a big turn because these tokens, they can get overrun. And we're looking at what? That's probably there's 6 tokens.
12. Yeah. Yep. And we saw this in game 1 too, right? Dylan sort of just ticks up, uses the fountain on 1 turn, zeros, and says, check, go, have an answer.
Yeah.
And yeah, this forces the surprise and might as well do it on our turn. So we can attack something. And yep, no more lies answers it. Even though we had the Calamity and the Voltborn Tyrant in hand, just couldn't get the card to resolve. And Alex here still after a good start of 2-1, but Dylan with a slightly better one at 3-0. And what a round.
Yeah, that was around. And hey, I think that is a couple good showings for Azorius thus far today, right? Now, I have to say, of all the decks we have seen today, it is the Gruul Surprise deck I'm most excited to try out on Arena. It looked pretty sweet, but if you are a Control fan, Blue-White has looked pretty strong thus far.
Yeah, it has. And we've seen a decent number of different cards, too, from these decks, right? These players have been they're in the same ballpark, but going by different ways. Probably a lot of time for innovation and adaptation here. But we have Dylan Brown in our interview area. Dylan, congratulations on winning round 3. How you feeling?
Not too bad. Good start to the day.
Yeah, definitely. About the best start you could have, I'd guess, but I don't know for sure.
I did go to time in round 1, so certainly lost some mental energy there, but the record's clean.
Nice. Well, you're playing Blue-White. Going to time is, a job hazard.
Yeah, par for the course there.
But so let's start with the Blue-White that's looked really good for you in that round. Certainly, playing against a deck where you kind of have a lot to consider what you're up against. How do you like where you're at this weekend?
For the weekend, I like where I'm at. That matchup in particular is pretty tough. I was fortunate that he missed land drops in both games 1 and 3. That's a really threat-dense deck that can do some things at instant speed that are pretty tough. You've got like Wraths that don't line up well against a lot of the threats, but it ended up working out okay.
So what made you want to play Blue-White Control, though?
Not wanting to play VV Mirrors all day. I do think that matchup is not too bad. The VV matchup in particular kind of skewed my deck to do okay into that, and Blue-Black, a little more respect to the aggro decks in the long games.
Makes sense.
Yeah, a lack of no Meringue River region is kind of like the more unique thing I'm doing this weekend.
That's right.
Kept getting Disdainful stroked in post-board games, and you just spend 6 mana and they spend 2, and you just kind of lose. It was just the most underwhelming card in the deck, so playing some main deck Overlords mostly for the Blue-Black matchup, and that card's just been pretty good. I have 3 Elspeths as well, so I guess it's a little bit non-standard. That's helped the control matchups, and matchups like you saw just closes the game by itself pretty fast.
Yeah, well, talk about sort of how you mentioned that you don't think the matchup's too bad. Have you played against Vivi yet today? Have you run into the Cauldron deck, or has it been kind of a mix?
I did play against it 1 round, but it was They had some very unfortunate luck in 2 games, like all lands one game, no lands the next game. I do think the matchup's okay. VV's pretty close against everything. It doesn't really have like a true bad matchup, but I would be happy to play against it for a lot of the day.
Well, you're 3-0 now. We've got 7 rounds coming here today. For everyone watching, they enjoyed that one, and we will wish you luck as you head off into round 4 along with the rest of us.
Thanks so much. Hope to see you guys later.
See you later, Dylan. Well, that was a pretty fast one, all things considered, for Control. I'm going to see where we're at when it comes to our backup feature matches. I think we have a little bit of time, but we might not have enough time to show you here. I'm going to let production let me know, and then from there, we'll go accordingly. Looks like we're unfortunately a little bit short when it comes to time, but that does mean we're very close to the next round, Corbin. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to grab some water. Maybe you should as well, and we'll see you here in just a couple minutes for round number 4. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Championship Series in Lansing, Michigan. I am Mason Clark, my co-host Corbin Hostler, and today Corbin and I are covering some standard action. We're in round 4, and we want to give you a little update on the NRG leaderboard. So let's take a check in on that before we get to our feature match area. All the names in orange are locked for our end of the year championship event. 5 digits in prize support, invite to the Pro Tour. A lot going on there, along with free invites to all of next year's events as well. You can see those names, but let's look at a couple of the names that are just a little short. Our top 4 finishing players will be invited back to the end of the year. So if we go back to that slide really quickly here, Wesley Hickman, Aiden Cates, Charlie Dunsberg, and Will Kowalczyk, who is in our feature match area this round, are all players who, if we were to end right now, they would be the players who would make it to the end of the year event. Every single one of our events, no matter whether you get last place or first place, you get some number of points. The better you do, the more points you get. We love to reward consistent results here on the NRG series. So come on out and join us for some of those future events. Let's look at our players to watch today, though, as we have a lot of them. As we just mentioned, Will at the top of the leaderboard here at 3-0 for our players. Almost everyone else is 2-1 except for Alden, who was 0-2. So all our players getting a win that round to move up to 2-1. But let's head to our feature match area as our main feature is about to be underway. These players are shuffling up very quickly here as Jake Conan on the right with Is It Prowess and Sibby Pugsley on the left here with Azorius Control.
Yeah, we've actually got to watch quite a bit of Azorius Control today. It's been very good. And while we did get to watch Is It Prowess earlier, we didn't get to watch it do much. So nice to see Jake Conan on it here. Going to be a good match back and forth. I think this is probably one of those matchups that's going to become a staple of the standard format. So if you are someone at home who is interested in getting out to one of these events in the future, playing for the money, remember it's a 10K. These players are in here at their 3-0 and 2-0-1 records. This is a matchup you're going to want to know. And these players are quite practiced at it. So I think we're probably in for a bit of a treat here as we watch this new standard format find its legs, and these players sort of develop what it's going to be. And here we go. So Seam Rip, 1 drop, takes out the token from the talent, though it does leave the talent behind. And then Jake just passes here on turn 2.
Oh, this is brutal. This is a turn where Jake would love to have gotten something on the board and just use the mana while Sibby is tapped out. That would have been a great spot there. A little bit unfortunate. It does make me think there's a lot of strong 3 mana cards in hand, though, because if Jake kept this hand, I do believe it's a 7-card hand, and maybe I'm miscounting there with the cards. We didn't get to exactly see the mulligan process fully, but you have to assume there's some action going on, as Stockup's going to make sure Sibby has action for the rest of this game.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, Jake is going to get a chance to resolve whatever 3 mana card he wants here. So that's. I don't know what exactly to make of that. Now, maybe Sibby is just needed to find a land. I do spot a Fountain Port there. But that didn't. So maybe not, we don't know exactly what the motivation there was besides just, hey, Stockup's the most powerful card. Maybe I should just play it. It's fine to put the shields down for a moment. And I guess you're not really punished here, right? Because Jake taps out for the Vivi. But all right, surely with your just freshly stocked up hand in your Azorius Control deck, you can figure out how to answer this. So there we go. We start with removal or just the bounce. Yeah. Or the removal on the, that's a get lost. So that will create the tokens behind. There we go.
Yeah, and so from Jake's perspective, and for the viewers at home, like a good learning moment here is there's something missing about Sibby's hand. That's why we're stock upping, right? Because
Right.
Sibby would like to, in theory, interact. Maybe it's lands, maybe it's action. We don't really know. And over the next couple of turns, Jake's going to be paying attention to what Sibby is doing. Sees, for example, here this stock up resolve, right? Maybe a sign there wasn't much interaction because a card like No More Lies there would have been a premium answer
Right.
to Jake's stock up here. Just such a good way for Jake to stay in this game here. So that's sort of the first clue. You don't need to have the perfect solve instantly when your opponent gives it this clue. You can be a little bit like Sherlock Holmes, like a detective here, Corbin. You can start to solve the puzzle slowly and then get a read and then maybe make a play off that information here. Speaking of that information, this is a pretty good sign that Sibby doesn't have a bunch of answer spells because here comes Archangel Elspeth onto the battlefield, which we have seen so much today and has been so impressive. I'm fighting the urge to go get my own Archangel's Elspeth here from the NRG store.
Well, that's what I was going to say is that we've all day long seen players when faced with the choice to keep mana open or just tap out for Elspeth, they just tap out for Elspeth every time. It just appears that it is that kind of card, right? I remember some old Standard days when I got in there. He goes, check out the Elspeth Storm Slayer on the battlefield there with all of its many abilities, all of which we've seen used today. I remember when players would just tap out for Gideon, and if you untapped with Gideon, the game was probably over. And Elspeth kind of feels the same way in these blue-white decks.
Yeah, she is so good at just being something that closes the door quickly, but also can stabilize, right? We've seen this -3 be very good in some of these matchups where our opponent plays one thing that's kind of, big and starting to do a little bit here, and then our Elspeth Storm Slayer just answers it immediately. As we are going to torch the tower, bargaining away that map token. You have to think something else is coming down here as well for Jake if we're doing that.
Yeah, Jake is starting to get rolling a little bit here with, right, we're up to 2 counters on the Vivi. So the triggers are coming. Sibby's still at a pretty healthy life total here, but it is starting to the snowball roll.
All
right, so what does Jake want to follow up with here? I believe that it's thinking about if we have any follow-up plays. We've got Sibby completely tapped out, and we're going to go with an opt. That's another trigger, another counter on the Vivi, another ping to Sibby's life total.
And you're seeing here a bit of what players like about the Is It Prowess deck compared to the Cauldron deck. Because I think for some players, it's kind of like, well, why, if I'm going to have the VV cards, if I'm willing to, get the Cauldrons, why would I play this instead? This is one of the big advantages. You get cards like Opt, like Sleight of Hand, that help smooth your draw. And you can kind of burst off with your VVs a little bit. Yes, you don't have these insane 20, 30 mana turns that, the Cauldron deck has all the time. But a good way to think about it is Cauldron sometimes goes 0 to 70 immediately, right? Because that huge burst of speeds and everything works. And sometimes it fails, like we've seen in the future match area so far today. With the Is It Prowess deck, it's kind of going 0 to 40. It's not going as fast, but it's a lot more consistent at doing that. And so that's what some of the players are really valuing, especially with the artist
format evolves, right? Everyone who's not playing that becomes better at stopping you from going from 0 to 70. It becomes a lot more valuable to just be able to cruise along there at a nice, safe speed. But there you go. Vivi does finally hit the dust. It gets lost, but a whole lot of value generated for Jake in the process. That said, Sibby gets in with the tokens, I guess. The board, you're still at 16. Your life total is at a reasonable spot. You're still making land drops. And now you get the talent out of the way, so Jake can't even activate that. Really trying to drown him out on resources, even if Sibby doesn't necessarily have a way to, have full control or close things out right now. So, all right, another talent from Jake to start the turn off.
This is huge. I was actually going to say that talent in play was massive because we got to level it up and get stock up here. Having the next one is, obviously you'd rather have your first one around, but still you get the stock up back in hand. Into the Floodmaw is a card that a lot of the Is It Prowess decks are moving up to 4 of now, which means that Seam Rip is going to get bounced to hand eventually, and we'll just level up the talent again when that time comes. So this is a lot of value here from Jake, and this is part of the thing too. Like, these Is It decks are very good at just playing Magic, right? And they just sort of engage with a normal game and can go long. And you're seeing Sibby here finally starts to find some of the things that you expect from a control deck, like 3 steps ahead in hand. But Jake has, a little bit of pressure on the board to make it a little awkward.
Yeah, another land drop there for Sibby's good. The fact that it's a fountain port is also good. But again, hey, keep up mana. Just 2 of it, going for Elspeth again. So Elspeth hits the battlefield. That's going to make some more tokens. And representing No More Lies, at least in hand for Sibby at this point. But if you're Jake, I guess that we're going to probably end up putting that to the test, because you're going to need to do something to get back onto the board here.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where it's like, I'm going to represent No More Lies because I get to, and my opponent's going to play into it, but maybe they do something a little weird beforehand to try to min-max, if I do have it, something resolves. But stock up here, sort of the best thing to start with in these spots. Also plays around the No More Lies, so sort of a free roll. Looks like stock up hit stock up plus a couple other cards there. Jake's going to try and figure out exactly what we want from this point.
Yeah, Jake's life total is healthy as well, right? He's at 18, but against 4 tokens in play already and Elspeth in play, you don't have all the time in the world to stock up and to stock up and to stock up. You are going to have to impact the board sooner rather than later. So I guess we'll see what the follow-up is from Jake. I know we also had another cantrip in hand as well. So a lot of air, as they might say, right now for Jake, when he really needs cards that can actually impact and catch him up.
Yep. And we talked about the strength of this prowess deck, because you have those cards that kind of push your draw together. Also, sometimes you hit spots like this where you need to rebuild, and you do have the ability to, but it takes time.
Yeah.
And it looks like Sibby's going to block right away. Probably a sign we're going to see Sibby just keep plussing the Elspeth for a couple turns. We could have seen Sibby maybe let the Elspeth get hit, risk a torch to the tower. Pretty high risk, but would have been a potentially high payoff play as well. But playing it safe, I have this big Elspeth, and here's End of the Flood Maw. This card's so punishing on cards.
Is this an upkeep into the Flood Maw?
It is, yeah, because it looks like Jake wanted to use Sibby's mana if we were going to have No More Lies, but has walked in to 3 steps ahead. Sibby's going to let it happen, though. If we have a land draw for turn, we're just still going to have access to everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's a non-card advantage spell cast by Jake. If you're Sibby and you feel good about your hand, maybe you just kind of let this happen if you feel like you're okay on the board. You don't want to fight there. Take your draw step. You keep that 3 steps ahead in hand, and a lot of options available. So if you're just using tokens to chump block, well, then you've got plenty of turns of that.
Yeah. And I believe Sibby drew an island, which should give us the ability to go play Archangel Elspeth, have 3 steps ahead up. Looks like there's maybe some confusion. And this maybe not hit Planeswalkers, is it maybe list? I thought it hit non-creature permanent, non-land permanents, pardon me. Looks like everyone's reading this card. Okay, it's not a commonly played card. No, I was kidding.
It's, it's right there for everyone to see. One of the best lines in Magic is gift a tapped fish, though. It just is.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, this is a card that returns any non-land permanent. So correct. I thought so, too. Maybe that's just not in English into the Flood Maw. We can't really, I at least can't make out the language right here. Oh, the question is number of fish because of Archangel Elspeth.
Oh, that's a good question because of this. Because of the Elspeth passive ability. Yeah, I believe it says if you would create, you create 2 of them. So yeah. I don't know. You probably get 2 of them. Was that
you
the
do?
Ruling?
Yeah, because gifting the fish is part of the alternative casting cost.
It's just the literal wording of gifting it makes it feel like you are making it and giving it to them, right? When in the rules language, that's not actually what's happening. That's very funny. But we've got it settled. We're worked out onto, I think, our main phase here for Sibby, who's got these tapped fish in case he needs them.
And yeah, I mean, like we talked about before we got into this fish situation, Elspeth can come down, and Elspeth can even tick up now too. I mean, I think I'd probably just 0 because like you keep growing, but you could realistically just, make a bunch of 2/2 flyers, attack with, a couple of them. But yeah, we're just going to keep on +1ing here, make a couple army friends, and then eventually we're going to start zeroing this Elspeth and attacking for a ton. No rush here from Sibby. There's no call. The deck only plays one cauldron, typically, sometimes two for Jake. No profs either to sort of be that other value engine. Jake's deck really leaning, much like Is It Cauldron on that kind of stuff, just has more ways to facilitate it.
So Sibby, having that much mana, was able to just replay the Elspeth but still keep up the 3 steps ahead. And this is a decision he made. Remember, back on his upkeep, when those fish were gifted to him because it was getting bounced, right? Decided that I can do this and keep it, but maybe I can just also let you burn your card and keep up my counter spell on your turn. So it feels like Jake probably has his back up against the wall here, even though he is, technically ahead on life, but a comfortable 18. But 3 cards in hand is going to have to make the most of them against this very large board of tokens that Sibby has put together. And
it looks like Jake said you. Looks like pointed at Sibby. So this might be a spot where Jake is hoping that I can just get some crazy race turn. I mean, both these creatures essentially have prowess. The Planisphere gives the creature a counter, so sort of super prowess, for being honest.
Yeah,
I like this from Sibby.
Just double block, yeah.
Yeah, and Jake levels up to level 3 of this talent. This is a realistic way to win if you hit enough cantrips, make a bunch of autos, but there's so many tokens in play that it is a 2-turn lethal currently. If Elspeth just zeros, you can maybe even activate your Found Import in the main phase, depending on what you draw, have a bunch of tokens, and then from there, it's kind of academic. We'll have to see, though.
Yeah, not often you get to level 3 on the Storm Chaser's talent. And it's either a very good sign or a very bad sign. And I think in this case, it was a very bad sign for Jake.
Yep. Yeah, if it had been like level up into the Flood Maw your Elspeth, okay. That would have been like a pretty good way to start doing this again.
Mm-hmm.
Be in a similar spot, but Sibby would be down mana, and maybe we could pop off, do something from there. Overlord of the Mistmoors coming on down. That's going to make some extra moths, thanks to Archangel Elspeth as well.
Of course.
Yeah. And tough spot for Jake. Not totally unwinnable, depending on what we have in hand, but a very hard spot to be.
These blue-white decks have looked very good against the Izza decks today. Now, obviously, small sample size and full disclosure in our tournament here, a lot of the undefeated decks are, in fact, Izzet. But from what we've seen, the Azorius decks, at least by the players we've had on camera, have been matched up pretty well. But here we go. This is a turn for Jake, though. He's got a board that he is untapping with and the ability to start doing things.
So Jake held the end of the Flood Maw last turn, used it at the end of turn to remove a Moth, and looks to be trying to set up, okay, maybe I can hit enough of these bad spot removal spells that are in my deck that I can get across lethal here. It's going to be tough. The Found Import is also representing 2 blockers. But, if Jake's hand, which I haven't been able to make out clearly, is like 2 Torch the Towers, it's not unrealistic.
Well, he decided last turn, right? He very confident pointed at Sibby and said, these creatures are coming at you, not your Elspeth. So this was the line he committed to, and it's probably a good decision, right? Because you recognize you're probably at this point in the game, 8-9 turns in, not going to outvalue the Azorius control deck. You probably just need to go. You are the beatdown. You need to go find a way towards lethal. That's what Jake is attempting to do.
All right, sleight of hand here. Our stock up got 3 steps ahead. Smart play there from Sibby, sort of just being like, hey, I know raw cards is actually what you need here. So I'll just take care of this 2-for-1 on your end. And maybe you just kill all these moths, but you probably can't get me with that.
Yeah, that is a heads up play, right? Because a lot of times, and there you go, it works out. Jake scoops up game 1 over to Sibby. But that's a nice point because a lot of times the idea is you counter whatever they go get. You don't the thing getting it because you make them spend more mana when you counter the second thing. But in this case, when it was just simply casting them that mattered, makes a lot of sense. So Sibby heads up play there, takes it down up a game on Jake Conan's Is It Prowess. We'll take a look at the sideboards here and see what Jake is working with against the blue-white deck. Pretty certain you'll have some removal spells board out if you would like. And you might see some of this just one Row, the Enduring Curiosity as the other one, an instant speed option.
Yeah, and that card has been a really nice sort of pivot threat card we've seen from a lot of these, even Is It Cutter, right, before the BNR, as a way to sort of like, hey, against a control deck, I've got this thing that can give me a lot of cards. If I got a lot of things going, but even just, 4/3 flash flyer, excuse me, flash, if it hits you, draw a card. In combination with all the other stuff is really nice, as you also see out of the Demir decks, just how, like, if you draw 1 or 2 cards is often enough to snowball. Spell pierces look great here. The disdainful strokes look great here. The Ral looks always sort of amazing in this deck. It's one of those things I'm always like, dang, Ral is so good when you stick it here. But yeah, I mean, this deck looks to be pretty well tailored for everything. Still no artist talent here. Looks like players this weekend haven't fully bought in yet on talent. Maybe, I'm just in La La Land, but we do have 2 Wild Ride, which is also a card Jake can use to kind of get them when it comes to the blue-white control deck if they tap out at the wrong time. So
that's true. You can actually use Wild Ride for its intended purpose of being a combat trick, I guess, or a haste trick, right? As opposed to just sort of the combo-ish piece. That's interesting. So I was thinking about the Rouse, right, and why they are so good, and it's because for all the reasons, you stick a Planeswalker against a control deck that wants to grind you out of resources. You have a consistent source of a board advantage, all of that, right? But on the other hand, you can flip that around and say, one of the worst possible things I can do against a 3 steps ahead, no more lies deck is to tap out at sorcery speed for a 4-mana card. But the reason it works is because you can just simply overload the control deck's counter spells. And at some point, it's not necessarily about Ral itself. It's about the fact that Ral is the thing that's going to stick after you have forced them to counter 2 or 3 other things, or just simply run them out of it. And that is, I think, like why it's so powerful when you bring in just even 2 cards, right? Because it's not just about the 2 cards you bring in. It's about the slots in your deck total devoted sort of to that effect. And I think that that's just a nice way to look at these sideboards when we're talking about and his prowess against trying to optimize a couple last slots against the blue-white.
Speaking of blue-white, let's check out the blue-white control deck list here as our players are shuffling up. All right, this is our first spotting of Pinnacle Stargate, or Starcade, excuse me, for the weekend here. We've featured blue-white a couple times already, but players have opted just to play a ton of Day of Judgments and an Ultima or 2. Here we have 1 Day of Judgment with 2 Pinnacle Stargates. That's pretty interesting to me. Looking over at the sideboard, though, as these players are almost done, we're going to kind of turbo here. You have cards like Flash Freeze that can hit some of the stuff, but not everything. It's a little awkward. You have these Tide Binders that can hit the Profs and the Agathas that are kind of nice. You can use Rest in Peace to fight over the talent, but basically you're sort of hoping your deck that is sort of built to beat this thing can execute on it. Not a ton that should be swapping over here. Of note, there is a horned lock whale, excuse me, for Sibi over here, which is a nice little way to win the game that we haven't seen too many of the other players playing.
Yeah, that is definitely one of those old school win conditions in the format for these, right? Maybe we can pull that one up on Card Viewer when we get back down to the game, because it is kind of a fun one for sure. But all right, here we go. Off to game 2. Sibi is up 1-0 on Jake. Conan, Azorius control on your left. Is it Prowess on your right? There you go. Check out that horn-locked whale. It's a combat trick on the front, or a combat removal and trick anyway. And then a flash creature on the back, which is pretty important in a lot of matchups, right? A lot of times you just want your control win condition to have flash so that you can keep up those counter spells at all times and only play the win condition should you need it. So Hornlock Whale, kind of a sweet one.
Yep. Looks like both players spending the first couple turns kind of sculpting their draw. We see some Surveil lands into a sleight of hand, into a pass here for Jake. No talent would have loved to have gotten a little threat on the board here underneath those counter spells, as Sibi is now representing No More Lies for the remainder of this game. As here comes the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that would put the No More Lies to the test, or you just maybe let that happen on the warp turn and save it for something else. But I'm not sure if Sibi even actually has it. But look at this, though.
Yeah.
It's not just the warp turn. Is instead, this is the actual plan in Limited, is to give your creatures with warp haste. And that's what happens. Jake uses it to get in there. Great value making use of the cards there. But you can harmonize back the Wild Ride later. And, of course, being warped, you can get the Quantum Riddler back later as well.
Yeah, I really liked No More Rising that Quantum Riddler. I wonder if that was the only answer Sibi had in hand. Because if you had like 2 counters, Quantum Riddler kind of represents like 3 or 4 cards if you count, its body as a value.
Right.
So that's a sign that, maybe Sibi, doesn't have as many answer spells as we would love to have here. The Wild Ride sort of punish is just funny. That's just, good, clean humor where I come from.
That's right. Well, and maybe here we go. The No More Lies does come down to hit the talent. And, look, if you think about how that last game went, you can see a situation where just punching through 7 damage for Jake is pretty huge, because you may need to just kind of poke your way in for the last couple points by the end of it all.
I love this from Jake here. Spell piercing here, it's not clean because you do have this rally you want to protect and the VV you want to protect, but it looks like we don't have the lands to kind of roll that up. Get the Storm Chasers down and get the pressure going. And then now we're putting on that pinch we've been talking about all day. And maybe, Sibi taps out to do something, feels the pressure, and then you can sneak in one of those other cards.
Well, right. Yeah, because there's 2 ways to protect your Ral and any other big play you want to make, right? One is to wait till you have the land for the Spell Pierce along with it. The other is to simply put enough pressure on the board that Sibi has to spend mana to answer it, unlocking the door for you to resolve that big spell. And perhaps that's what we see here, because Stock Up finds it takes 3 mana during Sibi's main phase here. And then the Seam Rip, while it gets rid of the token, it does in fact clear the way for whatever 4-drop you want to play if you're Jake. Should you have the land. Oh. Not quite, but Vivi is obviously still quite powerful. And again, you're demanding mana from Sibi, who going to have to spend some amount of mana answering your board rather than just developing his own. And remember, you punched in for damage with that Wild Ride. He's down to 13. Vivi triggers, would you get any or more pings towards that life total. So you do see Sibi fire off the Get Lost on the Vivi, and now we'll see if he has any follow-up for himself.
And it looks like another stock up here. Remember, Jake does have Quantum Riddler in the Warp Zone as well.
Yeah, it's been a good game thus far. A lot of back and forth between the players, a lot of decisions being made. Stock Up certainly leads to that, right? I think it's an opportunity that it's a card that a lot of people like. It's an opportunity to express skill, as they say. But it really allows you to really make long-term plans, which I think leads to some pretty interesting games as both players kind of jockey for position back and forth.
Yeah, Jake here does have a chance to play Ral, Crackling Wit. The real question is, do you minus or do you plus? I think I like a little plus action here. Maybe your Ral gets Get Losted, but unless your hand's all lands, I like just sort of putting pressure on.
Yeah, that's what this whole game has been for the last like 3 turns, right? It's been Jake putting at least some amount of pressure on and forcing something out of Sibi. Now, here we go. Another tap out play from Sibi is pretty good. Is bouncing both parts of that Ral back to hand and adding a body to the board. No 5th land for Jake either. So a little constrained. All of a sudden, just tapping out for Ral looks a little worse. Big play there from Sibi to tap out for 6 mana and just kind of try to swing the door shut in this case.
Yeah, and we talked about Meringue and some of the other rounds too, about how this is your card advantage spell. Then the late game is a pretty good way just to win.
All right, so it's a warp here from Jake.
Looks like we have an opt-in hand and a Spell Pierce. Looks like we're going to crack a map looking for some lands. We'd love to get one. There we go.
Nice find for Jake.
Yeah, basically draw a card there. We're missing a land drop for turn 2, so it's not even the awkward, like, oh, I'm happy to get a land. All right. We hit the Planisphere. Very interesting spot here on if you actually want to do anything. So it looks like we had the other wild ride.
I love it. Do you want to trade?
Yeah, it's interesting too because the Quantum Riddler will come back, right?
Yeah.
So getting it now does mean you're denying Jake a card. On the other hand, you have Meringue River Regent with Elspeth Archangel in hand. Things aren't the end
on
of
the
the
other
world.
hand, you're at 13 life.
Yeah.
You'd be down to quite a low amount, and then all it takes is some stray Vivies or Otters to end it. So you actually see
it's a chump block, by the way.
It's a chump block. That's right.
Yeah.
It's not a trade because it's now put over into the exile zone and can in fact be replayed. Well, I guess you're seeing why Quantum Riddler has become commonplace. In a lot of these lists. It wasn't in the first, couple iterations of this deck, but it has increasingly more so become that piece.
Yeah, and it's just, a nice to have like a little cantripping body too, right? Like the wild ride stuff is just sort of gravy, Let's see here what Jake can do though as Archangel Elspeth has come down. This has been the timer moment for everyone this weekend in our feature match area. This card comes down, you have to answer it post haste, as here comes a Ral with Spell Pierce backup.
Are we sure? So Chad is asking, I do want to check here. The Riddler is a 6 toughness. The Meringue is a 6 power.
Yes, but how maps work is they put +1/+1 counters on things, chat.
There you go.
So chat, so you see if you add 1 to 7 or 6, it equals 7. Then 7 is 8, and then 8, 9. Oh no. As we are going to see the Ral go back to hand, this Meringue River region does not care about Spell Pierce. You see Jake a little shake of the head there. But yeah, we used map 1, hit Mountain, map 2, hit Planisphere. We bend the Planisphere.
It's not often that those map tokens from Get Lost are game deciders, but in this case, it may well have been important. That said, what a swing back here from Sibby.
I do think Jake forgot to draw a card off the op. Maybe he did it very quickly. I think he just did the classic bottom and then draw for turn /opt. You can't miss the opt.
All right, here we go. Vivi, starting with sleight of hand. So 1 trigger, 1 ping. You're going to need to get something. I mean, Elspeth up to 7 counters. There's a lot of tokens. It's just a scary board from the Azorius side. And while I think Jake was very correct to take all the aggro lines he did with the wild rides and things, because you can see why dragging it out against blue-white is so dangerous. But all right, another sleight of hand, another trigger, another ping, down to 11 life is Sibby.
As we are going to try to figure out how to win from here, but there's a lot of pressure on board. I mean, 15 damage if we zero the Elspeth. If we have another Elspeth, that's game. The secret second Elspeth to Anthem again is always so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's so funny too. Looks like we are going to use the VV mana now. Cast into the Flood Maw.
All right. That'll bounce the Elspeth. The fish have been gifted.
Yep, and as we learned in game number 1, Elspeth is in play when the fish is gifted, so another one gets made. Pretty huge here for Sibby.
Yeah, it's a lot of tokens, and I mean, Sibby is down to 6 life. Jake is at 18, pretty healthy. All right, Sibby's going to have to do something to answer.
Sibby has lethal.
Vivi, right, and then to clean it up, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, Jake has to have an answer to one of these fish/soldiers/dragons, because if you zero here, everyone gets a counter.
Yep.
And flying, and that's lethal. Yeah, you see Sibby sort of double checking. I'm assuming we said 0 here, and we just haven't pulled out the dice. But maybe we missed it. Who knows? Yeah,
There we
it was
go.
just
Counts
dead.
it up, verifies that it's lethal. That's
Yeah.
game. Going over to Sibby and match 2-0. Azorius control over is it prowess. We do have some backup magic for you, though. But Azorius control taking it down yet again, and a very clean Elspeth victory, as a lot of them have been.
Yep, and it looks like kind of so far what we have here is the VV decks and the Azorius control decks, when we look through our standings, are the ones really standing out so far. Now, it is only round 4, and lots of other decks can still top 8, but I think what it's kind of showing so far is like, okay, a lot of the VV decks are beating, decks that maybe have some plans but aren't committed, and now they're running into the decks that are like, okay, I've come to beat you. Let's see what you can do here. And Will here on your left, one of our staple players here on the NRG series at 3-0 is just playing VV Prowess instead of Cauldron, which is telling. We're seeing more and more of this. I wonder how much of this is like, strong preference towards Prowess over Cauldron in the abstract, or like Grayson said, that inconsistency and kind of stumbling of Cauldron was maybe a little frustrating, and we didn't want to pull the trigger for it.
I think that as the free wins dried up with the Cauldron lists and the format, it simply is going to make more sense probably to play the less all-in versions in the future, right? That makes sense to me. And the Prowess decks kind of skirt the line, right? While also probably being able to speed up a little against decks that have 1 or 2 pieces of interaction, but you need to interact as well. So I don't know. I do think that's probably the way of the future. That said, we'll have the spotlight next week. We'll get some more insight into this, but at least for this tournament, seems to be what we're looking at so far. And we're going to have another good test here as we get started on Prowess versus Azorius control again.
Yeah, there are some weird incentives we don't talk a lot about, especially near the end of the year. For some of our leaderboard players, we talk about champs, there's tens of thousands of dollars on the lines for champs. And if you're close, having just like a pretty good weekend is all you need, right? Like if you top 16 every event and sneak a top 8, you're probably there if you're like Will in this position, right? So there are some weird incentives. So I don't think that's exactly happening here for our players. That is definitely something I've seen, like, at the last event where it's like, yeah, maybe this deck's broken, but I know my other deck is pretty good. Looks like this is actually the Cauldron build here for Will. As we see, Mariko and FOMO, we've been tricked by production. Production, the secret is marauding Mako and Steam Core Scholar. Don't let them get you. The kids are trying to trick us out here. They love to name their decks wrong on the websites. Here, Corbin, I'll say what we were joking about before, and I thought about tweeting, which is if you want a feature match, label your deck correctly. Because if you label your deck incorrectly, I will get eerily frustrated and be like, oh, this kid out here thinks they're funny.
Yeah, and there's like the only people who will see your joke are the people who will be mad about it, and it's like us. Don't do it.
Yeah.
No, it's just helpful, right? For everybody. But also that said, we do like fun deck names, okay? When we can get them. I like fun deck names within reason as somebody who's been responsible for deck names for many years at this point.
Yeah.
There are some fun ones allowed. And these, in this case, maybe nothing too fun about naming an Azorius control deck. But I do think quite a few players enjoy playing an Azorius control deck.
Yep, and here comes the Profs at deck memory after the Winter Night stories. We're going to get lost the FOMO. Looks like we were very close to Delirium before, and now even more so with that enchantment in the graveyard. As here's Overlord of the Mistmores coming down, and this is a card we've heard some of the Azorius control players sort of be like, it's here for Dimir, but it gets the job done sometimes.
Yeah, this is something we've not seen much today. Is the fast Overlord from Blue White. So this is a different line as well. Kowalczyk's going to pitch in a braid that you don't expect to do too much.
I like this here. Taking a moment, think about what exactly I can hit. I'm going to use this mana for some other things. Hits the Spiral Bluff Canal. Oh, there's a Draconaut. Put that in the graveyard, enabling some combo shenanigans later. Maps are, people get frustrated about Get Lost helping the opponent out. It's extra frustrating against the VV Cauldron deck when you give your opponent a counter on their creature.
Right.
And it's just like, oh, okay. So now it has all those abilities. Cool.
All right. Well, if you're Austin, you've got up to 6 mana now. And you just say go, I guess, because, hey, keep the tokens back on defense. Just take the Overlord down. It gives you something to basically play towards as a blue-white deck, right? If you're able to suspend, if you're able to impinge your Overlord, make the tokens, well, now you're just playing to where you can unlock it again, especially when we're talking Overlord of the Mistmores here and the blockers it's able to make. So I like the line you're on here for Austin. That said, this is a must answer. Agatha's Soul Cauldron coming down for Will, and that immediately prompts the catching coil. So we're going to try to find an answer.
Yeah, I don't know if there is an answer, right? What, like, you would have to be negate because you're on 2 mana with 4 mana up from Will. Will's sort of making the land drops every turn here. I'm not sure how long we've had this Agatha's, but played really well around both No More Lies and, the ability to, like, tutor up an answer here. So we are going to see if you're missing out, hit the battlefield now. Discard a beautiful mountain. I'm going to see Will track the Prof trigger using a dice on the Prof, and we'll move that over to some other creature when the time comes.
All right, so Agatha's Soul Cauldron has resolved. The creatures he has access to in the graveyard right now is irrelevant because now there's been a Vivi added. So we might be looking at that one instead.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a potentially really big turn. There is a Winter Night Stories in the yard as well. So we can use Agatha's and take a VV, put the VV on something. You can Prof away as well. You might just want to... I mean, there's a couple ways to do it. I think this makes a good amount of sense. Yeah, take the Draconaut Engineer, because you can't really do too much except Winter Knights.
Right.
But now you kind of have all these creatures that are Dragonauts. And
yeah, if we can get the Draconaut popped up. This has been one of the cards that's not universal across these Cauldron lists. Because it can, in the mirror, sometimes be a liability. However, when it is in your graveyard and you have a Cauldron going, like, for instance, against a blue-white deck with no graveyard hate, it enables your big turn to also include haste. And that is a big, big game for the deck.
Yeah, and so now, you see the exerted ability. It got the extra counter, and then Fear of Missing Out creates an extra combat step. That extra combat step means we get to use our Profs again, which means the Fear of Missing Out will grow again. And then we can use the Fear of Missing Out again to then attack again, right? Loses Vigilance, which means Will has just won the game, unless there was some way to interact kind of at the beginning of all this. There has not been so far. So, yep, untap here. Jump block this Steam Core Scholar again. But we get a our 4th combat step this turn, thanks to Fear of Missing Out's interaction, the Profs. And yeah, Austin's dead. And this is why you have to be careful about so many different things in the VV Prowess list.
That's right.
Because, the VV Cauldron list, misspoke there, because it can kill out of nowhere here. So we're not going to have time for sideboarding. We're kind of catching up to the round. The players are playing quickly today. So we're going to jump straight into game number 2 here and try and get the rest of this feature match in for you all before our round 5 starts.
That was the Cauldron deck right there.
Yep.
We got to see it all go the way it was supposed to go for basically the first time today. And it did it for Will Kowalczyk at 3-0 here at our Standard 10K in Lansing, up a game against Austin Graham on Azorius Control, who will, though, be on the play this time around.
All right, there's the Surveilling. Let's see here. As a Fear of Missing Out, it hits the yard. Starting town on turn 3. Last chance for that one to be ETB untapped. And a passing of the turn.
All right. This is a bit of a staring contest thus far. We'll see if the fireworks get going here. 1 mana for a Mako. Nod of the head from Graham. Okay.
I like this a lot from Will on
Yeah.
turn 3, just skipping. We probably had all these cards too, but Austin is representing 3 steps ahead, no moralize, and that's it. So force Austin to just on turn 4 when you want to catch Coil or something like that to, or consult the star charts here. Maybe you have to counter one of these cards, and you don't get to do this, or you are going to consult the star charts and I just get you. And speaking of get you, here comes Spell Pierce countering that consult the star charts, that big refuel card.
That's right. And it's a great point, too, because it's not a staring contest because both players have nothing. It was a staring contest because specifically Will Kowalczyk was setting up that turn where you were able to threat, answer, right? Like creature, profs, spell pierce, big turn. And while the Mako is gone, the profs is here for the long term, and it can help with anything that follows, like, for instance, the Steam Core Scholar that has resolved.
Yep. And now we're going to draw 2, discard 1 if we meet the right conditions, 2 if we don't. Either way, that profs is going to be representing 2 counters on this Steam Core Scholar. Austin has a demolition field, Wild Ride hits the graveyard. Important to note that because of the Soul Sun Sanctuary, that's a typically hard to answer threat, but demolition field can blow it up there. Austin doesn't want to tap out to answer that now, too afraid of maybe something punishing. And here comes Exercise. Austin maybe also just wants Will to commit the mana before using it. Negate here, negate back. All right. A lot of fighting going on this turn. Austin left with 2 cards. And we see the difference, too, between these decks when they can slam Elspeth, right, and not. That's been the difference between Austin and every other blue-white control game we watched today. Austin has not been able to sort of slam and protect an Elspeth. We've just been about other cards, which have just been way less impressive in comparison. Now, Will's also been playing VV Cauldron here and not drawing 10 lands in a row. So that's going to help a little bit with the whole equation as well.
Well, yeah. And Will, we can trace a lot of what just happened, too, back to that turn 2 or 3 when Will decided not to play those cards and save them for a big turn. And then as a result was able to resolve a Prof's Eidetic Memory. And then the Eidetic Memory has turned any one creature into a big threat. And that's why you then see a fight happen over a Steam Core Scholar, which would otherwise, not necessarily be something you have to talk about immediately. So really nicely set up here by Will to get into this position. And looks like, at least for now, is paying it off. You're going to need some kind of board wipe out of Austin Graham's deck.
Okay, interesting. Austin had the Get Lost, but fought over the Tursa instead of the Profs. Now, Will does get to go land for turn here, thanks to the Tursa. Meringue River region on top of the deck. Austin here now facing down this Prof's Fear of Missing Out combination we saw in game number 1. I'm curious if Will actually search here. All right, we do decide to search and get a land. And don't forget, Will does have Wild Ride in the graveyard, which means this Fear of Missing Out is representing 12 damage currently.
Yeah, that's a very good point, right? Because the combo finish is not always a Vivi combo finish. Sometimes it can be attack steps and just pumps. So a lot to consider here. We talked about all the mini sort of packages this deck has, and then of course sometimes it just ties it all together with a Vivi, just like that in a Winter Night Stories.
Yep. Austin takes 1 down to 19. This Winter Night Stories draws 3 cards, going to discard some. Fear of Missing Out is looking to gain a ton of power this turn, as Profs is going to give it 3+1/+1 counters. We do have 1 mana available here for Will. I was going to say, I don't know if he has a play he wants to make with it, maybe pop a map or something like that. But we're going to attack here, 4/6, untap our Fear of Missing Out, gain another counters attack again. Bam, 9. That's 15.
What a piece of deck building this
Yeah.
all of these pieces come together to be in the Vivi decks. These Izzet decks are very, very well designed, especially for this early in a format. And Austin Graham just says nothing you can do about it. Extends the hand. That's game over to Will Kowalczyk. The victory 4-0 here at the NRG Series in Lansing.
Yep, and with a 7-round event, it's looking very close, like a top 8 finish again here for Will. Something very used to. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with round number 5 in just a minute as time has been called, and we'll see you all in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan this weekend. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Corbin Hostler, and today we are going into some standard action. Round 5 is just about to begin. Our players are sitting down in the future match area, but we want to talk about the next 2 events we're going to this year before we get into our future match area. Let them shuffle up a bit. First up, we're going to Mundelein, Illinois. The 13th and 14th of September. So just a couple weeks from now, you have a Saturday 10K Modern Showdown. One of those showdowns goes straight to our NRG champs at the end of the year. Sunday, we have 2 big events going on with 2.5 Legacy Trial and a 2.5 Edge of Eternity Seal Trial. We'd love to see you all come out and play for that. We're going to stream the Legacy event to you all, so you get some Legacy action, so make sure to follow along on the stream right now. That way you don't miss any of that. Meanwhile, in Elmhurst, Illinois, that is going to be where we're rounding off this year of series events. November 1st and 2nd, we have a Team 10K Showdown Standard Sealed Modern on Saturday, and then Sunday, 10K Modern Showdown as well. So make sure to check all that out. And speaking of check out, let's look at our players to watch, as some of them have fallen. Grayson Nimitz now 3-1. Dragons, unfortunately, finally took an L, but Will Kowalczyk 4-0, as you just saw in the future match area a second ago. Everyone else having up some pretty good records here. Zoe and Harrison also at 3-1. Zoe Riederman just on the outside looking in of our top 4 players currently if the season were to end and we go to our champs. So a good finish from her here today, even if not a top 8, is a solid place to be. And then Alden, Alex, Raja, and Wesley all at 2-2. Still very live for some prize and good points, but not quite in the running when it comes to our current narratives of top 8. Definitely not totally out, though. As we check our leaderboard here, as those players are shuffling still a little bit. And you can see names in orange are already qualified for the 2025 Players Championship here. So all of these people are in. They've either won a showdown or end of the year had enough points. So you can see here on the left, all the top 4 players, if it were to end today, those would be the ones that make it. Everyone else, unfortunately, would only get the memories here. But you can see a lot of names we just talked about. They're battling it out. And, people like Will Kowalczyk were close, but just on the outside looking in at the end of season 1. But trying to get a top 8 here today, as this is the 5th round of a 7-round event. It's a little bit on the smaller-ish side of that. So we're thinking they can probably double draw, but we don't know for sure.
Right.
We'll have to see how the things fall here. But these players are knowing that if this is not a win in, this is a win and get a lot of points. And for people like Will, that's what really matters here. As our future match area is time to begin, and I'm seeing double.
I guess so. Vivi Cauldron. That is the name of the game. This format thus far. And while we've seen some blue-white decks do pretty well against it, this is thus far the class of standard, and both of these players, Brad Fallen and Joseph Geerds, are 4-0 with the list here. So it does look like we're going to see Brad take a mulligan here to start things off. So he'll be pretty far down, or a little down rather, I should say. But what we've seen a lot of times is that these matchups don't necessarily come down to who has the last card. It often comes down to who can be the most efficient with their mana, or in the case of a Vivi Cauldron mirror, as we are about to find out, there can be a lot of interplay when both players can use each other's cards in the graveyard to combo with the Cauldron. A lot of what you might call unintuitive choices have to get made. So very interesting gameplay can come out of these. And we're off and going with a Mako out of Joseph here to start things off.
Yep. And the mulligan is obviously you're down a piece of cardboard, but if you have the right pieces, it just doesn't matter, right? You can overwhelm somebody a lot here. So taking a mull, especially only to 6, is definitely not the end of the world in this matchup.
Yeah. And so the mirror, we'll get into more of this later, but having just come off the Arena Championship last year, and we, of course, see the namesake Cauldron here on turn 2 for Joseph. These mirrors can get pretty funky, especially after sideboarding. Maybe a little more straightforward here in game one. But with a Cauldron in play and now a Mako for Brad, we will see where this one goes. I spot a Vivi in Joseph's hand.
Yeah, I spy 2 and a fear of missing out. Looks like that's going to discard the Vivi.
Here we go. It is turn 3 after all. Guess what? Exile this Vivi underneath this Cauldron that I have and you don't. Put a counter on my FOMO, and now I can activate FOMO for 3 mana if I would like. So just full-on comboing here so far is Joseph. So I'm just going to use that mana. It seems to just play a Vivi into play, now giving 2 creatures the activated ability of Vivi. So I guess just like that, you're Brad, and it's turn 3, and you've already used 1 removal spell, and you need, I guess, into the Flood Maw probably is what you need here, right?
Yeah, and luckily for Brad, Joseph has double land in hand. We had a lot of action to get going, but now we need to find something. That Joseph did leave a card on top. Could be something like a Tursa, get a lot more looks at something. But Brad able to develop a VV here and just sort of pass. Can't really answer the problem, and bouncing an Agathis, even if you had the end of the Flood Maw, wouldn't super solve the problem, right? You sort of just need to hope that Joseph kind of stumbles, and it looks like Joseph is stumbling.
True. I spotted another Vivi in his hand too, so may not have any action here. You thought maybe when he left a card on top that it meant maybe some card draw or something coming up, but no, at least it doesn't seem that way so far.
Yeah, it's might have been a situation where Joseph was wanting to not put a VV in the graveyard in case Brad had an Agathos and just sort of accepted reality, right? It's like, okay, yeah, if I bid in this, I could maybe get really far behind. It sucks, but your worst case scenario, I have a VV in hand. I can just play that one if this one in play dies.
Right. You also would think, well, if I'm drawing this, that means I have a Vivi, so that's probably good. So that'll be okay. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot to consider when you start talking about. It's really specifically the way Cauldron interacts with these cards, but a lot going on. So we actually see some of that mana for Joseph just go into activating the Sanctuary here. And pass the turn back to Brad, who has to be kind of counting his blessings that this game is still going on, honestly. And in fact, he's the one with Winter Night Stories.
Yeah. Brad here. Getting the VV trigger, going to resolve Winter Night. Draw 3 hits an Agathis and it into the Flood Maw. So has a lot going on now. We might see this Agathis activate just to get the Winter Night Stories out of the graveyard as well from Brad. Just won't get any counter for your troubles, but you will get that card gone, preventing Brad from having even more explosive turns in the next turn. I'll see if Brad maybe wants to try to bait it with something a little bit more exciting. Looks like Mako is going to get a counter. That does put a trigger on the stack, so Joseph could respond and eat something from the graveyard if Joseph wanted to. Decides not to. Thundering Falls comes into play. All right, there's VV mana.
But not all that much. Just enough for an Into the Flood Maw, which is a pretty good one. That is what we talked about Brad looking for, and there it is on the Cauldron. So a game that looked so good for Joseph and just kind of doing everything the deck is meant to do was lacking a payoff. At least it seems that way. And instead is now going to get the Cauldron bounced. Now, I mean, it has a Vivi in play, so it's not so bad. But unless you find any gas, you are in danger of just getting run over pretty quick by Brad.
Yeah, and it looks like what Joseph's going for here is I'm going to try to buff up my board a little bit so I don't get pressured as much, / maybe I can put the pressure. Yeah. And then I can use this Cauldron to potentially answer that Winter Night Stories card. So taking a little bit of a weirdly defensive approach. Going after the Winter Night Stories is kind of an offensive one, despite removing something from the opponent still.
All right, also got to draw step to see what he hits. Of course, we still know of that one extra, at this point, dead Vivi in hand that you don't even want to discard at this point unless you are immediately getting rid of it with your Soul Cauldron. So a lot to consider here for Joseph. Lays down a 4th land. Also has, I guess, the biggest creature in play, but doesn't mean he can actually do much with it.
Yeah, Vivi being a 3-5, excuse me, a 2-5 on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward.
And there's no correct me if I'm wrong, but Agatha Soul Cauldron has to exile a creature to put a counter on a creature.
Yes, it
So
does.
you can't even, I mean, you can attack, that's fine. If you want, you can maybe get some things through, but you can't actually pump something large enough, at least as the board currently stands, to take out the 5 toughness of Vivi in combat.
All right. Looks like we're willing to have our fear of missing out trade at the Mako, as we could double block over there. We could also have the Mako trade with the Soul Stone. Looks like Brad's willing to play around the potential of a card to like torch the tower, so just took the damage.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable on Brad's part, right? You fall to 9, which is, not the best place to be, single digits when your opponent has Vivi, but given the circumstances, it does seem probably better than risking your own.
Yeah, and now Joseph's kind of saying, "What you're gonna use this one-night stories immediately? Because if you don't, I'll probably fight over it with my cauldron." Brad has to either be okay with that or maybe want the cauldron to be activated.
Good point.
A little fun mini game going on here.
Yeah, I mean, say what you will about this deck, there are not uninteresting points in the mirror to watch, because you called it. There's a cauldron.
All right, so Brad's representing the ability to potentially Winter Night Stories here. Vivi is a mana ability, so you cannot respond when Vivi decides to make the mana. And that would be potentially great. It is possible we have something better to do. Also, your opponent didn't respond when you had the chance to do it. So maybe they're trying to bait you, / maybe you can just wait. Let's see what Fear of Missing Out wants to discard. Discards a VV. That grows the Mako.
In theory, we're at somewhat of a standstill with the Soul Cauldrons facing each other, because neither player wants to activate, and then that just means the other player gets it. But so that's not how that always plays out, but in some ways it could cancel each other out if they just don't get into it, which means that it comes down to the other cards in play. And all right, here we go. Brad.
All right.
Yep.
So Tursa was played off the VV mana. Now the Mako's a 4/4, meaning it's bigger than the Soul Stone. Joseph could do something like target the Winter Night Stories here and let Brad have the VV, but the problem is you're just never activating your cauldron if you don't do it now, which is maybe fine. You don't maybe want to give Brad all that mana. Brad already has a lot of it though, and you kind of need to make something happen. This is part of why I wanted to fight over the Winter Night Stories before, because it's just getting worse, right?
I agree with you entirely on that, because at some neither player is really working with a stacked hand at this point. That may well end up being, I don't want to necessarily say the difference, because this game is in such a weird spot. There's really no telling where it's going to go. But like I said, here we go. Turns are going back and forth without any cauldron activations happening. And that's what Joseph kind of opted into when he opted to not tap his in response to Brad casting his own. So the Winter Night Stories is still over there in the graveyard.
Yeah, and I mean, we can tap one of our creatures here, cast it right now while we have priority, and then if we find something like a Profs, that's representing a ton of damage. And this Fear of Missing Out is also low-key forcing Joseph's hand, right? Because it will get the double combat, especially if something like Profs is found. That would be just something where Joseph has to fight over stuff, which means maybe VV say, there's the Profs. That's going to trigger the VV.
Well, I was going to say, and the Mako at this point is just a single discard away from being big enough to deal with. Well, I guess not quite, because the Vivi could still block for now. But with the Profs, it's going to be able to send over anything he wants to at least start the pressure. I mean, Joseph's at 16 life. It's just not going to immediately die. But when multiple combats come around, you could end up essentially dead, even if you're chump blocking. So
don't do it, Brad. Don't cast your Abrade. Yeah, there you go. I thought Brad was about to Abrade.
I'm going to cast the Winter Night Stories
Yeah.
because at a sorcery, it's not going to expose it, and it's going to be able to trigger another Vivi and get it off here.
Yep, and now drawing a bunch of cards. That's going to make this profs very dangerous. And the real question Brad has is, okay, can I discard enough cards to prevent myself from losing Delirium so I can get 2 activations of this fear of missing out plus prof interaction and force Joseph to have to start chump blocking? And I think we're definitely really close. We have land and a creature in the graveyard, and we have artifact in hand. We can discard an extra Agathas. Looks like we discarded Agatha Island.
So, yeah. Brad has a Vivi in his graveyard, right?
Yes, both players. Yeah, they have
right. And Joseph has one in hand, right? So if Joseph can find a way through this turn, you may end up in a spot. Well, not now, not with this Abrade coming in. I was going to say he may actually want to start the Cauldrons, even if it ends up with Brad having it in the instep, because his only chance is to then untap, get rid of the one in his own hand, and try to go off all in one turn. Not a lot of great options, I think, for him here. He's just facing down so much damage because of the profs that even if he's able to make his way through this particular turn, I think the Abrade is very nearly slamming the door on any shot of putting together his own combo turn.
Okay, so getting the artifact out of the graveyard is helpful. Now the graveyard is just instants and creatures, which means Brad would need to get 2 card types in the yard in order to do the FOMO shenanigans. We are going to Agathos this Vivi now that the coast is clear. We're going to put a counter somewhere. We decide on the fear of missing out. Remember that Vivi that already activated now has a new Vivi's ability, so that's another 6 mana for Brad. And there's another Tursa.
Yeah, opting into that staring match with the Cauldrons really just unlocked that Winter Night Stories for Brad that was just huge for him here, I think, to be able to turn the corner.
Yeah, just getting the more cards was huge too, but the fact that the profs was there for the Giga Punish here just 5 counters are going somewhere. I imagine on the Tursa, maybe it's on the Fear. You don't even have to really attack with the Fear, to be fair. So really, Brad's spot here is just, okay, how can I get Joseph to start chump blocking? Obviously, that fish is in the way. We need to not die on the crackback too. And Brad has to have a good idea that Joseph has something in hand that's like lands or whatever. He remembers that there's a Surveil top from turns and turns ago, which could be some card that, maybe sneaks across some stuff. There haven't been too many good points for cards to be cast, but you can also maybe assume it's something like, a Soulstone Sanctuary. All right, it looks like it was just Tursa. And there's enough cards in graveyard that we do get the free Tursa ability, which could be huge if you hit the right card.
That's right. You don't always see this come up, but it's got a very high upside. It's a flip, a torch to the tower. Okay, what we're going to do with this? Not a ton.
Yeah, you can get rid of the fish. Yeah, that prevents the free chump block we were talking a second ago. Might as well.
Rather have it than cast a spell than not.
Yeah, there's nothing that can really change an instant speed, and your creature wins combat anyways against everybody. If Joseph wants to triple block to trade with your Tursa, you will accept those terms and conditions. I always forget, does Tursa exile the card that it casts with its ability? Because the torch is back in the graveyard right now. I don't think it does any weird finality stuff, but not something I would put past the old mages at Wizards of the Coast.
No, I believe it. So what it exiles and then you can cast it. So I believe it ends up back in the yard.
Okay.
In this case, it's going to end up back in the deck as you shuffle up for game 2.
Yeah.
Because that is game 1 going to Brad Fallen with Vivi Cauldron in the mirror, taking it down. Everything we talked about the mirror being, I think you saw it on display there. And now we're going to look at their decks and their sideboards. And we'll see how similar or different they are or what you want here. Because I will tell you that some of the players at the Arena Championship last weekend were taking their Vivis out in the sideboard game. Is that correct? Couldn't tell you. Is it correct to take all 4 out? Don't know. Nobody knows because no one, well, maybe the players in our feature match area, but very few people in the world know exactly all the ins and outs of this mirror at this point or how it's always going to go. And that's why it's going to be fun to watch. So looking at Joseph's sideboard over there, you see the Engineers, the Riddlers, the Annuls, Fire Magic, Spell Pierces, additional removal of Braids, Strokes. I think that there is a lot there that you can start looking at. For the mirror, the real question is how much can you take out?
Yeah, and it depends on how much you think you want to leave VVs in.
Yeah.
And the Draconite Engineers are also something you can have to like go faster. Right now, that opens up some liabilities to your opponent, and Agatha's in it as well. But that's that's why that card's in the sideboard here, is to have access to other games. So a lot of different ways to approach this here. I think it really does come down to like what you said. How many VVs do you want to cut in the post-board games in the mirror? And from there, you can kind of figure out what we're supposed to be sideboarding here. The one thing I know for sure is we definitely want these Annuls in the post-board games. The best cards in the mirror are Profs and Agathas. 1 mana, counter the best cards is huge. And Fear of Missing Out is no slouch. We saw in Will Crouch's feature match in round 4 how a Fear of Missing Out came out of nowhere and just sort of took over the game. So having that as a your worst case scenario is something I'm never going to lose sleep over. Let's check out the other one here for Brad when it comes to the VV Cauldron list. As these lists are different, you've been talking about it, players have different approaches. As you see Rao Crackling Wit in the sideboard here for Brad, that could be a great card to pivot to if you're going to be cutting your VVs anyways. A less Quantum Riddler than we saw there from Joseph, that could be pretty huge here, but still those 2 Annuls in the deck, and something I'm expecting to see a slam on. Probably Broadside Barrage as well. If you think people are going to be leaving into VVs, is a pretty nice card. And also it does answer some of these creatures that get buffed slightly by a prof. So curious to see how these players want to sideboard. But what I'm most curious about is what we're going to be seeing played in Legacy in the coming weeks, as we have some upcoming events coming around with the NRG Series last 2 of the year. Mundelein, Illinois, 10K Modern Showdown happening on Saturday and Sunday. 2.5K Legacy Trial, 2.5K Edge Eternity Sealed Trial. That is paper Legacy. We're going to stream that here on Twitch. Make sure to follow along wherever you're watching. Click those buttons. And I want to see some spice. Legacy and paper are a little different than Legacy on Magic Online. I want to see things like Deadpool. Bring them out. Let's see it in action. And then our last event of the year, November 1st and 2nd in Elmhurst, Illinois, 10K Team Showdown on Saturday, Standard, Sealed, and Modern. Sunday, 10K Modern Showdown. Come out, battle some Magic. We'd love to see you. Let's head back to this feature match area and see if Brad can lock up the 5-0 as Joseph takes a pretty quick mulligan there. Probably a sign of the old no lands, all lands.
Yeah, I have to imagine this deck, and I don't have these players. I don't know exactly how they feel about their land counts, but the Izzet decks tend to be pretty lean. When you're playing a lot of cantrippy cards or selection, dig, all of this stuff. Even though you want to spend all of your mana every turn with the Vivi deck, you can often cheat on a couple of lands. So probably leads to maybe some opening variants in the opening hands, but it also means that mulligans are probably pretty fine because, like you mentioned earlier, it's not always about raw cards advantage in the matchup or the mirror or really anything with the deck. It's just about the right ones and finding them. And if you can put together the right hand with all of your cards that exist to do that, mulligans not so punishing. So I spotted a Cauldron in Brad's hand and a Profs on turn 2 because of the Thundering Falls, there wasn't even the threat of an annul, and Joseph's able to land one of those threats you called out on turn 2.
And Brad fires back with the Profs as well. We also saw Joseph bottom a Quantum Riddler on the mulligan. So Joseph did decide to bring those in, picks up an annul, and does have Into the Flood Maw for the very funny bounce it, counter it, as Tursa comes down.
Okay, well, this is just going to get aggressive then. The Profs into Tursa is certainly one of the many combos the deck has together, and that can get some work going. So pretty aggressive stance by Joseph here. That said, you have to think very hard about what you discard because you don't know how your opponent is sideboarded. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if they're going to slam a Cauldron in a creature or something on their next turn. You have to really think about what you're pitching. And in the end, he actually pitches a Cauldron along with the second profs.
Yeah. I want to call out a small thing that I think can help a lot of players. You notice how Joseph slammed the Tursa. Opponent was tapped out, so you knew it was going to resolve, and then we tanked on the discard. That lets Brad get some information about your hand potentially. It's a little bit more clear, right?
Mhm.
We're seeing the same thing kind of happen here in reverse. If you kind of tank, and then make your play and quickly discard, it could lead your opponent to think that you have potentially other cards in hand as well, like a Steam Core Scholar, which maybe they care about, maybe they don't, but it's at least something you can think about. It could also be a VV, right? As like, do I want to play this VV on this spot here? So it's very, very minor, but it is something that sometimes can get you and bite you in the butt. And when we're talking about this matchup that is just sort of playing out with both players having their best draw against each other, one's on the play, one's on the draw, got to find some way to kill some time. As we see Winter Night Stories come in here, and Joseph is going to discard some cards. That means this Tursa is going to be up to 8 power here in a second, which is a lot of damage. Maybe it's hard to see, but it doesn't look like Joseph has a 4th land, despite all these redraws. We're only going to discard 1 Mako, though. So maybe just really happy with what we do have.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of, I mean, it's threatening lethal next turn, right? So, okay, it's a tap land. So something looks like we're going to go into the tank on what that card is ultimately going to go and going to leave it on top. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, sometimes we see extra discard there just to enable fear of missing out type stuff. Obviously, you only have to discard 1 to the Winter Night Stories, but either way, Joseph surveilled. Funny, Brad also has Winter Night Stories in hand. Could make a very similar play.
Brad going through the same thought process as wait a minute, though. If I'm doing everything he's doing, but 1 turn behind him, that's probably not a winning strategy in the long term. We're going to go for the Steam Core Scholar here.
All right, Steam Core. Be -1 counter in the exchange.
Pitches a Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty huge too, because now Brad's kind of representing like, okay, I have this way to draw 3 again. So Joseph has to think about, okay, can I get got from there? Has Into the Floodmaw in hand, though, so it's going to be looking pretty nice, all things considered. Curious if Joseph can maybe entice a double block type situation.
Okay, Tursa to hand. Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, well, we can just kill.
All right.
Brad with double Into the Floodmaw. All right, so we saw
Floodmaw bounce both your creatures. Good old unsummon leading to a win. Really, though, that's profs doing work right there. You called it out. That's one of the best cards in the mirror, and that was why it just absolutely carried that one. Yeah,
very, very strong thing there. I mean, this is also why, like, we talked about the artist talent build of the prowess deck so much today. You know, the artist talent deck doesn't have access to as much of the Cauldron stuff, but if you just, cantrip a ton and just rummage through your deck, your profs do that sort of thing even on your silly little auto token. So, yeah, I mean, profs is just one of the, premium cards in Standard. Really shows why attaching like card draw to, board pressure can be a little dangerous at times. Obviously, you need to have the right enabler for the card draw, but, it is something that when it all comes together, it's very hard to overcome.
Well, you think we see that in other formats as well, where these cards have kind of leaked back. The Is It decks and Pioneer play out a lot like this, right? Artist talent came along, and I'm not going to say that deck's gone through so many upgrades over the years, etc. But artist talent was a huge get for all of those lists, for what you just said, because it just smoothed everything out, and it helped all of their medium draws become good draws and their bad draws become medium draws, which was probably the more important thing for it. And in that game, you could see where maybe it would come in handy in these sideboarded games where you have some of these situational things, but you're trying to find something specific, or you just think you're going to grind each other out. So, I don't know. Very, very powerful. Obviously, earlier we also saw level 3 of the Storm Chasers talent get activated, which is 6 mana.
Yeah,
paying 3 mana to discount all of your non-creature spells is pretty good too. So
the 3 mana if you go back to Artist Town on screen, I believe it works with VV pings as well as part of like the prowess joke, right? Because then VV pings for 3 damage over. You know, if a source would deal non-combat damage to the opponent, it deals that +2.
Yes.
So it ends up actually just combo killing people a lot, right? Like that's the part that people mess about prowess is they think like, oh, Cauldron is the combo deck and prowess is the mid-range deck. Where in reality, Cauldron is like the aggressive combo deck and prowess is the mid-range combo deck. And that distinction, I think, really tricks people, especially once you have discard in your deck. But yeah, Profs too is like just one of the more powerful things we've seen. And honestly, I have long time been a Pioneer not enjoyer. Near the end of its competitive lifespan, it started to, I think, really have some good texture, and I liked it, and I play a lot of it on Arena now.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what happens when Pioneer comes back, because basically no one plays Pioneer competitively except those Magic Online grinders, but a lot of times they just kind of copy-paste each other, you know, whatever, that's fine. How good is VV stuff in Pioneer? You know, like, is the Phoenix deck going to turn into the VV deck? Like, you know,
Maybe.
what happens in that regard? Because that's the part to me where it's like we have this whole format that has some very unique identity things like treasure cruise, etc., going on, and it has some competitive play, but not a ton. And so I'm very curious.
I will say that, and again, you said, like you said, a lot of people copy each other. The red deck in Pioneer,
very good
on another level.
So
just keep that in mind.
Well, yeah, it's interesting though, right? But it's like we've had one event for Pioneer in a year, and I don't get me wrong, the red deck is very good, but like I do believe it's possible for people to like at least fight a good fight against the red deck if people know, you know what I mean? I'm just kind of curious.
I would think that Phoenix, like Phoenix as a concept, is probably okay against that sort of thing existing, right? Even I don't know how the matchups work out, but like I don't, you know, it doesn't invalidate it. But what I'm saying is, you know, the power level on the format is actually quite high.
Yes.
So I think people need you die to the same monstrous rage shenanigans, only they're worse. So it's an interesting spot. But we're back into standard here. Pioneer, that's a later date. We'll have some NRGs on that next year, maybe. We are back to standard, where we see Mako's both hitting the yards for both players here, and Joseph playing out a second. All right, so a little less explosive than the turn 2 profs we saw from both players last game.
Yeah, both players. We see a little bit of posturing going on as well, right? Like, hey, I'm holding up a null, potentially a spell pierce type thing, right? Like, so it's been a little less free to jam. Joseph here doesn't have a way to stop it, so the prof check does pass. Brad also was missing land, so kind of needed the redraw here on profs as well to start curving out. This is a deck that cares a lot about hitting its 3rd land drop. As here comes Fear missing out, discarding land. And probably a good sign Joseph's not missing lands then.
Yeah, he was able to follow up and get in there. This could go sideways quickly for Brad here. It does not look like he hit it. I do see a removal spell. I think I spotted an Abrade, So you can, you know, tread water for a minute here, but you simply cannot spend that much less mana than your opponent in the mirror over 5-6 turns. So he's going to need to dig out of it at some point. And I think we found an Abrade target.
All right.
Gosh, but even if you braid the Cauldron here, 5, I guess, now, and then you still, gosh, you're still going to be under pressure no matter what you do here if you Brad. So,
yeah, I agree. You have to braid. Yeah, I don't hate this on a hitting the Mako. The problem is the Agatha's is going to just transfer that Mako's power over to the Fear.
Yeah, I think this might be you take a bunch of damage there, and this was always the possibility too of it being followed up with the profs. Like it's a no-win situation there for Brad, but it's probably about the best you can do. Give yourself a chance to hit a land and try to find your way back in. He didn't, but he does have a Cauldron.
Yep. Joseph here activating with it on the stack. That way Brad can't eat in response to deny the counter. Heads up play there from Joseph. If we have a card like, Winter Night Stories, if we get Delirium here, things could be really tough for Brad. as the prof's currently going to put 3 counters minimum on this Fear of Missing Out. We have 3 different card types in graveyard. Once the One-Night Story resolves, it'll be land, sorcery, creature, meaning instant could go the distance. Artifact would go as well. You could also discard artifact enchantment and something like that to make it so that you can't lose Delirium.
Yeah, thinking hard about this one too.
Yeah, I would gladly discard, a creature and something like if I had, let's say, a Fear of Missing Out and another, profs, I would gladly discard both just to make sure my Fear gets that second combat trigger, as that profs would then be a +6 there. Brad would be dead on board the next turn and unable to use combat damage to remove this Fear of Missing Out. Could into the Floodmot, but, we accept reality. That happens. All right, it looks like, it's a Braid and Agatha's there. So that's going to guarantee Delirium no matter what Brad goes to eat. And we could even see Joseph here eat the Mako, I believe, and still have Delirium, which would be an extra damage. I don't know if you really want to do that, but you can. Probably can't go too wrong. Yeah, we're seeing a little math here. How much am I taking? A lot. Yeah, and Brad just concedes. He knows there's nothing he can do from this position to stop Joseph, even if he, could control his draws for the next 4 or 5 turns. So we're going to do draw a land, play your VV, chump. It's just not going to happen, right? So congratulations to Joseph, moving on to 5-0. Brad Fallen still very much live in this tournament. Did take a Fallen down to 4-1, but 3 rounds left. We're going to see a lot more action here. We are going to take a break here in a second. We're going to maybe get an interview with this person. Actually, we're going to do a time-shifted match. Excuse me. That was my mistake. And let's see what's going on over there. As I think we have 2 more VV Cauldron decks. Yeah, we just have our undefeated players left, and it turns out it's all VV Cauldron. All right, we're joining in game 2 of this game. So Tristan got a quick win in game number 1, and we're going to see if John Wagger can tie it up and force a game 3 here. Looks like kind of an awkward hand here from Tristan. I only see Mountain as a land, but it looks like we are on a mulligan. Mako's dueling it off at the start here. Agatha Soul Cauldron comes down. Agatha Soul Cauldron comes down for Tristan, but just off Mountains. But notably, John does have Soulstone Sanctuary as the land. Okay, there's Thundering Falls that verges online. That means John does have access to blue mana, and John does have that Prophetic Memory. We saw this in our game number 2 and 3 of the last VV Cauldron match as we attack in for 2. All right, we hit a Fear of Missing Out here on the Stellar Mountain. We're going to discard a Winter Night Stories. We're going to draw. It's another Marauding Mako. No blue land or even third land. Tristan attacks back for 2. Call me Nostradamus, but I think John Wagner might be forcing us into a game number 3 at this rate, as Agatha Soul Cauldron is the pickup here for John. Quantum Riddler. Riddle me this, Batman. Did Corbin Hostler disconnect and I have to fill the time? Yes. As we get a card draw here. No Wild Rides, it looks like. No attack either here. I like this from John. John knows I'm in a commanding position. Just going to hold up. Sit here for a second. I got this Marauding Mako. Tristan does draw the Verge, though, so we're back in it. A slow turn there from John does mean we have a potential chance for Tristan to get in. John has a Null in hand and a Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce huge here on this Winter Night Stories. Put that in the graveyard. I'm going to eat it with an Agatha's here in a second. VV in hand for Tristan. Get out of here, Winter Night. Untap draws. Hits a negate. Going to tap out instantly here from John. Steam Core Scholar. Draw 2. Prof's Agatha is here, and welcome back, Corbin. As yeah, so basically Tristan had a turn where we whiffed, but John sort of had a nothing burger turn of just Quantum Riddler pass. And now with Dueling Agatha sort of eating away at some of these Winter Night stories. Winter Night is now resolving too, and we got a little bit of a game on our hands here.
Yeah, both of these players
can't hear Corbin apparently.
Undefeated, playing for their chance to double draw in.
Well,
at least hopefully.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know why John is touching Tristan's dice. Is he trying to remind him of his Mako trigger? Is he saying, I want to respond to it before it happens? Maybe? No? Okay. Agatha's eats Winter Night stories. As that is coming through.
Yeah, both players clearly deep in the tank portion of this game.
Yep. Winter Night is resolving. Okay, so John has VVs in deck post board. We talked about how at the Arena Championship, some of the players were cutting them. Winter Night Stories getting cast here. And that Prosthetic Memory is getting huge.
Yeah, I think that I think that cutting all your Vivies just leaves you without the threat of doing the thing. So I'm not sure that's where you want to, I don't know that cutting all of them is where I would want to be. But where I would definitely want to be is with the Profs that's just this huge.
All right, here comes the Profs. The Agatha is up. If the Agatha on the opponent's side was down, I was going to say Tristan could maybe sneak a win here with the FOMO, but we're going to go to game number 3 here on this time-shifted match of Magic. One of the benefits is we get to skip all the shuffling, get straight to the action. But yeah, I mean, really what we saw there in that game is more of the same, right? It's kind of like, yeah, I curved out, I had some interaction for you, and I got Profs down, and it's turning into sort of one of the keys of these mirror matches. As it looks like, speaking of the keys here, Tristan has a little Marauding Mako into Profs into Tursa hand on the play, and that's pretty good. Yeah, here's Profs. Mako attacks in for 2.
That's an ideal start here for Tristan.
Yeah. John's going to fire back with his own Profs. Looks like he's maybe thinking the better of it. Yeah, he's going to play a Fear of Missing Out to try to potentially block. It's going to discard a Profs, has an extra one in hand. The biggest tell I've ever seen. You're either missing land drops or have a bunch of Profs in your hand, maybe both. Also, probably still the right play. As we are going to see Tursa here come on in. And you see John just laughing. He's like, well, I'm dead. As we're now going to get the Profs trigger. The Mako's going to go to a 3/3. As long as we discard at least 1 card. I imagine you discard 2 here, unless you're feeling insanely good. You want to keep the Catch Coil here with the Moraine River Regent, because that's just a bunch of counters for your Profs. Looks like Agatha is one of the other cards in Quantum Riddler, so I guess they're all other things that put counters.
Yeah.
That being said, yeah, just discard 2 cards and put the pressure on your opponent.
Well, it's all kinds of pressure, right? And John's body language is not suggesting that he is sitting on a lot of answers to that.
Well, yeah, even if he has answers, what is he going to do if all the cards in your hand, like the remaining ones, still redraw? right? It's like, I understand if we were discarding our last 2 cards that were these redraw effects, and it's like, okay, that's tough, but you just got, a bounty of riches. As Profs comes down, puts a counter on this Fear of Missing Out, but now Tristan has that 4th land, has a Winter Night Stories. If
That's
this
gonna
resolves,
create quite a few more counters on these creatures. So if you're John and you have Into the Flood Maw, that's not the worst against the Mako, right? That's something. And then you go from there about how to deal with the second creature, but you're already down to 9. So really a tough spot. And it is in fact Tristan who has Into the Flood Maw for your blocker.
Yeah, and this is awkward too, because the fact that you're not conceding means Tristan knows the card in your hand is Into the Flood Maw. It's the only
Right.
card that can keep you alive. So now Tristan can play around this one basically for free. Looks like we missed our Profs trigger, or maybe we declared it on the Mako because we'd rather have the Mako in hand to be another redraw for the Tursa. A little unsure there. But
Yeah.
John is alive.
Another FOMO. We're going to dig a little deeper. Looks like a Riddler off the top. Has a land.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's still game in here. There's a Cauldron in hand, and there's about to be a Cauldron in play. Okay.
All right.
I'm not sure. There's obviously no Vivies in graveyards. I'm not sure what you can do with it too much, but we do get to put a counter onto the FOMO.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing this Agatha is going to do is just get rid of this Winter Night Stories before Tristan has a chance to just like pay for it. Something like a Quantum Riddler. As there's Into the Flood Maw, that's going to do it. So congratulations, to Tristan, Tyler, moving on to 5-0. And that brutal start is why players love this Cauldron deck. You do all the crazy stuff, but sometimes you're just a blue-red aggro-y deck, and you attack your opponents for a lot. Very impressive. We'll have to see what happens in the later rounds, but for now, that's going to do it for me and Corbin. That is it for the first 5 rounds of coverage. We're going to take a break, and we're going to tag in some other casters for you, so we will see you all on the other side. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Devin O'Donnell, otherwise known as Doomwake. And Ross Merriam's supposed to be here, but he said, no VV Cauldron for me. He said, I'm going to sit back, Mason, go do the work for me. So you're stuck with me all for at least another round. Maybe Ross will come up to the idea of wanting to cover some VV Cauldron. But don't worry, it's not all VV Cauldron today, Devin, because we're going to cover some other matches here in round number 6.
Well, okay, we'll see some other decks. There may or may not be some Cauldron in the feature match area. I was going to mention, you said that Ross didn't want to cover any VV Cauldron. Well, you might be here the whole night then. I'm just
yeah. Well, we'll have to see. We all have shooters out there, right? Trying to get them their thing, and some of us more invested than others. We'll have to see exactly how that plays out here. But speaking of plays out, these players are in the feature match area mulliganing already. So let's jump right down to it. They are ready to game as we have Jacob Tano on your left with the VV Cauldron Menace versus Zoe Riederman on the right with Demir Midrange. Been watching NRG for a long time. You've seen a lot of Zoe, and she's putting up a good performance today with this deck.
Oh, yeah. Zoe, a mainstay of the NRG series, been at a lot of our tournaments, and she always seems to find her way to the top of the tables. And this is kind of the matchup of the standard format. These are probably, I guess, over the past couple of weeks, the most popular decks, although looking at the metagame from today's event, that necessarily is not the case. But just, this is sort of the matchup that you need to figure out from the Demir side. Is like, how are you supposed to attack this Cauldron deck? I think in general, I would say that it's definitely a close matchup. Personally, I would rather be on the VV Cauldron side of things, but Demir definitely has a lot of tools, things like out of the sideboard, like Annul, Tishana's Tidebinder to turn off the Cauldrons and whatnot. So I'd be very interested to see how this matchup plays out. And I'm sure that Zoe's played against Cauldron to get here at 4-1, in this event.
Oh, definitely. And it's not like it's a surprise. Zoe has to have plans for this deck. Smuggler's Surprise deck, maybe get got a little, but not here.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one. Yeah, I was going to say, Zoe can force Jacob to sort of, answer the bat by taking the Profs here and not taking the Steam Room, which means, if Jacob draws another answer spell, right, then it'll kind of goes around weirdly. I know it's a very awkward situation to be in, but basically you force Jacob to use all the mana now to get the bat to get your profs back. And if Zoe has another bat, then she's bought some time to maybe make land drops and work towards curiosity. It's a weird play on its surface, but it might work out really well for her here.
Or something like a Preacher of the Schism, right? If you look at Zoe's deck list, she is playing 2 copies of that card. So it's interesting from Jacob's sort of things. It's like Jacob has a lot of removal that's targeted more towards smaller things, like stuff like Torch the Tower and Abrade. But if Zoe can sort of force, like you mentioned, force Jacob to use that premium removal spell in Roaring Furnace on a 1/1, maybe Jacob doesn't have an answer to something like a Preacher of the Schism down the road. As we see a second bet here, and that is going to go ahead and take the Flood Maw. And now Jacob is just left with no interaction, which, his hand is pretty scary, not going to lie. But, maybe Zoe can sort of take advantage of the fact that Jacob can't really answer the battlefield right now, and maybe start deploying some of those bigger threats, like you mentioned, during Curiosity of that nature.
Yeah, and we get the third land there from Zoe. I thought there was a second where maybe kept the old 2-land, 2-bat hand, and I was like, all right, I've been there on the mulligan, you do what you gotta.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Jacob decides to go with. A lot of options here. Could go something like a Cauldron. Jacob notably did miss land number 3. So, if he doesn't draw a third land here, can't deploy one of those 3 drops that we saw. And looks like picked up a second Mako, because I believe there was only 1 in the hand when that happened. So going to deploy 2 Makos. And that's going to really threaten a scary turn next turn if Jacob can find that third land.
Yeah. Things could go a little crazy here. Zoe's shocking if I've ever seen a Curiosity before. Yeah, just main phase attack.
Love it.
Don't forget to, flashing your Curiosity before damage. You're going to do it. Just do it.
Now, the question here is, assuming Jacob does find a land off the top, how good is this Curiosity? Because, Jacob can deploy that Steam Core Scholar, discard 2, potentially get to Delirium, have 2 3/3 Makos. One of them can attack twice with the fear of missing out. So you figure maybe Zoe can eat the fear on the first attack, take 6, and then trade for the Mako on the second attack. So actually, not too bad, all things considered here for Zoe, even if Jacob can, get Delirium this turn for the FOMO.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best situation she's ever been in, but it's a totally winnable one. And what she kind of has to do something here, right? Like, she's had a couple turns that were a little awkward. She sort of forced Jacob's hand, but then Jacob didn't draw the land, so he was pretty okay just to kill the bat, right? That's a spot where that play would have been a lot better if Jacob maybe quote unquote missteps and this plays a Steam Core Scholar or something. But now Zoe is sort of got the ground kind of locked up, and the bat can't attack.
And during Curiosity, heck of a blocker right there. You don't really want to attack into that thing. Like basically that 1 Enduring Curiosity staved off 11 damage that turn, because if it was just any other thing, maybe you trade for a Mako in combat, you still take 3, 6, 7, 8. So that was a very, very it is known as a good attacker, but it certainly plays defense very, very well as well.
Yeah, Zoe in an interesting spot too. She has a Shoot the Sheriff and a Curiosity in hand. Okay, yeah, but she only has 5 mana, so it looks like she is going to shoot down the Steam Core Scholar and get in with at least the bat. There is a Kaito, but if she Kaitos, then Jacob gets the Flood Maw to bounce the cat.
Yeah, you could Kaito to pick up the Curiosity, but you probably have to hold back the Curiosity, so that isn't really a line that you can really take. So yeah, kind of an awkward spot here for Zoe. Doesn't really have any great attacks. And presumably, Jacob probably found something to grow the Makos next turn. So if the Makos can become, say, 5/5s, for example, then the attack actually looks a lot better, because maybe you lose a FOMO, but you're dealing a ton of damage to Zoe in the process.
Yeah, I think Zoe's going to attack with the bat no matter what, because she's going to get her card. Yeah, it looks like Zoe's just deciding, can I risk it here and attack with the cat and try and get more cards?
Yeah, now if you're in Jacob's spot, do you want to trade with this Curiosity? Presumably, maybe it depends on what he drew off of the Steam Core Scholar, but I would guess no. You just take this hit. Because worst case scenario, if Zoe has something like you said, the Kaito, maybe if she picks up the bat, Jacob gets the Flood Maw back. You can lock down the fear of missing out, but then you have the Flood Maw to answer Curiosity. So yeah, and you see Zoe here doesn't even want to go for the Kaito, because she just doesn't want to use her mana, maybe as potentially another removal spell in hand.
Yeah. Tragic Trajectory would be an amazing draw here. I was going to say, if she can Tragic Trajectory this FOMO, she's actually in a very good position. But Jacob lost 5 life there, down to 14.
Ooh, there's a cauldron. And Mason, I don't know if you checked last turn, but there was a VV discarded to that Steam Core Scholar. So this is potentially 9 mana that Jacob has access to. Now, Zoe does have 2 Tishana's Tidebinders in her main deck, so we'll see if, well, she probably would have done it by now, so I'm assuming that's not in her hand.
Yeah. She does have a Shoot the Sheriff, which can only hit Fear of Missing Out currently. Those are pirates. Maybe she didn't have a shoot, actually.
That's one thing that it's so funny to me how like we sort of went from 0 to 100 on Shoot the Sheriff, where everybody thought it was going to be like this immediate replacement to Go for the Throat. And then this, blue-red VV Cauldron deck sort of, became dominant in the format. And that deck plays 4 Mako and, sometimes 2 to 3 copies of Soulstone Sanctuary, which are just cards that you can't hit with Shoot the Sheriff.
All right. Mako has now used the first Mako, I should say, used its mana. Jacob's going to draw 2. We maybe have to discard 2, but not the end of the world because it would grow the Makos. And we do have that sauna room we can unlock as well. Now, we're double checking. That's still into the flood mob over there. Okay, we'll get Jacob's life total updated for you in a second. We're sorry about that.
I'm trying to figure out which one was used. I'm guessing, so there's like, you see how there's one off to the right-hand side, and then there's the one on the left that's kind of grouped with the FOMO?
It's the one to the side because he like kind of touched it and moved it, I think. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought. I usually put mine upside down when I use them, but
yeah.
This is where we need the Nadu counter where it's like the thing in the middle where you just like put them on the left and the right. Need one of those.
Speaking of the left and the right, Jacob can kind of dance wherever he wants. There's a lot of cards coming his way and a lot of power.
Yeah, and then the FOMO. Okay, so we lost the creature. Did we put a 4? Oh, we still, yeah, because the Steam Core Scholar. Okay, so we still had an extra creature. So we still have Delirium.
Yeah, we can also just attack with this Tursa too, in one of the attack steps as well. We're getting another Profs. I assume this is lethal. I haven't done the math, but there's like 4 3s attacking, and there's another one coming. It's just like
it's assume probably enough.
Okay, she had a Bitter Triumph as the other kill spell. Okay. Discard Kaito.
That one can kill Mako.
Yeah, I think that's what Zoe was going for. I think she was hoping that Jacob would do a little, put some on the Mako, thinking it plays around Shoot the Sheriff, and then Zoe was going to get him. Which makes some sense. Looks like Jacob's maybe double checking something.
All right, so a lot of damage coming in here. Question is for Zoe is, can she survive? Looks like the answer is yes. Okay. So combat sort of, I guess, crisis averted, but also at the same time, not really, because Jacob has, 4 creatures, and any 2 of them would represent lethal, plus the FOMO gets an extra combat step. And on top of that, Jacob has a 5/5 blocker, so it's really hard for Zoe to kind of push through and even get an extra card deeper off of that Curiosity.
I like the hat. Zoe's kind of aura farming. You can't see her eyes, at least on coverage. Unfortunately, even with all this aura, I don't think we can overcome the current battlefield situation. Yeah. If Jacob was lower, like if we had been able to kind of hit in maybe a turn sooner, where Jacob had stumbled 1 turn more, we could have maybe got here, but
I'm trying to think of what a winning situation even looks like for Zoe from this spot. Like removal spell on Steam Core, attack with Bat, rip a Flood Pits, the Fear of Missing Out, trade for the Tursa, take 4 or 5 damage, something along those lines.
Yeah, Jacob needs to draw lands too.
Yeah.
Which is all doable.
That's step 1. So now Zoe can hit in with the Bat, draw a card. Actually, going up to 7 is not super irrelevant here because there are 2 3-power creatures, so she can actually take 6 from, well, I guess not really because the Cauldron, so.
Yeah, but it means, she has like a little bit of breathing room against like the Steam Core Scholar type stuff on the future turns too. If she ends up like flashing in the Curiosity and double blocking or double jumping. So I imagine she needs to probably keep the cats around to attack. All right, cycle of profs.
Yeah, Jacob really looking for something like a Winter Night Stories. That one would, because he effectively has access to near infinite mana. So you could just, cast that one, flash it back immediately, and, presumably in 6 cards, find some things to help close the finish line here. But, Jacob does need to find some spells because as the board currently sits, does not have access to a lethal attack here. Keep in mind, there's some, I don't know how much it's going to matter this game, but there is some interesting play between Cauldron and Curiosity, where if Zoe decides to trade for the Curiosity in combat, Jacob can actually exile the Curiosity in response to its trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, not sure if it's super relevant in this spot, but definitely something to think about. We're doing a Tersa trigger. All right, question for you, Mason. If you're resolving a Tersa trigger in paper, you shuffle the graveyard. Do you roll a die or do you just pick one?
I pick one, life short.
There you go. I respect it.
I want you to know if we burning inquiries and we got 6 cards,
We're
also picking. We're picking.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't roll a die.
Same thing though. If you're like, we're gonna roll and you're like stern about it, and I can't just like look at you like, oh, then I'll roll because life's short. I gotta start rolling.
Just give them the stare.
Mm-hmm. Like, sure you want to do this? It's like when someone says I don't want to do even odds. I give them a little look, and they kind of look back. I'm like, all right, fair enough.
Are we doing this?
Yeah. All right, here comes the cats. Speaking of, are we doing this? Zoe trying to figure out how we're going to get out of this one.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what got untapped, and it looked like Jacob hadn't resolved that yet. Okay, so the Mako is untapped, which is good for Zoe, because Zoe can trade one of the Curiosities for that. So you trade Curiosity. I guess it's not a trade because of the Cauldron, but Curiosity on Mako, other Curiosity on Tersa, and then take 4 from the FOMO. Maybe leave around the Flood Pits Drowner. Okay. So double block the Mako, chump block the FOMO, take the Tersa. So this actually leaves Jacob with the option to not use the Cauldron before damage, and then do that play that I mentioned where it's, with the Curiosity trigger on the stack, eat it with the Cauldron.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's actually just exiling the bat instead. Okay, interesting. So trade happens. All that. Zoe takes 4 to 3. I mean, doesn't look awful.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe's like, she's kind of in it. I mean, we talked about it being sort of highly unlikely that she gets around here, but you were able to kind of like paint a path, and it's kind of looking like we're getting close to it.
Yeah, because now she gets to draw, up to 4 cards, presumably attack with both. Draw 4 cards, maybe find, a Flood Pits or 2, a couple of interactive spells. Just getting him at the bat. Okay.
Okay. Oh, and there's End the Flood Maw.
Ooh, that's big.
Yeah, Zoe not getting the 2 cards, and also that 1 life is not nothing. Obviously, this turn it wouldn't super duper matter, but it builds up, obviously.
Yeah, and now if she wants to take the Flood Maw back out of Jacob's hand, she has to tap 2 mana, which maybe she needed that to cast another piece of interaction on Jacob's turn.
Yeah.
So taxing the mana is pretty rough here.
Okay, so she has hard cast Kaito. This lets us stun something, which is like blocking. Honestly, it's like blocking for 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah.
So presumably stun. I guess she's thinking about Scholar versus FOMO. It's tricky because the FOMO can offer additional combat steps, assuming we still have Delirium, which I think we do. I know there was cards exiled off Tersa, but going after the Tersa instead. Okay. So that'll maybe cut Jacob off of having access to some extra cards off the Tursa. And then maybe something like, well, see here, even if, okay, I guess if Zoe has a piece of removal, no, it's still not good enough, right?
It's not good enough, yeah, because the
yeah,
Flood
she
Maw's
kills
back.
the Scholar, and the FOMO has enough toughness to get past the Curiosity.
Yeah, Zoe needed like double tragic trajectory. Well, I guess you could into the Flood Maw at the start of combat. That would have worked. Right? No, not in the Flood Maw. Excuse me, Flood Pit Drowner. I misspoke. Wrong card.
Flood. Oh, yeah, because then you'd have 2 blockers. Yep. Yeah, Jacob can also just Flood Maw the Curiosity.
Yeah, it looks like Jacob's playing it a little safe.
Yeah, I mean, this is just not good enough, right? Unless we have life totals wrong. That's a possibility.
Well, Jacob isn't taking... Zoe blocked, right? And then kills both the other ones. So Jacob isn't doing any damage. So
right,
Zoe's
but he has a
alive.
second combat step.
Oh, yeah. My mistake. Yeah, it looks like Zoe even did the same thing, too, of like, I'm alive. And Jacob's like, I'll attack again. And she's like, yeah, my bad. And listen, that happens sometimes. I've been in the booth for 5 hours. Zoe's been in the streets for 5 hours. It happens.
Oh, I get it. I'm with you.
Anyways, let's check out Zoe's sideboard here and see what she potentially wants to bring in. As she does have a couple of cards here. We got a Preacher of the Schism, Tashani's Tidebinder, Akhlazot's Deepest Betrayal, Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, 2 Annul, 2 Duress, Disdainful Stroke, Negate, 3 Strategic Betrayals, a Fabloom Trick, and a Nowhere to Run. What do you like here?
Yeah, you highlighted those Strategic Betrayals. I'm assuming that she is playing 3 copies of those because they seem pretty good in a matchup like this. Getting to, the Cauldron deck is very good at sizing, like getting a large creature into play. So not only being able to get large creatures out of the way, but also exiling the graveyard, shutting off things like Tursa and Fear of Missing Out, exiling Vivi. So very, very important card for this matchup. And then, as I mentioned previously, Annul and Tashana's Tidebinder also phenomenal. There was you called out earlier some of the best cards in the Cauldron deck are Cauldron and Profs, and Annul being able to answer both of those at a 1 minute discount. Very, very cheap, efficient card. And then Tidebinder being able to shut off Cauldron and also just even the ETB trigger on Tashana stopping like Tursa, Steamcore Scholar, things like that.
Yeah, this list looks a lot like the one that Steven Dykman played earlier in our tournament when we were watching him. I wonder if these two work together or maybe, got a similar list. But yeah, I mean, it looked pretty good there and it's looking pretty good now. These Tidebinders are really good. I got to see more Tidebinders of the blue-white deck, Devin. After I've been watching today,
that's what I'm saying.
It's so good. Yeah. Get this Overlord of the Mistmores out of your deck. You want it for blue-black? You know what I want to do? Pick up your card, try to Kaido me, see what happens. Speaking of trying to Kaido, let's see what we can do on the other side to stop some Kaidos here from Jacob, as we have lots of cards in our sideboard that could potentially come in here. 2 Quantum Riddlers, 2 Annul, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Torch the Tower, 2 Disdainful Stroke, a Torch the Witness, a Braid, and Pyroclasm. What do you like here, Devin, and why?
So typically from the blue-red side of things, the sweepers here I think are pretty good from Jacob's side, both Fire Magic and Pyroclasm. The Dimir deck is very good at putting a bunch of cheap threats into play, things like Spyglass Siren, Flood Pit's Drowner, Tashana's Tidebinder, and sort of curving that into an Enduring Curiosity. So getting to clean up the battlefield early for Jacob is something that I think he definitely wants access to. And then the Torch the Towers, fantastic against something like Enduring Curiosity. Although I will mention, Jacob doesn't, like this VV Cauldron deck compared to the Prowess variants, does not actually have a ton of things they want to sacrifice to bargain for the Torch the Tower. Like sometimes you can sacrifice an extra Prophetic Memory, maybe these like the Roaring Furnace if you've already used the damage half, maybe an extra Cauldron, but not a ton of things to actually bargain here, unlike the deck with, Storm Chasers and things like that. So the removal spells, the sweepers, and then I think that's really all Jacob is looking for here.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Well, these players are shuffling up really quick here. Let's talk about our last 2 events for the year 2025. We are going to be in Mundelein, Illinois, September 13th and the 14th. Saturday, we have a 10K Modern Showdown, and Sunday, a 2.5K Legacy Trial and a 2.5K Ed of Eternity Sealed Trial. We're going to stream you the Legacy event, so make sure to follow along here that we don't miss any of that action. And then for the last event of the year, November 1st and 2nd, we're going to Elmhurst, Illinois for a Saturday 10K Team Showdown, Standard, Sealed, Modern, and then Sunday 10K Modern Showdown. as well to wrap up the year and see who will be going to champs as well. And speaking of champs, let's head to that feature match area. These players are hoping to earn some leaderboard points and make it there as they are drawn up. Looks like Fire Magic in hand for Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Jacob fan, you do love to see that. But yeah, you mentioned not a ton of events here to wrap up the not a ton of events left to wrap up the year, and we're getting very, very close to that sort of champs push. It'll be interesting to see if those players towards the top of our leaderboard, if they can make a push, and if anybody can actually catch Grayson.
Yeah, I think Grayson, like, obviously locked for champs, whatever, has already got that invite. Has a good lead on the field currently when it comes to leaderboard points, but not so much that it's insurmountable, right? Grayson, we had an interview with him in round 2, said, I'm going to be at all the events of the year, kind of locks up, a minimum of another 12 points or whatever. So we can kind of put Grayson at, hey, if you just owe X or whatever, that's going to happen. But Grayson's been doing pretty well, so I don't expect a lot of OXs.
No. All right, so Zoe on 6 here. Maybe looking for a bit of an aggressive start here. But as you mentioned, the Fire Magic in Jacob's hand, very, very good against a lot of the good hands that Demir can produce, which are like the 1, 2, 3 curve. I guess if your 3 is Kaido and you're on the play, then maybe that could be a thing. But for say for example, if Zoe goes Spyglass on 1 and Flood Pits on 2, Jacob can just do the 1 damage part of Fire Magic and clean up those creatures before Zoe can even get the Kaido into play.
Mm-hmm. All right, Duress is the play here for Zoe. Leads on Island first. That way the Verge can make black. Let's see if Jacob has anything we're going to respond with. Let's torch the tower that Spyglass Siren. Zoe's going to allow that. 3 lands, 3 spells. Agatha's Winter Night Stories and that Fire Magic we had talked about, along with Island, Starting Town, Mountain.
Yeah, this Duress decision will sort of maybe give a maybe more of an indicator on what Zoe is working with. You can imagine maybe if she has something like a creature to play this turn, maybe she wants to take the Fire Magic. Like if her hand was second Spyglass plus Kaido, maybe you take the Fire Magic and try to set that up. Or if that's not the case, maybe she wants to just take something like Stories, because the rest of Jacob's hand is not really that good, right?
Yeah, I really like this too, because Zoe has a null in hand. So if she just passes, there's nothing up either too. It's not like, oh, why is she holding up this island? She had to play the island to make the Verge work. So Jacob can maybe play around the annul, but even if he does, Zoe doesn't have a whole lot in her hand. She can just sit around too and sort of hold up this annul for the rest of the game and just look like, yeah, I'm on a mulligan. I don't know, man. My draw didn't come together.
Yeah, and interesting, that turn she picked up a Flood Pits. So now if we're doing this dance again where Jacob still doesn't want to play into the annul, she can actually use her mana now.
Yep, and here is a Marauding Mako. And
here's where this Fire Magic is kind of awkward, because now the Mako's in play. You don't really want to kill the Flood Pits around her.
Yep. And nothing looks the wiser too from Jacob. Jacob's playing around this Agatha's, but as long as Zoe, kind of uses her mana in a believable way, Jacob might be thinking, am I overthinking it? Do I need to take a risk here?
I was just about to ask, is Jacob going to pop this Fire Magic off because Zoe played the 3rd land and he's so afraid of Kaido? I mean, you'll take that if you're Zoe, right? A clean 2-for-1 on her side.
That's great. And she gets to play this Spyglass Siren and pop a map too. Yeah, here she goes.
Yeah. See, now it's a little more telling, right? If you don't pop the 2nd map, but Jacob has seemed to be played around in the last couple of turns, so maybe Jacob already kind of assumes it's there, but now you can almost guarantee that it's there.
Yeah, now he knows it's up. It's no longer kind of believable that you've had this mana laying around.
Yeah.
But a null hits it, and I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable for Zoe to fight over this. She needs to draw cards like Enduring Curiosity or Kaito that both need a little bit of help.
When an awkward 4th land here for Jacob, that Starting Town means that he can't deploy that Agatha Soul Cauldron after, basically Jacob, had sort of knew the annul was there, wanted to try and find a bait spell to get it out of Zoe's hand, was able to do that, but didn't have the 4th land to be able to deploy that Cauldron that turn.
Yeah. And now
you got a 3/3. That thing doesn't die of Torch or Fire Magic.
Not easily. And Zoe still has some card in hand too, right? And it's not unreasonable for Jacob to be like, is there another annul? These lists often play 2. You know, you fought over this other card, and you know my namesake's here. Jacob decides to run it out still. Now Jacob's like, what in the world's in Zoe's hand?
You can probably assume it's not a Kaido because she would have done that last turn with the 3 mana. Definitely not a Curiosity because she would have done that here. So probably a removal spell if I had to guess.
Yeah, removal spell and Tidebinder being the one you're maybe a little afraid of, but you kind of have to play into. As here's a Profs. There goes it being Tidebinder. Probably would have taken the little shot in the arm there. As
Here we go. Yeah, so that was probably the draw for this last turn. And now here, something like a Curiosity looks fantastic, although it does not look like she found it.
Yeah, Zoe made a very disciplined mulligan, and on her 2-lander, bottomed the Curiosity. Obviously, the way the game's played out, the kill spell she kept in hand looks a little silly, but at the time, there's no way for her to really know that. Yeah, get that null out of there. Play around that Snapcaster Mage.
Storm Chaser's Talent, pick up my null.
Oh, yeah.
We're cooking.
This town ain't big enough,
Ooh, too soon.
Too soon. Steam Core Scholar coming down. It's a 2/2. It's pretty big. It's getting bigger.
It's only a 2/2 for a hot minute.
It's a Detective's Elemental, so it's not it is outlawable or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is not an outlaw. Detective Elemental is what a weird set of creature types.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Weird Detective. That's what it is.
Oh, it's a weird detective. Okay.
It is actually weird.
That is funny. I was gonna say, give me some Risen Reach with that one, As we see all right, Spyglass Siren off the top. Yeah, pop that map.
Probably on the Spyglass. Maybe just make that a little bit bigger. Something like a Fire Magic, because now Jacob actually has 6 mana, so he can just do the fully kicked Fire Magic.
Yeah. Zoe with no cards in hand forgot to pay for her map. Oops. It works out. And now we have a Tidebinder. This is so awkward, Devin, because we're attacking for 6 here.
Mm-hmm.
So Jacob's at 3. So do we really want this card? But if Jacob answers everything like with a Fire Magic, then I really want this card.
Yeah. Interesting. I think I would be maybe inclined to keep it just because a lot of Jacob's best draws are things that find more cards like Steam Core, Tursa, things of that nature. And Tidebinder does kind of lock those down. And you mentioned the big worry here is a 6 mana Fire Magic, just cleaning up your board and you're left with nothing and you kind of want a threat. Maybe she figures that if in the worst case scenario he does have Fire Magic, she needs something like, maybe a
oh wow.
My goodness. That is the one copy of Twin Maw Stormbrood, and very rarely hardcast in this deck, but Mason, it comes up sometimes.
Yeah, pull up the Twin Maw for those at home. They probably know it for its Omen side. All right, here's a Spyglass Siren. Pop the map.
And that sure does check the board, so now Zoe doesn't really have any great attacks here. And if we can get Jacob's life total updated, should it be +4, because he took 1 to cast it and then it gained 5. So I think Jacob should be at 7.
Yeah. So can Zoe go around it right now is the real question.
Yeah, just try to go wide.
Yeah. 5 damage. I'm sure 4 damage is what you push through at the moment. Jacob, once again, life total is at 7. Yeah. Now with a Kaito, we're starting to cook a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, any way to clear a blocker, Kaido, Flood Pits, removal spell, that's what Zoe's really looking for here.
I guess the creature land in play kind of plays. I wonder if Zoe was supposed to just... I guess she didn't have it before, excuse me. She got off the map.
Yeah, she hit it off the map.
Yeah, like next turn, I guess she's supposed to attack with everything? I don't know, it's getting weird now that this FOMO's in play.
Yeah, just like get the Reef in there, send everything. Maybe go like Twin Maw, block Spyglass. Maybe you have to chump the Reef and still take 4. But now something the FOMO, which is going to maybe get a couple counters with the Profs here. And actually now, if Jacob puts counters in the FOMO, that can actually trade for the Restless Reef, not even a chump block anymore. So now your blocks look a little bit better for Jacob. Ooh, interesting. Counters on the Twin Maw. Let's see what Zoe finds here. This is a big draw step. Really needs to find removal spell, Flood Pits, Drowner, Kaido. I mean, there's plenty of cards that do it. That's basically half of Zoe's deck at this point. Just a way to get a blocker out of here so she can push through a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah, you see Zoe doing math. Kind of known for playing combo decks or like attacking decks, and even some of the combo decks like Living In that she played for basically the year 2023. It's an attacking deck. A lot of games won off, how do I attack with these creatures and figure out what to do from here.
We're lining up 4 mana. Maybe that means Restless Reef. Yep.
Leaving up the basic instead of the dual.
Love it. Get him in there. So now what do Jacob's blocks look like? See, this is kind of why I was curious that Jacob put the counters on the Stormbird and not the FOMO, because if we had 2 counters on the FOMO, Jacob could have traded for the Restless Reef, eaten the 3/3, taken 4, fallen down to 3. You keep the Stormbird, Zoe loses 2 things. But now you kind of have to eat the 3/3 and chump the Reef, and you're still taking 4. But now Zoe has the Reef, able to attack again next turn.
Makes sense. Yeah, Jacob's doing a little math.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about trading the Stormbrood. Oh, he's thinking about trading there and going to 1.
Okay, well, you can also... Can't we Agatha's the
yeah.
Keep it?
It's a good point. There's got to be a creature in the graveyard.
Yeah, Zoe just milled 4 cards with her creature land. I'd be shocked if there wasn't. All right.
Yeah, so he's going to take that one and fall to 2. Is that Water Grave? I thought it was another Reef. Never mind.
Yeah, another Reef would have been nice. Torch the Tower is a pretty good one there for Jacob, but we're not out of the woods yet.
It just feels like not quite good enough. He just needs like sort of 1 extra removal spell or 1 extra blocker. We're tapping 5. This is a 5 mana Winter Knight. That's desperation mode right there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're hoping to hit like land plus 1 mana interaction spell. There was a VV in hand. We could have played.
Oh, well now, if there's a VV, he can actually just discard the VV to the stories and then exile with the Cauldron.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize there was a VV in hand. Okay, well now Jacob is kind of cooking. Now, okay. And this kind of explains why he put the counters in the Stormbird last turn. He just wanted the biggest creature possible because he knew that he was going to set up for discarding VV this turn.
Yeah, but can we use this mana? I mean, it's a lot of mana. You see Jacob kind of shaking his head. He has that Witness, like Cleanse the Witness or whatever, the red X spell in hand, and a Torch
the Witness. It doesn't go upstairs, right?
It doesn't, no, but it will create a clue and some cards.
Excess damage. Okay, got it.
This means Jacob can basically, and I'm pretty sure it was it. Maybe that land is what I thought was the Witness. But
yeah, for the folks at home who maybe haven't seen this card, if we can get it up on screen, it's Torch the Witness. It's like a Fireball-esque sort of thing where it gives you a little ways to use some extra mana from your VV Cauldron. Deals twice X damage to a creature, and then if you deal excess damage, you make a clue. So it is a way to kill a big thing and maybe draw an extra card if you have some extra mana.
Yeah, so with the Twin Maw, we're basically going to spend X's 1 because that will do double damage to the Spyglass, right? Yep. Then we'll get a clue, and then we'll draw a card, and then hope to do something from there. So I think Jacob's thinking about, how do I arrange my mana in such a way that I can maybe, kill you or go crazy from here?
Yeah, what mana do I want to have left over? Yeah, well, it seems like he's made a decision. Yeah, we got a reader on that one. I'll be honest with you, Mason. Before today, I'd never seen that card in my life. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that card. I saw it back in the old MKM, but that's it.
Okay. Some limited to that format. You got to imagine that card's good and limited, right?
No, I just read every set.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah, sure.
Oh yes, Torch the Tower. Can't attack there, Jacob. I saw you get a little frisky with your hand.
You thought about it.
Yeah. Yeah, this prof's goes over.
Yeah, and see, this is kind of going back to that turn, where if Jacob had put counters in the FOMO, and Reef could have been traded for, maybe this looks a bit different. But I mean, if you're in Jacob's side, you have stabilized. Oh,
no, not anymore. All right, game number 3 here. Zoe top decks a way to tap it down, and it gets across the finish line there. Whew.
Impressive.
A small misstep has big implications in Magic.
Yeah, it's weird, right? It's not even necessarily a misstep per se, because Jacob knew he had the VV in hand that he was setting up for a discard next turn, and he just wanted to make the largest creature possible to get the most amount of mana on the following turn. So it's sort of like you're sort of weighing the options of having the spreading around the power that turn and maybe trading off the FOMO in combat, or having access to a boatload more mana next turn, which if he found a couple of spells off of that Winter Night, maybe the extra mana would have been more important on that turn.
But wouldn't putting the counters on FOMO be more mana anyways?
Well, not if you trade the FOMO in combat for the Reef.
But you don't have to, though, right?
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah, like if you're trying to maximize mana. But I guess what I'm saying is my critique is more there's a bit of inconsistency with the play line, right? It's like if we're trying to maximize mana and we're also trying to maximize winning, the FOMO line that you suggested does that and gives us the buyout clause of I'll block the Restless Reef if it comes in, right? You sort of get the best of both worlds. But it's really hard with all these decks going on, right? Like game planning out all these multiple turns is not easy. And it's something that, definitely can be missed. And especially in the moment too, where it's like you're thinking about all these cards and maybe you're playing around this one instead of that one, right? So it's definitely not an easy moment, but that's more to speak to what I was talking about of like we had an idea of trying to get the most mana, which at first glance was the Twin Maw, but in reality it was actually your line of the FOMO that insulates us as well with the Restless Leaf line and gives us more flexibility, and maybe would have won that game on that turn too, right? That Fear of Missing Out would have attacked with twice. Twin Maw was pretty huge. I don't know. It would have been a really weird game.
Yeah.
Either way, our players are in the future match area shuffling up for game number 3 here to see who is going to make it to our end of the year championship. And let's take a look at what these players are playing for today, prize wise, in case you want to come out and play in one of these events as well. As we have the breakdown here, first place gets $2,400, 30 points, NRG Champs invite, and a regional championship invite. Second place, $1,200, 25 points, regional championship invite. Third and fourth, $800, 20 leaderboard points, regional championship invite. Then 5th through 8th, $400 dues, 15 points, 9th through 16, 200, and 17th through 32nd, 100, and then points going all the way down. And you'll see lots of times our players who are on the leaderboard race, they will play out every single round, try and get that difference between 2 and 3 points. We've seen it before where player of the year is decided by a single point. So every single tournament matters. It's very awesome to see the consistent results rewarded. And you can come on out and try your hand at that, especially with 2026 coming around the corner here, Devin. Could be your time to shine.
Absolutely. Well, not me specifically. I don't know. Norm's been asking me a couple of times to get out to an event, so we'll have to see what happens next year. But
sure. Well, you're gonna be either with us here or with us there, so we'll have to see where it goes. This is going to a game 3 though, as these players are dealing out their hands here. Yeah,
and then we're gonna see Jacob on the play here for game number 3. And that's, obviously the play draw definitely matters a lot in, these with both of these decks per se, because, they're both sort of aggressive decks that want to get onto the battlefield, as early as possible. And, with something like Jacob's deck, because he wants to be able to set up that sort of combo turn with Cauldron and VV, wants to sort of do that before. And Marauding Mako is certainly a card that is much, much better on the play than versus the draw when you're, able to get out ahead and kind of curve that into the sort of the FOMOs and the Tursus of the world.
Yeah, being on the play is kind of always great, but with this deck where it has a backup plan of being the beatdown, it's extra nice. Looks like both players are mulliganing here. Who do you think is favored if we mulligan to 5?
If they both mulligan to 5, I think I still like Jacob.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Just because, Zoe sort of needs, the right mix of pressure and removal, especially going second. She would obviously, maybe she would prefer the removal to be going second, especially if Jacob has one of those aggressive starts. But you saw in game 2 there, the sideboard cards came in very, very clutch. There was the annul on that very pivotal turn. That was she had the option to keep Tidebender, which she chose not to. But yeah, I think I would take Jacob on both Multi 5.
Yeah, I think Jacob has a higher chance of getting like the draw that runs away with the game.
Higher
But
ceiling.
yeah. But Zoe has some good draws for sure. It's not like it's doomed if she goes to 5 and Jacob goes to 5 as well. Looks like they are both happy with their 6 pretty quickly mulliganing here. And here's that marauding Mako pirate.
Yeah, now if you're Zoe, you have to hope that you don't have all shoot the sheriffs in hand.
Yep. I was gonna say you kind of want to have a null too, just even if Jacob ends up playing like a fear missing out, whatever, all the turn 2 plays just get annulled. And yeah, discard that Verge, draw a card, grow the Mako, attack in for 2.
There is this like real sort of sigh of relief there from if you're Zoe, where on turn 2, if you see a Vivi discarded, your heart kind of sinks a little bit. But when you see the River Pyre Verge on turn 2 discard, you kind of like have this sort of like alarm bells going off in your head, like, okay, well, maybe I have an extra turn to like tap out this turn, and I don't have to hold up interaction just in case Jacob has the Cauldron Vivi start.
Yeah, it looks like Jacob had 2 lands prof here. So just 2 lands left over. And Zoe, I think, has 2 Curiosities in hand, Devin, but I didn't see another land. So that might be the deal breaker here. Oh, looks like Jacob drew Quantum Riddler. And with only 1 card in hand because of the land for turn, we draw 2. I think they're both lands, though, but that is potentially game-winning here for Jacob. Drawing 2 more turns of lands might have not been a feasible way to win the game as an attack for 4 comes across.
Yeah, and now also Jacob has, the requisite mana to just hardcast the Riddler on turn 5. If when we get to that point, the Deep Cavern Bat sort of doing Jacob a little bit of a favor there, getting rid of 1 card to get him down to 1 or less for the Riddler trigger. That was kind of interesting.
Okay, interesting here. Zoe doesn't want to pop a map on anything to try and get a land. No, she wants to have 2 mana up. Feels like a Flood Pit Drowner, but who knows?
Yeah, that's interesting. Where maybe she doesn't have something like an annul, and maybe she just doesn't, like you said, doesn't want to take the risk of potentially not hitting a land and wants to hold up. Yeah, like you said, Flood Pit Drowner, maybe a removal spell potentially. If she's worried about, I guess Jacob's not really that close to Delirium.
Yeah, and Zoe has 3 cats in hand. Very
3?
disciplined. Yeah, there's 3 cats in there. I'm allergic. I keep my eyes out.
That's a lot of cats.
Yeah, meow. All right, beginning of combat here. Uh-oh. Flood Pit Drowner. But the real question is, which one do you want to get? The Mako's obviously one bigger.
Oh, she actually chose to not use the Flood Pits before attack, so maybe just a removal spell here. Yeah, Bitter Triumph. I think she's got enough cats to discard. Can probably afford to get rid of one of those.
Has some lives to give.
Yeah. 1 down, 8 to go.
Mm-hmm.
For the viewers watching at home, she's not playing 8 copies of Enduring Curiosity. Just want to point that out.
She is playing 8 copies of Gonna Go Hang Out with Her Friends after this round at this rate because Fire Magic cleans the board up and she does not draw a land and no map here, just a pass of the turn. Zoe's been in these spots before on both sides, understands it's what happens here sometimes. And unfortunately, a play that made a lot of sense of trying to maybe, ambush the Mako next turn because Jacob was just top decking, right? You kind of knew what was in the hand. Didn't quite work out as Profs comes down here, and Jacob Tano is going to play a Fear of Missing Out and maybe enable Delirium here as there goes Agatha's Soul Cauldron. A 1, a 2, a 3. Oh, that's a bunch
artifact,
of
instant, creature, land. Yeah, I think we're at 4.
Yep. And Fear of Missing Out with Profs is such a powerful end game.
Yeah, now thankfully for Zoe, she does have the Flood Pit Drowner to not just be, outright dead this turn. But yeah, like you mentioned, she's just falling too far behind. And that's sort of exactly, why Fire Magic is such an amazing card in this matchup. It's just that like the Dimir cards, the Dimir creatures, I guess like Dimir is all about like critical mass, right? A whole bunch of creatures and assembling a wide battlefield. But most of them have 1 toughness, Mason, and Fire Magic can be very, very backbreaking in those spots.
Definitely can. Well, congratulations there. And Zoe's still battling it out for X and 2. Could get some leaderboard points and maybe sneak in. We'll have to see how everything breaks down. But speaking of breaking down, we've broken down Ross Merriman enough to tag him into the booth. He's going to take over for me. Devin, it was great working with you and Corbin earlier today, cover all these rounds. I will see you all tomorrow for our team event that is Standard, Modern, Popper with old Devin here to start off the day. So we'll see you then. And we have more Magic left for you today. So stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG Series here, 10K Standard Showdown in Lansing, Michigan. I am Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake on the internet, and I'm joined by Ross Merriam. We had Mason in the booth for a little bit, and now we got Ross in to get us in the last round of Swiss right before the top 8. And we have a little bit of Is It Cauldron in the feature match, Ross, but definitely not a mirror match.
Yeah, not a mirror, fortunately. We get to see, hero versus villain, VV versus something else. It'll be against Azorius Control, Ryan Hayes on Cauldron, and Katarina Aldrich on Azorius Control. So, from watching the earlier rounds of this event, I think it's pretty clear that Azorius Control is the player's choice in terms of anti-Cauldron decks. It's really, increased in metagame share and prevalence over the last couple weeks online, and it showed out at the tournament here today. There's several players here still in contention for the top 8 on that deck. So kind of a breakout deck from the weekend, since everybody came into the weekend targeting VV. We knew that was going to show up. Azorius Control is the surprise.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see how that matchup plays out in just a moment. But before we get on down to the feature match area, we are going to take a look and see what the players are playing for, because there's a lot at stake here. First place, $2,400 and 30 NRG leaderboard points. Second place, $1,225. And then it kind of goes on from there, along with the NRG champs and regional championship invites as well. We have a lot of players towards the top of our feature match area who are maybe vying for those leaderboard spots. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of shakes up and to see if, really anybody can catch Grayson. And at this rate, I'm not sure that's possible, but we'll have to see. And I believe our players are just about ready. So let's go ahead and bring you down. So as Ross mentioned, we have Katarina on the right-hand side of your screen playing Azorius Control and Ryan on the left playing VV Cauldron. Now, you mentioned, Ross, how, Azorius Control, a lot of players maybe targeted this deck as, one of the few decks that maybe has a somewhat positive matchup against VV. Talk to me about, why specifically that is. What is it about the Azorius deck that makes it, reasonable or to good against VV?
The reality is that any control deck, when the metagame is narrowed, and dominated so much by a very few decks, can be built in a targeted way. That's the nature of control decks. So that they tend to suffer in wide open metagames where you don't know exactly what you're going to play against every round, and you might run up to things that you're not prepared for. When you as powerful as the Cauldron deck is, if you build your deck with a ton of tools that line up well against it, things like Seam Rip to answer early Profs and Agatha Soul Cauldrons, good counter spells to stop some of the card draw, some graveyard hate, just a good mix of interaction that is directly targeted at the VV Cauldron deck, you can have success.
Exactly, yeah, and we'll have to see if that is how this matchup plays out. Players, taking a look at some mulligans with regards to Katarina's deck list, and this is kind of true to a lot of the blue-white control decks that we've seen today. They're actually getting a little bit heavier on Overlord of the Mistmoors in the main deck. So, access to a little bit more threats and maybe some chump blockers. When the VV Cauldron is playing that big setup turn where they put some counters on creatures, and maybe you just need that extra blocker to be able to survive. So we see the sort of the scariest start here from the VV Cauldron deck in turn 1 Marauding Mako, and Katarina's going to follow it up with a Meticulous Archive. Ryan on turn 2 here. Maybe a bit of a show of weakness here, going for Quantum Riddler instead of something like a Profs, a Fomo, or a Cauldron. Maybe that signifies that Ryan's hand is a little weaker than he'd like.
Yeah, any of those good 2-drops, Fear of Missing Out, Cauldron, or Profs, would have applied more pressure here, put Katarina more under the gun. Now it just feels like she has more room to breathe, and that is very beneficial for a control deck.
Yep. So it looks like Ryan did pick up a copy of Agatha's Soul Cauldron off of the Riddler. So maybe Ryan will go ahead and wants to go towards that. I think I see a Mako as well, along with a Profs. So we'll see if there's a third land. Maybe Ryan wants to go Mako into Profs. I think I see a Steam Core as well. So a lot of options here. If you're sitting in Ryan's spot, what do you think the play is here, Ross?
Well, I'm generally a fan of getting Cauldron down as quickly as possible to make that threat. But with 2 mana up for the control deck, you also want to play it around a counter spell. So in this particular matchup, I like the line that Ryan has taken here, being a little cagier, just applying a little pressure by pumping the Marauding Mako, and making sure that Katarina doesn't get to use their mana and interact profitably this turn.
Yeah, and Ryan, with a little bit of an entomb there, Thundering Fall is going to go ahead and put Vivi into the graveyard. And now that Agatha Soul Cauldron looks a lot scarier if Ryan is able to deploy and resolve that. But you'll notice the patience here from Ryan. So really respecting the possibility of counter spells, something like Normalize, and maybe potentially Ryan wants to, make Katarina use their mana on a turn when they have 4. So, for example, Katarina plays 4th land, wants to cast Consult the Star Charts. Maybe that's the turn where Ryan wants to start a fight, and maybe make Katarina use their mana instead of casting something like Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah, this is classic sequencing against a control deck, not letting them use their mana on the turns where they want to play counter spells and forcing them to use their mana on the turn where they want to play their card draw spells. Meanwhile, Ryan was able to use his mana on all of these turns, cycling Marauding Mako and playing Thundering Falls. Then turn 4, just activate Soulstone Sanctuary. So he may not be making the most advantageous play, but he is progressing his game plan every single turn without exposing himself to potential interaction from Katarina.
Yeah, and you see Normalize here. Ryan setting it up perfectly, has the 3 mana left over to pay. And, even if Katarina had something like a second copy of Normalize, they do have that fountain port there. So that is preventing that from even casting it. So this Cauldron is going to resolve, which, with the Vivi in the graveyard, does have the ability to do the thing, which Ryan is going to do, presumably putting a counter on the Soulstone. Now, I did get a glimpse of Katarina's hand, and they do have a get loss, so that'll at least take care of the Soulstone. But Ryan still has access to 2 mana, can maybe deploy something like a Prophetic Memory, maybe another Quantum Riddler, and we'll see if Ryan can actually use that 2 mana here. And if not, just a couple of maps.
Sure. Yeah, got lost. It gives him something to do with the 2 mana.
So first map's going to hit a land, and second Vivi here. Now there's already one under the Cauldron. Potentially an upside of putting it into the graveyard to have a second activation of mana next turn. If you're in Ryan's spot, what do you think? Would you keep that VV?
Really depends on Ryan's hand, how threat heavy it is. The more threat heavy your hand is, the more you can afford to put the VV in the graveyard and go for mana. But looking at Ryan's hand, it's just lands and a Steam Core Scholar. So the extra threat of VV being cast is more valuable than the extra mana because he doesn't have a ton of things to spend that mana on.
Makes a lot of sense. So it looks like Katarina's going to go for a stock up here. Now, you mentioned when we were talking about, what makes this blue-eye control deck so good against Cauldron is the presence of Seam Rip. Now, this weekend, Katarina only has 2 in their main deck, and from what I can tell, there's 3 copies of Pinnacle Star Cage as well, but not access to that this turn because there's only 2 mana left over. So if Katarina does not find a copy of Seam Rip off of the stock up, Ryan's going to be able to untap and have the extra 3 mana to be able to deploy multiple spells this turn. And like you mentioned, right now has the Steam Core and the VV. Maybe the Steam Core can find some more action.
Yeah, and this was the benefit for Ryan acting the way he did, made Katarina's mana very awkward. They tried to interact a little bit on the previous turn, which is a turn they probably would have liked to be casting stock up or something like Consult the Star Charts. Instead, had to stock up now on turn 5 and is going to fall further and further behind in this game as Ryan leverages the mana advantage from Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, and even in a spot like this, if Ryan doesn't have anything to use the extra mana on in his hand, he still does have the Quantum Riddler in exile over there. 3 cards in hand, so can't quite get the full bonus off of it. But yeah, and the sequencing is good here for perfect here from Ryan, because he wants to make sure he uses all of his mana before activating any of the creatures for VV mana, maximizing the amount of mana that he can make off Mako. And that's going to do it here. Ryan taking down game number 1 over Katarina. Just Katarina could not find the answers in time, and Ryan's going to take game 1 here. So we're going to go ahead and move on over to the sideboards in just a very brief moment. We'll take a look at Katarina's first. They are working with 2 copies of Voice of Victory, 1 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Cutzel's Flanker, 2 Tishana's Tiebinder, 3 Bays of the Bounding Spring, an Exercise, a Flash Freeze, a Seam Rip, and 2 Rest in Peace. If you're on Katarina's side, what do you like here, Ross?
So, like the artifact enchantment removal, Exercise, Seam Rip, I think the Clarion Conqueror should play well in this matchup as well. The Rest in Pieces as additional graveyard hate. And then, you could potentially bring in Kutzel's Flanker as more graveyard hate. You can bring in Tishana's Tidebinder. There's so many relevant things to counter, and the body just trades for a creature. So I think that'll come in too. So a lot of cards coming in for Katarina out of the sideboard. I would consider Beza as well. Not sure if that's better or worse than Overlord of the Mistmoors, kind of fighting for space with that card. It'll depend, exactly how much, Katarina values the life gain versus the additional flyers from Overlord. Ryan's list is heavy on Steam Core Scholars. We saw one in game 1. So maybe Katarina thinks I need more flying blockers and goes for the Overlord instead. But a lot of really strong interaction to come in from their side.
Yeah, all makes sense to me. We talked about the blue-white control deck having these white interactive spells, very, very good at fighting the permanent based from Agatha Soul Cauldron and Prophetic Memory. So speaking of Ryan and the blue-red Cauldron deck, let's go ahead and see if we can get Ryan's deck list on screen for you here. So the sideboard has 2 copies of Quantum Riddler to complement the 2 in the main deck. So all the way up to 4 copies. 2 Annul, 3 Fire Magic, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Abrade, 2 Disdainful Stroke, an Obliterating Bolt, and 2 Broadside Barrage. If you're on Ryan's side, what are you bringing in here?
So you definitely want to bring in the counter spells in Spell Pierce and Disdainful Stroke. And having 4 total copies of those cards is on the high side for Cauldron lists. So Ryan clearly coming prepared for control. The Quantum Riddlers you'll definitely want for additional card advantage. Those 6 are locks to come in. Beyond that, there's the potential to bring in a null if you want a narrow answer to something like Pinnacle Starcage and Overlord of the Mistmoors. There's also the potential to bring in Broadside Barrage if you're concerned about things like Beza. Maybe it can help you deal with an Elspeth, and is certainly better than some of the removal spells in the main deck like Abrade and Torch the Tower that will be coming out. So you got 6 definites and then 4 optionals for Ryan.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you brought up a null. That's a very interesting one because, there is the Pinnacle Star Cages and the Seam Rips. And, as I talked about previously, these blue-white lists are a little heavier on Overlord these days, as opposed to, something like maybe Beza that they played main deck in the past. So, if Ryan is, maybe aware of that and maybe understands that maybe there are potentially more copies of those, maybe wants to go towards those as we see. Here's some early game starts here. Ryan with the turn 1 Mako yet again, and Katarina in classic blue-white control fashion, just holding up some mana. Looks like a couple copies of No Moralize and maybe some more lands. And Ryan just pretty content with playing the slow game. And, we saw Ryan in game 1 be patient with the Cauldron, deployed it basically on the perfect turn where he had access to 5 mana. And especially in the post board games where Ryan is, as you mentioned, like a little bit more counterspell heavy and more threat dense with the Riddlers, maybe he's more akin to play this sort of like just Delver style game or just play a threat and kind of sit on it for a while.
Yeah, I think that I agree. That's how Ryan is looking to approach this game. I think his hand didn't have a 2-drop, so he didn't really have a decision to make, but finds the Spell Pierce on turn 3. So now he's going to wait till turn 4. So you can at least Spell Pierce something like 3 steps ahead. Unfortunately, Katarina made all their land drops and now has No Moralize with 2 mana to pay for a Pierce. So
yeah, Mako's gonna get in there, and we'll see exactly what Katarina decides to do next turn. And this is kind of that spot where Blue Eye Control gets to be in, where now that Katarina has the Fountain Port as well, Ryan is in a situation where, maybe he doesn't want to play into the mana, but if he doesn't play into the mana, at least Katarina has something to do, even if they don't have a copy of, Consult or 3 Steps to Draw or anything like that.
Yeah, so Ryan hasn't been able to establish nearly as much early pressure as he was in game 1. Definitely behind the 8 ball in this second game. We'll likely see him be a little bit more aggressive from here on out as a result.
Yeah, 2 mana for a Riddler. That's just going to be a cantrip. Now, the Riddler has some interesting applications where sometimes, maybe not, it's not going to come up this game, but the 2 mana for the 4 power body can really matter in spots where you have sort of like the Cauldron VV setup already. So, don't laugh at that body that it's it doesn't look like it does that much, but there's certainly spots where it does. And also Winter Knight, that could happen as well.
Ryan does have the Case Wild Ride in his deck and in his hands. He could have gotten aggressive there, tried to get in for 7, chose not to. Looks like he's mulling over whether or not to play a VV into a potential counter. Like I said, he senses that he's falling behind, and you made a good point with the Fountain Port that gives Katarina something to do if they don't use their mana on interactive cards. So Ryan now heavily incentivized to just play out his hand and try to generate a little bit of card advantage to grind through the interaction from Azorius Control. And he's done that at least with the Quantum Riddler.
Interesting decision there for Katarina. That's a very subtle thing, because I believe they do still have if I recall correctly, I think there might have been a second copy of Normalize. So decided to go for the 3 steps ahead, utilizing all 5 mana instead of exiling the VV. What do you think about that decision?
Well, mana efficiency can be very important. I do think I would lean towards getting the VV into exile, but I understand the importance of mana efficiency. So there has to be a plan here. Maybe it's something like a Consult kicked, and they wanted to protect it with a No More Lies on this turn. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's fair. As we see a second Mako here for Ryan, and just like last game, has 4 mana available to go ahead and activate that Soul Stone. We're going to see a Consult here. Go ahead.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense. So Katarina wanted to consult this turn, so wanted to keep the 2 mana counter. Didn't get necessarily paid off because the 2 mana counter had no use here. Ryan instead has the plan to activate the Soulstone Sanctuary. So it's a slight punish based on how it played out, but from Katarina's perspective on the previous turn, makes complete sense.
Yeah, and there's almost this thing where in the post-board games, like sometimes when you have a card like Normalized Mana Leak that sort of counter unless you pay X amount of mana, you're worried about them maybe getting dead later into the game. But in this post-board configuration where Ryan has, the 4 copies of Quantum Riddler, some number of Winter Knight stories that he may eventually want to spend 5 mana on, there's a good opportunity that even if you don't use the Normalize early on, you're probably still going to find a target for it at some point.
Yeah, and especially with the Riddler sitting in exile already, right. Katarina knows that's coming eventually. There's a good chance that can get Normalized later. So, while it was a slight punish this turn, that punish may go away if the Normalize eventually trades for a card.
And I think Katarina may have picked up a copy of Elspeth here. So, they have an interesting decision. Okay, we're going to go for a Seam Rip. I was going to say maybe like Elspeth with a Normalize up. But that could potentially, if Ryan has maybe Into the Floodmaw or another removal spell to clear the 1/1s, maybe that could threaten the Elspeth. So decides to go for a Seam Rip on the Mako instead. And Soulstone is going to be activated now. Big turn here for Ryan. Let's see what we have to work with. I think I saw a Cauldron. I believe there's another VV. Looks like a Spell Pierce and a Wild Ride. So potentially Ryan could go for something like a VV plus a Wild Ride this turn. But, we know that's no good due to the Normalize.
Yeah. Could also go for Cauldron because of the Soulstone Sanctuary. Has mana to pay for No More Lies. But they'll attack first, see if Katarina wants to commit some of their mana before Ryan commits any of his.
And Mako just staring at that Restless Anchorage like, you want some? And then second main, here is a VV. So presumably that one will get the No More Lies.
And No More Lies does trade for a card. So everything works out well for Katarina there. Just really has to clean up these last couple of creatures. And this game might enter garbage time.
Yeah, like, there's the Cauldron and the Mako. We still have to, the Quantum Riddler is over there, but Katarina has a ton of cards in their hand. Just resolved the consult, the star charts, and I think I'm pretty sure they took an Elspeth off of the consult. I know there was an Elspeth in the pile, so I don't know if they 100% took it or not, but we will have to see.
I see an Elspeth there, I think, at the front of the hand.
Yep, and it looks like that is...
Oh, no.
Is that a rest in peace?
That's a rest in peace. Okay.
Okay.
That is a weird printing of rest in peace.
Yeah, I actually don't know what that's from, but I want to say maybe Chad. I'm sure Chad will know. I think it's like maybe, I don't know, the Secret Lair or something. But in any case, rest in peace does hit the battlefield. And I think the leftovers for Katarina are Overlord and some counter of some kind.
It's pretty good leftovers.
Yeah, no, those are pretty good. Yeah, those aren't bad. Because Ryan maybe wants to go for something like the Riddler this turn, but if Katarina has that counter spell, that can go ahead and answer that. Maybe free to jam the Overlord next turn. We'll have to see what Ryan does here.
We've entered the stage of the game where Ryan now has to be very wary of the big threats out of Azorius control: the Overlords, the Elspeths, the Meringue River Regents. So it's not just about making sure his own threats resolve. It's about making sure he still has the ability to either answer those big threats from Azorius control or go wide around them. And there's got to be some aggressive plays to the board coming soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's really different about this Azorius control deck compared to some that we may have seen in the past, where you might be used to these control decks like the Ivan Flock variety that their win condition is Elixir of Immortality. We're not doing that anymore. We're casting 6-7 flyers and we're putting 10 power worth of creatures into play with Overlords. Like, these control decks, when they turn the corner, they almost sort of one shot you. It's crazy.
Yeah, and that's very important because the decks they're playing against are so powerful. If you give them 5 or 10 turns of dirtling, they can draw back into the game, even from a very lopsided position. So important to be able to have that ability to turn the corner.
All right, so Katarina picked up, plays a land for turn. Pretty sure I saw an Overlord in there, but looks like we're deciding to hold up. I think I saw 3 steps as well. So yeah, I believe the hand there might be a flanker in Katarina's hand. That might be what I was looking at. So flanker, 3 steps, maybe a couple lands, and that Quantum Riddler still hanging out there for Ryan. Is not decided to go for that one yet.
Yeah, with the Wild Ride in hand, I think Ryan is trying to set up a hasty Quantum Riddler, which could potentially be a surprise lethal that Katarina is not prepared to answer.
Sort of like try to get Katarina to exhaust all their resources, and then this is sort of my final finish. Like, you've used all your stuff. Here's 5 mana, Riddler, Wild Ride. That is a one shot with Katarina at 7. So that's a good catch. We decided to go for a Profs instead, and I'll pick up a card here for Ryan.
And the Profs could make this Kutzel's flanker look rather awkward. But Ryan doesn't have a way to pump both creatures. Right now, both of his creatures are 3/3s. The Kutzel's flanker could trade with either one. The Profs will pump one of them out of range. If he had something like a Tursa or a Steamcore Scholar that could discard and pump the Mako, and then the Profs can pump the Soulstone, that would have been ideal. But instead, just the second Riddler here.
Perhaps an in-combat cycle Mako?
Does he have another one? I think he's cycled 2 so far. That's how the Mako and play got 2 counters.
Yeah, I don't think there's another one. So he's going to go target the Soulstone. We get in there with both. So yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, Katarina can go for the flanker. That can potentially trade for the 3/3 Mako, but I don't know if Katarina has an answer in hand to the Soulstone. Now, they do have the Fountain Port, so that can at least make a fish to get in the way of that giant 5/5 Soulstone. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and scry. There's a Get Lost, which is quickly topped. That one makes sense.
So, you use just going to take the damage from the Soulstone, go to 4, wants to leave up the counterspell.
Yeah, because Katarina only has 6 mana, so if they make a token with the Fountain Port, they would only have 2 left over, so that would not be enough to cast that 3 steps. And yeah, looks like Ryan's pretty content to just go to the end phase here. And that's the nice thing about these Riddlers is, I mean, they're face up, obviously, but eventually they do sort of require that they create this this threat that does require an answer. It's not like Katarina can just ignore those forever. They are large flyers and they do draw some cards. Ryan sitting on that spell pierced hadn't really found a good window to use that one.
Yeah, but with Katarina using this fountain port a lot, there might be a window that comes open at some point. It's like an exercise.
Yeah.
So deciding to use the exercise instead of the get lost, not give Ryan any maps until it's absolutely necessary.
I think that also makes sense too, because Katarina is maybe aware of hasters, something like a Tursa. We know that Ryan has the Wild Ride in hand, so the get lost is going to be a perfect answer to that. So
now with Ryan having all these Quantum Riddlers, he is ahead in the attrition fight. Katarina hasn't found any additional card advantage or a threat to turn the corner. So it might take a few turns. Katarina's going to have some draw steps to try to get back into this. But right now, Ryan pretty far ahead on cards.
Yeah,
Katarina is sort of flooded.
And we thought that Katarina had taken a threat off of that initial consult a couple turns prior, but it looked like they didn't. So they just, prioritized the answers. And yeah, there's two answers in hand for two potential threats. But, if those answers answer the Riddlers, then that is just Ryan's going to be up more cards in those exchanges because the Riddlers are basically free cards. They've already replaced themselves. So, it's Katarina can maybe answer the stuff that is currently face up and on board, but eventually, Ryan's going to present more threats than Katarina can have answers for, at least at this rate, unless, Katarina can start chaining like stock ups and consults and things of that nature.
But the 3 steps ahead does draw 2, discard 1, and now the map the treasure, gets sacrificed to Fountain Port for an extra card. So, already generating a couple extra cards just from what they had left over. Not sure if they found anything that good. I think it was just 2 lands off the 3 steps ahead, and Katarina kept the second Fountain Port. And then the next 2 cards looked like just a couple more answers.
I think I might have seen a Star Cage in Katarina's hand.
And at this point, the Star Cage looks kind of bad.
Yeah, not great.
Rest in peace on Katarina's side.
Right.
Yeah, they were really looking for one of those powerful creatures or an Elspeth or another piece of card advantage and did not find it.
Yeah, so I mean, has looks like a Normalize as well, which funny enough, as we mentioned, maybe not the best in spots like this, but with those Riddlers, that one can certainly the Normalize can certainly answer that. So we'll see what Ryan decides to do here. Maybe he wants to go for something like another Riddler. I'm pretty sure Ryan still has a Cauldron and a Spell Pierce in hand, so those ones not looking super great here. And I think he picked up a third Riddler as well. So just an endless chain of Riddlers.
Just riddling all over the
Riddle
place.
Me this. They call him the Rizzler. They don't actually call him that, but
they could.
They could, yes. All right, Riddler. There's the Normalize. So yeah, that's the second Normalize that I wasn't 100% positive that Katarina was going to get to use, but it does make a lot more sense with the texture of these post-board games where, the Normalize, even in spots like this, Katarina has 12 lands in play. So it's let me see, a little Cauldron here.
Ryan just wants to empty his hand,
so
this third Riddler draws extra cards.
Makes sense. So Katarina's going to go making a treasure. Picked up another Get Lost. That doesn't attack.
There's so many incredible draws in Katarina's deck here that can close out this game. Just need to find it. And I guess the 2 Fountain Ports and the Restless Anchorage is another card advantage engine. Just make a map every turn, sack them to draw cards.
Yeah. Yeah, they have 2 maps right now with 2 Fountain Ports on tap, so we can go that as well as the treasure, so has access to plenty of cards. But yeah, I mean, with 2 Get Losts in hand, it seems like from this position, right, with the Rest in Peace in play and the 2 Get Losts in hand, it seems like Katarina has enough answers to buy a good amount of time until they can find that Overlord. But we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah. I neglected the power of Fountain Port when I was evaluating the attrition fight, and the Fountain Port's really putting in work here along with the Restless Anchorage to pull Katarina through this sequence of pretty bad draws. That said, Winter Night Stories, off the top for Ryan is a nice source of card advantage.
Yep. So Winter Night, going to pick up a couple of cards, discarding another Winter Night, and I think that might have been another Cauldron.
I think it was a land.
Okay. And then a Scholar here. So with that Profs in play, already drawn 3. This is going to be 2 more, so that would be potentially 5. We know Katarina has the Get Lost here. Is there any potential decision here from Katarina to kill the Profs instead of the Steam Core Scholar, you think?
With another Get Lost in hand, you're more incentivized to just kill creatures, especially since that's the first Profs of the game, and there could very easily be another one sitting in Ryan's hand. So I would lean towards hitting the creature here.
Makes sense to me. So there's counters on the Scholar. We're going to draw some cards. Oh, I was going to say, are we going to get the Spell Pierce something? Okay. Because there is the potential. Oh, Katarina's got the treasure? Okay. No, I was going to say. Because I'm pretty sure Ryan still has that Spell Pierce in hand.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little surprised he didn't discard it. He's valuing it quite a bit. Seems confident that he'll get to use it. Discarded a Winter Night Stories over it.
That is surprising. Yeah, I didn't even realize that when he discarded the stories. But yeah, hanging on to that Spell Pierce. Maybe he just figures that there's going to be this, like, I don't know, big turn where Katarina uses Fountain Ports, finds a Consult, casts it, something along those lines. But see a Seam Repair taking out that Profs, and then the other Get Lost. The Get Lost can answer the Scholar. So yeah, Katarina has the board, again, just sort of answered per se. Ooh, is it a Clarion Conqueror?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't do a whole lot here, but
not a ton.
Once Katarina clears off this Steam Core Scholar, maybe the Conqueror and the Restless Anchorage can close it out.
Conqueror is a combo with Get Lost. You give them maps and they can't use them, right? All right, so Ryan's going to pick up a card. Still a fistful of action here. I think he picked up is that a negate?
Thought it was another Scholar.
Okay, yeah, Scholar. So FOMO, Scholar, Riddler, Spell Pierce, I believe, are the holdings here for Ryan. So has a ton of options here, but you see the shake of the head. Maybe not options that he would none of his favorite options, I guess, per se. Maybe you start with FOMO and try to go a little bit deeper. Maybe you start with the Scholar. Tough spot here for Ryan.
Yeah, and now without the Profs, there's not a ton of value to just filtering through the deck. So I like starting with the Riddler here. This is the one card that doesn't require a decision to be made. Like Scholar and FOMO, you have to decide what cards to discard. So draw as many cards as you can before you have to start making decisions.
Yeah, we'll see what he finds. 3 mana, maybe a Scholar. There is the Scholar. Now the question, Ross, is: are we finally going to discard the Spell Pierce? Do you think he believes?
It certainly seems like he believes it. Discarding the Winter Night Stories last turn is a strong statement of belief.
That is fair.
In the power of Spell Pierce and the power of friendship. But I think that belief may have been misplaced.
All right, so No More Lies. That is I think that's the 4th No More Lies here for Katarina. So that's going to take care of the Scholar. It is pretty refreshing to see No More Lies cast on turn. I don't know what turn we're on. I'm going to guess like 16 or 17 in that range, and still get some value out of it. So
yeah, and maybe a Spell Pierce on turn 20. We don't know.
Yeah. Now this is interesting because Ryan does still have that Wild Ride. He never went for it, so does have the option to maybe go for the Wild Ride on the Riddler. Right? We never used the Wild Ride, did he?
No, the Wild Ride is still in hand as well.
Okay.
It looks like he decided not to.
Because that might have been a turn, right? Where Katarina only had 3 mana left over. If he had gone for the Wild Ride and had 1 mana left over, Katarina would have had to have double removal spell. And if on the second removal spell, you maybe would have been able to pierce it. Interesting.
Yeah, that could have been a turn to really get aggressive. Instead, they're going to ditch the pierce finally. So no more belief. Friendship over.
Friendship with Spell Pierce ended. New friend, Quantum Riddler.
The Thundering Falls just surveils a lance, and now Ryan pretty low on action at this point. I wonder, will he try to eventually set up a double Wild Ride on 2 different creatures and have, a bunch of lethal attackers?
Well, he can't do that with the Rest in Peace, right?
Oh yeah. So yeah, you only have the 1 Wild Ride no matter what. I'm kind of surprised he didn't use it last turn. That seems like his best opportunity.
The only thing I can think of, so Katarina had 3 lands untapped in the treasure. Now, obviously, the treasure is turned off because of the Clarion Conqueror. Maybe that's something where Ryan just like forgot about the treasure being turned off and thought about a situation where Katarina has 2 2-mana removal spells with 2 mana left over. I'm not positive, but I mean, from our perspective, it did seem like a safe turn to go for the Wild Rabbit Spell Pierce backup. Katarina having access to 5 mana, and they would need 2 removal spells because you're presenting 2 lethal threats.
Well, they would have had the chump block with the Clarion Conqueror, so it wouldn't have been lethal.
True,
It would have eaten the Conqueror.
That's fair. Okay, Scholar here for Ryan. And, with that Clarion Conqueror tapped, that Scholar is a legal target for Wild Ride. I mean, it doesn't prevent a ton of damage, but it's enough to close the finish line if Katarina's out of gas. Now, I believe there is still a second Get Lost in hand, because I don't think they used the other Get Lost from a while ago. So I think they still have one more.
It's definitely in Katarina's hand. There's a Get Lost there, but now the Vivi is a real threat. So Ryan goes Vivi, then Wild Ride the Steam Core Scholar, force you to kill that. Maybe my Vivi lives and deals the last 2 points of damage.
All right, we're going to draw a card here for Katarina. That means they're digging for something. Not sure if they found it. Vivi's going to resolve here, and there is a Get Lost left over. So we're going to Wild Ride the Scholar. That's going to trigger Vivi. Now, we know Katarina has that covered with the Get Lost, but that means you have to let the Vivi stay in play for at least a little bit. So Katarina's going to fall to 3.
There's a Fear of Missing Out as the last card in Ryan's hand, and the Quantum Riddler over in Exile. He could draw a bunch of cards next turn and find some more spells with the Vivi. Of course, can't activate it for mana with the Conqueror in play, but he really just cares about that triggered ability at this point.
Right, just wants to draw the extra cards. And like you mentioned, the Riddler sets up these turns where sometimes you can play the Riddler with 1 card in hand, empty out the hand again, and then play another cantrip card. Also, with Fear of Missing Out, the nice thing about Fear of Missing Out is if you play Fear of Missing Out with 2 cards in hand, because you're discarding 1 as part of the cost, you would have 1 upon the resolution, and then you would draw the extra card off the Riddler. So some things to think about for Ryan next turn, as we see Katarina deploy a Meticulous Archive.
Yeah, there's the Pinnacle Star Cage still in hand, and I'm not sure what the other card is, but I don't think it's particularly good. Still just hasn't found another piece of card advantage or a big threat.
It's crazy. Katarina's gone through, I think, more than like 70% of their deck, it seems, at this point, because they also resolve the star charts that put cards in the bottom. So, and it's crazy that they haven't found a threat. And I wonder if that's part of a sideboard thing where maybe they boarded out the Overlords, and it's entirely possible that they just don't have as many threats post-board as they did game 1.
Yeah, that was a Tishana's Tidebinder drawn for Katarina, which should be pretty good here. Have to imagine this will counter the Vivi trigger and turn Vivi off.
But yeah, because at 3 life, you're very, very scared of dying to that trigger. So
yeah. And now the Vivi is a 1/4, so the Tidebinder also checks it in combat.
A Floodmaw here for Ryan. Does that unlock any potential? So 1 Seam Rip. Oh, there is a Seam Rip that has a Profs on it. So that could potentially gives Ryan access to something. Not this turn, maybe next turn.
Yeah, just goes for the Riddler. He's going to try to set up a lethal attack, I think. Maybe just bounce the Clarion Conqueror. He also... he doesn't have the Wild Ride anymore, so just 2 attackers next turn.
Yeah, could maybe even bounce the Clarion Conqueror to turn on the Vivi's mana. Oh, I guess that's still shut off by the Tidebinder, so that wouldn't work.
Yeah, exactly. This is a close one now.
This is a tricky spot. Because now Katarina's finally found a position to attempt to start racing, right? They've been able to deploy the Clarion Conqueror, the Tidebinder still has the Restless Anchorage, so it is potentially threatening a 2-turn lethal, and that's an Elspeth off the top. That one might actually just push the clock as well.
Katarina made a token with one Fountain Port, sacked it to the other one, and found Elspeth, but can't activate it because of their own Clarion Conqueror.
Oh no! Goodness. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, multiple dyssynergies rearing their head for Katarina in this game. Has that Pinnacle Starcage in hand that just hurts their battlefield more because of all the seam rips and the Rest in Peace. And now Clarion Conqueror plus Elspeth, another Nombo.
Well, Starcage doesn't hit enchantments, right? Starcage only hits artifacts creatures.
I'm thinking temporary lockdown.
Yeah, no, we get lockdown in the brain. I get it. We've been traumatized by lockdown for too much. But yeah, that's
Clarion Conqueror at Elspeth definitely is.
Okay, bouncing Clarion Conqueror, and with only 1 mana for Katarina, I believe that is just going to be enough. Yeah, and that's going to be extension. Crazy match. I mean, there was a ton of back and forth that entire match. There was, so many different times where we thought Katarina had the ability to find a threat. But yeah, in the end, Ryan takes it down. But yeah, talk to me about that match, Ross. Just like the progression of that game and how that all played out.
I mean, it really comes down to Katarina not being able to find more card advantage or a threat. There was a ton of time in that game where Katarina was very stable on the battlefield. They had an opportunity to turn the corner, but they were only able to muster a mediocre clock with the Restless Anchorage and then eventually the Clarion Conqueror. Never actually found a big threat. The one that they drew finally was an Elspeth that they couldn't use. So Ryan just had tons of time, and the all-star for him was Quantum Riddler. That was the card that got him into the game from a card advantage perspective and kept him in the game to grind through all the removal from Katarina. And that was enough when there was no threat coming for Katarina to close out the game. And I think you raised an important point. Like maybe Katarina boarded down on threats to try to bring in more interaction, and it bit them there. They needed the ability to turn their corner and couldn't.
Alrighty, well, we'll have to see if Ryan can continue to take it down, but we're going to be going to a backup match here. Looks like we are starting in game number 2 of the Azorius Control Mirror match with Sibi on the right-hand side of your screen up a game. Both players are 4-1-1 going into our last round, so potentially a win and in, depending on how breakers. There's a lot of weird breaker math, and there was a lot more X1s than there usually is, so some things to think about. But Azorius Control Mirror, I was going to say who you got, but I think the answer is pretty obvious. It's Azorius Control, right?
Yeah, you got time. That's what you have.
You got time.
Be here for a while.
At least we're coming into game 2.
Yeah, and the name of the game here in these control mirrors is land drops. Mm-hmm. You want to make all of your land drops until about turn 27. Then maybe you can stop.
Maybe you can play one spell on turn 27.
Yeah, it's the person that makes more land drops, has more mana, is better able to fight counter wars, and that advantage is huge because they're going to be the one that gets to resolve more card advantage and then have more threats, more answers over the course of the game. So it really boils down to mana. That said, here, Matt Sims, starting out with an end-step card draw spell doesn't get countered. So ahead on cards already. And early on, when you're ahead on cards, that means you're better able to make your land drops.
Yeah. Now, the one thing for Sibi is Sibi does have Fountain Port. So, I guess there's also this thing where you mentioned how, a lot of players, they don't really want to play spells in their own turns until very, very late in the game. But Fountain Port is a big part of that, where, if you don't want to use your mana and you don't feel like you can because you're worried about your opponent having a counter spell, having access to Fountain Port. But Voice of Victory, that is certainly going to require an answer here from Sibi.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to break the dynamic of build up your mana and win a big counter war. And it's being able to use your mana on the end step, especially with something like Fountain Port that is hard to interact with. Even if it just generates a little bit of advantage at a time, or a cheap threat that you can play early with a counterspell back, as Matt has done here, protecting the Voice of Victory with 3 steps ahead, and then you use that to put your opponent under pressure and force them to act first. Your other goal, other than making land drops, is you want your opponent to have to act first, because then they're the one committing mana for a spell. You have more mana left over to win the counter war. They're tapped out. You get to untap and land your threat. So Voice of Victory, does, you're acting first, but at an early enough stage of the game that you're unlikely to see a really huge threat come down from Sibi, and you're going to force him to act first later in the game when it matters more, because there's a bigger threat on the line. So the Voice of Victory here gives Matt a huge edge right now.
Oh yeah, and presumably being a post-board game, you wouldn't expect players to keep in stuff like Ultimate Day of Judgment, Seam Rip. Maybe there's some argument to keeping in some number of the Wraths, because there is the presence of the Overlord of the Mistmoors. And if it's one of these things where, okay, if both players have Voice of Victory in their sideboard, they both know what's going on, and they both know they're gonna their opponent's gonna board them in. So maybe it's sort of a leveling game where if you expect them to board in Voice of Victory, maybe you decide to keep in some number of Seam Rips or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you have your get loss, and then it's just a question of, do I feel like that's enough? Because the Voice of Victories are hugely important, and if your opponent's on the play, really difficult to stop with a counter spell.
Yeah, it almost like gets to this weird situation where like player on the play plays it on turn 2, player on the draw plays theirs on turn 2, and then it's just like you're just staring at each other like,
who kills the voice first, or who just gets to jam an Elspeth on 5 or an Overlord on 4.
But yeah, I mean, Matt has access to all of his mana, and with the Voice in play, Sippy tapped out, but doesn't have any big play here. So it's just going to be content with holding up some mana. And I believe the holdings, it looks like there's a Consult. I believe I saw Get Lost in Matt's hand, potentially another land as well. And there you mentioned the Get Lost is going to go ahead and target that Voice. So now we're going to be in a spot where, does Matt want to fight over this? And it looks like the answer is maybe yes, or maybe we're going for a Consult first.
If he fights too much over things like Get Lost to protect his Voice, then he might leave himself vulnerable to a big threat from Sibi, something like an Overlord or an Elspeth. So he does have to be careful in that regard. But if he just lets the Voice die, then suddenly his advantage in this game is gone. So there's tension either way. It really depends on how, the texture of Matt's hand. If he feels really comfortable going long from his position, he can then let the Voice die. If he just has a bunch of counter spells, not much card advantage, then sure, counter the Get Lost, apply more pressure, and use the counter spells to stop Sibi for long enough that the Voice actually ends the game.
Yeah, there you go. And it looks like, the Voice is going to go ahead and hit the graveyard. So Matt maybe didn't have a choice. In terms of the 2-mana counter spells, besides Nomoralize, looking at sideboards, Sibi has no copies of Negate, and Matt has 1 copy of Negate. So I guess if you're talking about the counter war, slight edge to Matt in that regard with that 1 copy of Negate. It's only 1 copy, but these players do see a ton of cards over the course of a long game. And as we see a second Voice of Victory with 4 mana up here for Matt, potentially seeing if Sibi wants to have a fight again.
Yeah, it's definitely another reason to let the first Voice go. You have a replacement copy, likely found that off the Consult. And that's why you want a Consult in response to that spell, because what cards you take make an impact on whether or not you want to interact with the Get Lost.
Surveillance land here for Matt's going to go ahead and bin another land. And it looks like there is some foils in Matt's hand. It's kind of a little hard to get a good look. Is that a Stoic Sphinx? I think it is, indeed. Ross. We'll see if we can get this one on screen, because I can't imagine a lot of the viewers at home maybe have seen this card before. This card, 5/3 flash flying, and it has hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell this turn. So you see Matt deciding to main phase that Stoic Sphinx there, because once it goes back to Sibi's turn, Matt has not cast any spells, and that thing will have hexproof. And this is a very interesting. It's like from Sibi's side of things, how do you even kill this if Matt just never plays a spell the rest of the game?
Yeah, you have to trade for it in combat. So an Overlord here would be a great play. Meringue River Regent wouldn't bounce the Sphinx, but just the 6/7 body would check it in combat. And here is an Overlord, but looks like Sibi doesn't have mana 7, so just going to impend it.
Yeah, and this is kind of an interesting sequence too, right? Because now if Matt attacks with the Stoic Sphinx, Sibi decides to double block. Matt can maybe have an interactive spell to answer the token, but if you answer the token, you've now cast a spell, which opens up the possibility of Sipping having a get lost. So there's like this weird back and forth here that I think is going to be very interesting to see how this plays over the next couple of turns.
We do see the get lost in Matt's hand, so if you're Matt, I think you've got to now fight to protect the Sphinx, given that you've given up the 2 voices. But do you have enough time to grind through the tokens, then kill Sibby before the Overlord comes back online and replaces them? That is not an easy question to answer with yes.
All right. Well, we are going to try and have a fight over this, and maybe it's possible that Sibby just doesn't even have a get lost in hand to try and fight over the Sphinx to begin with. But that's why you kind of see that the hesitation there from Matt, right? Where it's he wasn't sure whether or not Sibby had the get lost, as we see an Overlord deployed here for Matt, and now that's going to be met with a No Moralize.
Wow, the Overlord would have been clutch. It would have turned Matt's clock from 4 turns into 2. But the No Moralize really huge there. And if you're Sibby, you now know that your opponent doesn't have a No Moralize, because Matt would have fought over that.
Oh, so for sure.
You can feel pretty comfortable tapping out for some other big threat if you have it.
Yeah, and there was an interesting sequencing. Matt decided to go to combat first, have the fight in combat, and then go for the Overlord post-combat. Maybe if he had gone for the Overlord pre-combat, had the ability to pay for No Moralize, but then you get into this weird situation where if Sibby has the get lost, then that kind of opens up the door. So very interesting sequence there as we see a get lost take care of the Meringue River Regent. Didn't get a good look at what that bounced. Did it just bounce nothing?
The 2 maps. It bounced the 2 maps from the previous get lost.
Okay.
The only things it could.
Yeah, now the Sphinx is just locked in here, getting in, and Matt's potentially going to resolve another threat here. Is that a Meringue of his own? It is.
Yeah, and I think Matt drew a No Moralize, which is a card that Sibby is not expecting, because he clearly didn't have it the previous turn. So that was an excellent turn to draw No Moralize. He has exactly enough mana to play his last threat and hold it up. And Sibby, is at 12, is looking at 11, and needs to do something about it. And you have the answer. What a draw.
Yeah, and I think Sibby's about to go for this Elspeth, but if that is the case, he is not going to like the outcome. As you mentioned, Matt did pick up that No Moralize. How about a Beza? Is that worth a No Moralize? Probably.
Yeah, almost anything I think it is. And Sibby just has to be sad and look at his hand. Okay, has the get lost for the Sphinx, which is now no longer hexproof after the No Moralize is cast.
Okay.
That solves one question, but this River Region isn't exactly a 2-turn clock, which is enough to get it under the Overlord.
Yeah, because the Overlord will come into play next turn, but it won't be able to attack before the Meringue crosses the finish line. So I believe there is an anchorage there for Sibby, so that could maybe provide a 1-turn chump blocker if Matt can't find a demo field or another removal spell.
There's just a couple lands off the maps for Matt, including another anchorage, and no answer to this Elspeth found. So now Sibby in the driver's seat. He answered every single threat, and Sims flooding a little bit.
Yeah, and Sims has the Restless Anchorage to be able to take care of the Elspeth. But with that Overlord in play, if Sims does not have an answer for that Overlord, it's going to be very, very hot. Love it. Upstairs, just that the point upstairs. I mean, I guess if you're in Matt's position, you kind of have to, right? You can't really. You got to get this game over with. It's somehow, it's tough. Is it an Elspeth of Matt's own?
Maybe you could go wide here, but the Overlord now is going to make a bunch of flying blockers.
Elspeth at Restless Anchorage combo makes second map. Okay. Ooh.
Tashana's Tidebinder was the draw, but Sibby found a No Moralize.
Oh my goodness, that sequence. All right, so that No Moralize is going to take care of the Tidebinder, and that means the flying blockers commence. There should actually be 4 flying blockers here from the Elspeth.
And Sims getting very punished for cracking the map from Restless Anchorage on that turn. Could have had 3 mana up to pay for a No Moralize, opted to be more aggressive, which, given his spot where he's really falling behind, makes sense, but got very punished for it.
Yeah, and I think it also makes sense from Matt's perspective because he didn't really have a lot of action in his hand, so he almost wants to use the no more the map token as more of just ways to find more action. But yeah, we're seeing a no moralize from Sibby, which is an interesting play, but that's going to cut off Matt's ability to animate the anchorage this turn.
Yeah, now Sibby can easily attack down Matt's Elspeth.
Now, there is a Restless Anchorage, and Sibby's at 4, but Sibby can also just leave back a couple of those moths to potentially block the anchorage. It's also not lethal next turn. There you go. Well, that's lethal. Right. Apparently it was lethal, so but
it was
not
19.
There you go.
If you just pumped the team with the Elspeth.
All right, so Sibby taking down the match 2-0 in our Azorius control mirror. Yeah, very interesting match. There was a lot of back and forth there. The Stoic Sphinx, where both players were kind of staring at each other for a little bit. There was that weird sequence where, as you mentioned, there was a normalized top deck, but I think overall a very, very interesting match. So that is going to do. Go ahead.
The Voice of Victories really changed the dynamic. Instead of everybody gearing up for the one big turn, Voice forced action early, and that turned the matchup from something very cagey and slow into kind of just a slugfest. Both players is forced to play out their cards and tap out, which then led their opponent to tap out for their own threats. And so then they dig for answer. Then they just start hurling haymakers at each other. And it was Sibby, the last man standing through that fight.
Some battle cruiser magic. Love to see it. Well, with that is going to do it here for the final round of Swiss. But final round of Swiss means we have a top 8 here just for you in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to take a very, very short break. We'll come back with the top 8 breakdown, top 8 slide, and we'll see who takes it down. See you back here in just a minute. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG Series 10K Showdown in Lansing, Michigan. My name is Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwick, and I'm here with Ross Merriam in the booth, and we are going to be taking a look at the top 8 of the Standard Showcase, the Standard Showdown, Standard Showcase. I don't know why I said that. Standard Showdown. And Ross, there's a lot of this blue-red card. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called, I think it's pronounced VV.
What I can tell you is it's not all VV.
That is almost all true.
Almost.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the top 8 slide here. As we mentioned, there is our top 8 includes 7 VV Cauldron decks and our one lone remaining hero, Dylan Brown, playing Azorius Control. This is a Dylan versus Goliath type of situation. And
lone hero stands in the shadows to save us from this tyranny.
Yeah. So that's where we're going to be starting. Will Kowalczyk against Dylan Brown. That's going to be our main feature match. We're going to see if Dylan can take down the VV Cauldron. And the rest of the matchups, well, it's easy for me to mention because they're all mirrors. Jacob Tano versus Ryan Hayes, Harrison Canfor, Tristan Tyler, and then Casey Ryback versus Joseph Gerald. Now, in terms of the VV Cauldron deck list, Ross and I were talking in the break. There is a little bit of a difference between some of them. I think most notably for me, the ones that stand out are Ryan Hayes, because Ryan has 4 copies of Riddler in the 75. And then the match that we're going to be starting with, Will Kowalczyk, as you mentioned, actually has no Riddlers and a lot of Meringue River regions. So I wonder if that is maybe something that will give Will an edge.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation in small things around the edges in these lists. It's, how many Steam Core Scholars versus Tursas do you have? What removal spells exactly are you playing? And then, as you mentioned, there's a big divide among players as to what's your big mana sink when you get a lot of mana or like late game threat. And Quantum Riddler is a very popular option for Cauldron players. We saw a lot of that today. And then Meringue River Regent, the option for Will Kowalczyk, our number 1 overall seed. I think that's a card that will play quite well in the Cauldron mirrors, but he is the one person who doesn't have to play a mirror in the quarterfinals. I think I would prefer Riddler over Regent in the Azorius Control matchup, though Coil and Catch is still quite good. If he can resolve 1 or 2 copies of that over the course of the games, then that card advantage will still serve him well. And it being an instant will help him navigate around the counter spells from the Azorius Control deck.
Excellent points. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna be starting with Will and Dylan. The players are taking a look at their deck lists because remember this is open deck lists in the top 8. But we're gonna take a look and see what these players are playing for because there is a lot at stake here in the NRG Series Showdown. As you can see, first place earns a cool $2,400 cash along with 30 NRG points and an invite to the NRG Championships as well as a regional championship. Second place, 1,225, along with an RC invite. Third and fourth, 820 points, RC invite, and then fifth through eighth from there, so on and so forth. And, these players are not only just playing for cash points and invites, they're also, Ross, playing for their own likeness on a custom token from inklingcustoms.com. You'll see on your screen here, these are a lot of our past winners. You got Dom Harvey with the mana, May French with the food token, Sean Gallagher with the samurai. I'm going to put you on the spot, Ross. If you were to come and win one of the NRG Series Showdowns, what would your token be?
Ooh, that is a good question. I think I might go for Construct. I play a lot of Urza Saga decks. It's got to be something that I would get to play with because I'm that person who would play with my own tokens.
Gotcha.
So I play a lot of Urza Saga decks. So Construct would be pretty high on my list. I might go for Map. That's one that I'm not sure if anybody's done. That's another variable.
It's a nice one.
You want your token to be like the only example of that kind of token, so other people are forced to use it. So I think I'd be deciding between those two. I think I'd lean Map actually. Map would be a cool one. You could get me reading a map like a cartographer.
Yeah, a ton of Get Lost as well. But yeah, these are available to the winner. They get to get their own custom token from Inkling Customs. Shout out to them as well. And so that is what is on the line for these players. And as we mentioned, it looks like players are just about ready. It looks like they're resolving mulligans. If I saw a brief, during the window while we were talking about the tokens, I think Will kept 7 and Dylan is currently a mulling to 6.
Yeah.
Now remember, this is
on the table.
Yeah, this is the 1v8 matchup. Now, in terms of, this, obviously, like the VV Cauldron mirror match, play draw matters a ton. How much does play draw really matter against something like Azorius Control?
So the control deck is obviously designed to blunt the tempo advantage of the opponent being on the play. And I don't think it matters as much in game 1 before Will can bring in any counter spells, but it still definitely matters. And I think one of the key dynamics is it's a lot easier for Will to resolve his first 2-drop when he's on the play and it can't get no more lies. And that first 2-drop just can threaten so much if it's something like a Cauldron, even a Profs. So, any good 2-drop to have the initiative, especially if it was preceded by Marauding Mako, really constricts Dylan Brown's options later in the game. So I think it still does matter quite a bit, even if the control deck is well set up to stop that tempo advantage.
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. So we are off to the races, but players with a pair of Surveillance here. Will's going to go ahead and get that Abrade into the graveyard. Not really a lot of good targets in this matchup. And Dylan's going to bin an Elspeth. Kind of an awkward one to see as your first Surveillance target because, even if Dylan has enough lands in hand to cast the Elspeth, 3 or 4 lands, like it's not clear that the game is going to be about that kind of thing. So tough decision here for Dylan as we see fear of missing out for Will. And that's, you mentioned, No More Lies unavailable on turn 2. And that is the 2-drop that Will decides to go with. Now, I guess just a question: if you had to choose, which of the 2-drops would you rather resolve there on turn 2 if you had your pick?
So normally I like resolving the Cauldron as early as possible. That way you can threaten to go off at a moment's notice. The control deck with all the counter spells up, though, you're not as comfortable going for that. And so I think I'd rather have something that establishes a clock. The fear of missing out also has the benefit of digging towards additional land drops, which Will clearly needed as he misses the land drop on turn 3. So I think fear of missing out even made a ton of sense for his hand. But the missed land drop really punishing because Dylan had a tapped land on turn 2. So there was another window on Will's turn 3 to be able to resolve a second threat and really take a firm advantage in this game. Will unable to do so because of that mana stumble. And now, Dylan sitting with No More Lies up can potentially answer a fear of missing out on the end step and really, actually take control of this game from his end.
Yeah, and it looks like Dylan decides to go for a consult for 3 here. Just no kicker. Take a look at the top 3. Put one of those into the hand. Maybe signifying, like you mentioned, no copies of maybe doesn't have a get lost, or potentially maybe needs to find land drop for next turn. That's why we're just, because you would maybe imagine if Dylan had access to land 4, maybe would just take a turn off, try to go land 4, double, kick that next turn. But it looks like maybe did find what he was looking for and plays land 4 and passes.
And that's the benefit of consult. It's the versatility. When you need to play it for 2 mana, you can, and make sure you hit your land drops. Then when he draws one later in the game, sure, we'll kick it and get the extra card. So you don't always have to maximize the value from all of your spells. Just utilize them to the best of your ability based on the specific game state that you're in.
Yeah, and looks like I don't want to be honest with you, Russ. I don't know if Will picked up a land here, so really oh, never mind. Okay, there is land 3.
But at this point, Dylan has the counter wall up.
Yeah.
Has no more lives for this. The only thing he has to clean up is the fear of missing out, and he's got some time to do that. I guess that there is the problem of the Soulstone Sanctuary as well once Will finds a 4th land.
It's interesting how this game played out because, we had this conversation before the game started, like how in this specific matchup, how much does the play draw matter? And with Will missing those land drops, it almost feel like Dylan stole the play this game, right? And you mentioned how, Will, if Will is able to resolve, like sneak in 1 or 2 things under the counter wall before Dylan starts holding up mana, that's the advantage. And Will just was unable to do that. And now, as you mentioned, the counter spells are going to be up here basically every turn. And resolving stock ups and just trying to eventually win the game at his leisure.
Yeah, the name of the game for Dylan Brown now is to make enough land drops that he can start resolving things like Overlord and Beza with counter spell backup. So once he gets to land 6 or 7, then we're more likely to see some fireworks from Dylan.
All right, so going to find 2 cards, put them into the hand for the stock up, rest in the bottom. And Dylan's going to throw it back here to Will. So if you're in Will's position, right, the 3 lands versus 5, maybe not the best position to be in. What exactly does sort of a winning spot, like how does Will draw his way out of this? How does he find a way to claw back into this game?
Well, his first step is to hope your opponent floods out. Because then you're going to have more time to draw into it, and your opponent's not going to have as many answers. Maybe you can just run them out of answers. Because the one advantage that missing your early land drops gives you is if you manage to get the game to go long, because your opponent isn't able to close the game while you're stumbling, you have a lot of spells that you can deploy once you do hit lands, and you'll hit lands eventually. So if Will can get Dylan to draw a few extra lands and run him low on answers, then maybe he can win the attrition fight.
There you go. Well, Seamrip is going to take care of the FOMO. That's unfortunate for Will because now he's sort of lost his only pressure. So, if he's in a position where maybe Will misses again, Dylan is not even worried about taking a little bit of damage even in those turns and is free to maybe, cast some consults and things of that nature. We see a props here. I almost wonder if you're Dylan, just let him have it. Even if you have an answer, like you at this point, Dylan can just sort of maybe play this game of like answer the creatures and let Will have the other stuff like props and cauldron.
Yeah, especially with with Tishana's Tidebinder in hand. I guess you would kind of the draw if you wanted to do that, but I typically agree with just targeting the creatures. So way better to leave your opponent with a profs in play at the end of everything than an extra creature, even if it's a relatively small one. And here Dylan had the added incentive to let that resolve because he has this consult that he'd like to cast.
Well, that's going to take a look at 6 cards. Very, very powerful card here from Edge of Eternities. We mentioned this Dylan is one thing that we were talking about during the break is there's an interesting split of 3 stock up and 4 consult the star charts. And sort of, if you look historically at control decks, they've usually are leaning more towards stuff like stock up, but the instant speed nature of consult, we've seen multiple times in this game alone, just being able to hold up all of your mana and in spots where your opponent doesn't play into your mana because they recognize that you have, counter spells or stuff available, you get to sort of like actually get to use your mana and still, and as you mentioned later in the game, consult gets really crazy. And here's a Heartcast Overlord. Speaking of later in the game.
Yeah, I definitely like to see the split of card draw spells favoring consult here in the deck with so many counter spells. I think there's a tendency for players to always, resist change and try to play the card that they're more familiar with and that they've been playing with. And Stock Up, still a very powerful card, still a card that's a staple in these decks, but Consult, I think, overall a better fit. So it makes sense to make that change now that you have access to it.
All right, now Ross, here we go. There's some potential fireworks here. So end of turn, Will is going to go for a Flood Maw on the Seam Rip. That's going to get a FOMO trigger. Will only discarding a Cauldron there. Ideally, maybe he wants to discard a VV because that would potentially set up for a huge turn here. But even with Profs plus FOMO, maybe Will can set something up, although without already having the Cauldron in play, doesn't really have the ability to do the sort of like quote unquote broken turn, even if he has Cauldron or a VV.
Yeah, kind of needs a Monstrous Rage to go along with it, but they don't let you play that no more.
No. Probably for good reason, right? I don't know.
Oh, definitely for good reason. And there's a River Regent going to the bin as well, so Will being forced to get rid of some pretty juicy cards, which makes sense given that he's been missing land drops.
Ooh, there is Delirium. Okay, hold on a second.
But we've only drawn 3 cards though, right?
3. Oh, so it's
and you have to attack to get the second Profs trigger.
Yeah.
I guess it'll still trade with the Overlord because the Overlord has a point of damage on it with the Fire Magic. So if Dylan doesn't, either doesn't think about the second Profs trigger, it looks like he's going to not block.
Well, you have to, right? Because you're going to have to block the second time anyways.
Oh, yeah. So it untaps first, yeah. So he's going to block.
Yep.
Overlord dies. Okay, so Will dealt with the Overlord at least and drew some cards with the Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive turn, right? Well, okay, that's the second Overlord, maybe not now. But, I mean, looking at it from Will's perspective, he basically did nothing that entire game, and that one sort of, the Flood Maw was able to just sort of, have that one big pop-off turn, but not sure if it's going to be enough here as Dylan provides the second Overlord, and as you and I both know, Ross, it's the second Overlord that gets you.
Yeah, it definitely does. And Will, now drawing some lands, see if he can make a big enough creature to stabilize this battlefield with Profs. The Steam Core Scholar is not a bad start. It'll get 3 counters, one card drawn from Profs, 2 from the Scholar. So that'll check the insects, but it doesn't check the Overlord, which will then allow Dylan to make a really wide battlefield of insects to end this game. But maybe there's another Fire Magic coming? How many does Will have?
Only 1 copy in Will's main deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at that because that's potentially a card that Will could have used to clear the flying blockers. But only 1 copy of Fire Magic in the main this weekend, so really hard to kind of slog through the 4 blockers that Dylan's going to be able to provide.
And still a pretty full hand from Will. If he can go off with a Cauldron at some point, maybe he can go over the top of this Overlord. Because Dylan is relatively low on action at this point. So let's see what this is. Okay. Not anymore.
Yeah, he's got action now. This is double Demotic Tutor, right? 9 cards.
It's top 9.
Pretty close.
And this is another reason you play 4 Consult and only 3 Stock Up. Consult, scaling better into the late game is a huge advantage for a deck that actively wants to play to the late game every game.
Yeah. No, it makes a ton of sense. The one thing that I will mention here is that, Will has drawn and discarded a ton of cards, but notably in the graveyard, there is not a single copy of VV. So Will is limited on what he can actually access next turn, even if he finds something like a Cauldron, which maybe he even has in his hand because he did discard 1 earlier, so potentially has another copy. But yeah, very limited on what he can actually access here without the VV.
Yeah, and we know Dylan has Tishana's Tidebinder in hand, so he could stop the Cauldron with that. He's putting Will under a ton of pressure, and now Will's finally drawn out of his mana problems, but he still has a full hand, and it doesn't look like he's going to have time to deploy all of his cards. And this is why I brought up the importance of pressure in this game. Dylan had it here with the 2 Overlords. It was very important to punish Will for his stumble by having that.
Yeah, and I kind of I kind of go back to that game we watched where it was Katarina against Ryan, and Katarina was just unable to find pressure, and eventually Ryan, given enough time, can eventually draw out of it and find a way to get lethal. So like you mentioned, Dylan being able to close the door and not really give Will that kind of time, very very important because this blue red deck has the capability of doing some crazy crazy things.
Yeah, for a deck whose curve stops at 3 mostly, it keeps playing forever.
Hmm.
It will never run out of gas. Maybe when you deck yourself, that's when it runs out of gas, but not
Yeah.
before then.
All right, so Will goes ahead and casts a Fear of Missing Out. It's going to discard an extra Spire Bluff Canal. And now it looks like we're going for a map token. Sees a Tursa, doesn't really want that.
I think he's just digging aggressively for VV because he knows that's his only way to get back into this game is to do something completely busted.
Okay, chooses to keep the Cauldron on top.
No,
And
another FOMO. I mean, with Profs, 2 FOMOs, if there's potentially Cauldron VV, there could be an incredible turn for Will Kowalczyk coming.
Okay, never mind.
The game ends.
Yeah, I think maybe it was lethal because there was an anchorage. So if you animate anchorage, you block the Tidebinder and the Overlord, you take 10. So I think that's what happened there. And there you go. Dylan, our lone remaining non-VV Cauldron player, is going to take game number 1. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at sideboards. We are going to kick things off with Will Kowalczyk's. As we mentioned, those Meringue River regions in the main deck, no Quantum Riddlers. But in the sideboard, you got to kick things off with a banger, Ross. 2 copies of Aegis Turtle. I don't think those will be coming in this matchup, in my expert opinion. But we got 2 Tashanas Tidebinders, 1 Meringue River region, and a null, 2 Fire Magics, 1 Into the Flood Maw, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Braid, and 2 Negate. What do you like here besides the Aegis Turtles?
I love the Aegis Turtles, so let's get that straight.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to assume that the Negates and Pierces will be coming in. The control decks are the reason to have this many counter spells in your sideboard. I think the River region will come in mainly for Coil and Catch as additional card advantage. I think the Tidebinders will come in. They can be important against those Overlords and Elspeth and things like that. And with Coil and Catch, Tashanas Tidebinder, and counter spells, there's a bit of a flash game plan built into this list from Will Kowalczyk. The more, once you start putting a few flash things in your deck, you get incentivized to add more and more and be able to play that draw go game. And that could really throw off the Azorius control game plan. They'd much prefer their opponents to be tapping out so they can tap out themselves for counter spells and just answer your threats up the curve. When you start picking fights on your opponent's end step, making them make the decision of whether or not to commit their mana early or not, and letting you untap and potentially cast something even worse, then you make the game really awkward for them and you lead them into, making poor decisions that you can punish. So I can see the gears turning from Will Kowalczyk and how he's built his list. There's a very clear game plan in mind here, and I think he'll try to implement that in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm very glad you brought that point up because we were, having this discussion about Riddler versus Meringue River region because a lot of players have Riddler in the main deck, but it's sort of like leaning into that sideboard plan of having a lot more instance in the postboard game. So it does make a lot of sense here for Will.
You could also see the Annul come in, counter Seamarip, counter Rest in Peace, counter Overlord. Pretty narrow, but in a long game, you'll eventually find something to annul.
Oh, yeah. So that is going to do it for Will's deck list. Let's go ahead and take a look at Dylan. So Azorius control here. We took we saw exactly what happened in game number 1 with the Overlords and the Bezas. I think we're having maybe a bit of a trouble getting Dylan's deck list up on screen, but I'll read it for you. Sideboard here for Dylan is going to be 2 copies of Beza the Browning Spring, 2 Overlord of the Mistmoors, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Tashanas Tidebinder, and a whole bunch of one-ofs. 1 Devout Decree, 1 Elspeth Smite, 1 Exercise, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Negate, 1 Seamrip, and 1 Ultima. What do you like from Dylan's side?
So I like the Exercise. I like the 4th Seamrip. I think we'll also see the Ultima as a nice sweeper that can also take out Soul Cauldron. We'll certainly see the Rest in Pieces. I think we'll see the additional Tashanas Tidebinders. The real question for me in the sideboarding is what 4-drops are going to be in Dylan Brown's post-sideboard configuration? Because between main and side, he has the full 4 copies of Beza and the full 4 copies of Overlord of the Mistmoors. I don't think there's room to have 8 of them in your deck. They're both reasonable in the matchup. Unclear to me which one is better. That'll be up to Dylan Brown to decide, but I imagine he will swap the 2-2 main deck split to become a 4-0 split towards whichever one he prefers. Overlord gives you a little bit more defense in the air against Steam Core Scholar. It lets you turn the corner a little bit better because the tokens fly. Beza obviously has the additional utility from potentially getting a treasure or a card or life gain. Overlord plays into a null. Beza doesn't. Beza can potentially play into things like Broadside Barrage if you think that might come in. Overlord survives Barrage. So there's a lot of, if this, then that kind of questions for Dylan Brown to ask himself, depending upon what he thinks Will's going to be bringing in and what's in Will's sideboard and which one he likes more in the matchup.
Yeah, I really like how you brought that up where, Dylan has access to the full 4 copies of each, and that is a lot more 4-drops than we've seen a lot of these blue-eye control players play. And I almost wonder maybe there's like a play-draw dynamic where Beza's better on the draw against some of the more aggressive decks. Overlord maybe more important against Dimir because they have more flyers, so on and so forth. So a lot of things to think about there. But we see game number 2, Will had a whole host of mana problems in game number 1, even though he was in the play, and it looks like Will taking a mulligan. So potentially, a leg up on the competition for our one remaining hero here in the form of Dylan Brown.
Yeah, things looking good for Azorius control, but the mulligan far from a death sentence for a deck like VV Cauldron. There's so much card advantage in the deck. If they get going, then the mulligan will look like a distant memory. So Will Kowalczyk very much still in this game and match. This is a spot for Dylan Brown to, check himself. You're up a game in the quarterfinals, your opponent's mulliganing, you're feeling good, maybe your hand is good too, but there's still a long way between you and the semifinals. You don't want to get overconfident and start playing a little bit sloppy. So just stay the course, keep even keel, and close out this game. Move on to the semis.
Just keep on keeping on. One interesting thing that we didn't mention during sideboarding is the lack of Pinnacle Starcage in Dylan's deck list. That is a card that we've seen a lot of these Azorius control decks bring to the table. But, you kind of mentioned to me in the break where, even though you might think that card is very, very good against the Cauldron decks, not being able to hit the profs is a pretty big miss on that one.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the way the other aggressive decks in the format have gone, they're kind of going bigger. It's things like the Simic aggro deck with Ouroboroloid and Mono Red Dragons as opposed to Mice, and the Landfall decks. And they have some cheap things, but they also have a lot of 3, 4, and 5 drops. So I just think the value of that effect has really diminished in the metagame. And I really like Day of Judgment, the way it lines up against the VV Cauldron deck. And we see 4 copies of that in Dylan Brown's list.
Yeah, being able to get all the 3 drops, very, very important, getting the Terses and the Steam Cores of the world. But here is a turn 2, Rest in Peace for Dylan. That is not only going to remove the possibility of Delirium for that fear of missing out, but also any VVs discarded to the graveyard are now no longer eligible for Cauldron targets. And Cauldron as a whole, just a blank piece of cardboard. So Will says, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to cast the VV, even though you don't see the Cauldron decks normally do that.
No, this is VV on hard mode.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do in the face of Rest in Peace. And it looks awkward. It's not something you'd like to do, but this plan is still very effective for the Cauldron deck. It's why the deck is so powerful. Even when you're not combo killing people, your aggro plan is still great. And now, if you're just on the aggro plan and you're able to discard your spare Cauldrons to effects like Steam Core Scholar and Tersa, and you're not down cards from drawing them, your opponent is down a card from having played the Rest in Peace. Down another card if Dylan finds, draws the other one. So,
okay. I was going to say Dylan didn't even have a removal spell for the VV, but he did have a Tishana's Tidebinder lined up there to go ahead and stop the trigger. So that's going to go ahead and turn off VV, but Winternight Story is still going to filter through Will a couple of cards here, potentially digging for the cards that don't interact with the graveyard, but I'm very curious to see if Will kept in any amount of removal for stuff like you mentioned, Tidebinder. Maybe if he had Beza on the mind, could have brought in Broadside Barrage. I'm not entirely sure if he would have a ton of it. Even something like Fire Magic after seeing Double Overlord, maybe you consider something like that.
Yeah, Will's list actually no barrages. So if he wants removal, it'd have to
Yeah.
be pretty weak removal. It'd have to be Fire Magic or a Braid. He doesn't even have Torch anywhere in the 75.
Yep.
I imagine if there is a removal spell still in the deck, it's into the Flood Maw, since that could
Sure.
bounce a Rest in Peace or a Seam Rip to set up a big turn. Could bounce, a big creature to make a lethal attack. I think that has more applications in the matchup than killing a Tishana's Tidebinder.
So we see Will deploy a Soul Stone Sanctuary. That is land for turn, going to potentially become a 3/3 next turn. And see what Dylan's working with. I see a couple of lands in hand.
Yeah.
Can't quite get a good look at what else he's working with, though.
Interesting that Dylan decided to not trade the Tidebinder for the Fear of Missing Out on that previous attack. Suggests that he doesn't have removal in hand for the VV, so he views that as a pretty big threat and needs to keep the Tidebinder around for now to check that. If he had removal, he could have made the trade for the Flood Maw, then killed the VV on his turn and cleared the battlefield, which I think would have been preferable.
Yeah, and with the Rest in Peace, maybe not as scared about the fear of missing out, the possibility of, it doesn't have to worry about getting to Delirium or anything like that. So it can take a few hits from the fear of missing out, and maybe just like you said, prioritizes just not letting the VV happen.
Yeah.
So, well, that's interesting. So chooses not to trade for the FOMO, but then also decides to not attack that turn.
And his damage isn't all that relevant when he wins the
fair.
game. It's usually because he took control of the game as a control deck. So playing around something like a Tursa here as a haste threat.
Or even just
props,
like
pump the VV.
land animate Soulstone.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. So
okay, you're right. I just want to attack Ross, I just want to attack you.
I sympathize. We're cut from the same cloth in that respect. So, but when you play Azorius Control, people say math is for blockers. Azorius Control is for blockers.
True. Very, very true. That's why I'm not good at math. I can't play Blue Eye Control.
Yeah.
All right. Marauding Mako is going to be the play here for Will. Awkward that he drew that after the draw spell there. That would have been pretty good to play prior to that. But yeah, you mentioned the 4 copies of Day of Judgment in Dylan's deck list. Presumably, most, if not all of them, stayed in. So that would be a pretty big swing here for Dylan. Now, Will does still have that Soulstone, but doesn't have a lot of action left over.
We don't have a great look at Dylan Brown's hand, but there will be a strong sign if he has Day of Judgment or not, and it's Tishana's Tidebinder going to attack. If it attacks, it probably means he's sweeping the board.
Oh, so now we can attack.
Sure. Can't take it with you.
That's true. You're not going to get that 3 damage elsewhere.
I've seen Elspeth in Dylan's stand, so you could go for that this turn, because there's also an island as land 5. Maybe try to induce Will to extend even further into a Day of Judgment. Because with the Tishana's Tidebinder back and making 2 tokens, the Elspeth is pretty safe. Goes for a Day of Judgment without attacking first. For shame.
See, that's the true Azorius Control player, right?
Yeah, just can't even bring himself to attack.
It seems like Dylan's been here a time or two before. Maybe is not the first time he's playing counter spells, but
that's the It's Always Sunny meme of throwing the plate. The plate is free attack, and he's Azorius Control players. Just throw it away. Don't want that.
In the garbage. I want to go back to that last turn, though. What do you think about the decision to play Day of Judgment instead of Elspeth? Because it seemed like, from my perspective, the board seemed pretty stable, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Elspeth likely would have lived, especially since there's no broadside barrage in Will's list, and Dylan knows that at this point. We're in the elimination rounds where deck lists are open. So I'm not sure what he was afraid of. Maybe he has something like, there's no annuls. I thought maybe he wanted to hold up an annul, but that's not in his 75 either. Not sure what the reasoning there is from Dylan Brown, but clearly wanted to clear the board first before playing the Elspeth.
Yeah, because now you're in a position where you open yourself up to Will having 2 mana up, has the potential to have one of the 2 negates or 2 spell pierces. So now it's not really a safe turn to play it. Probably don't want to do that. So Dylan maybe wants to do something else.
But I think that actually is your reason for playing the Day of Judgment, is if you're going to get one of those cards countered by a Disdainful Stroke, you'd much rather get the Elspeth countered than the Day. Because
That's fair.
If the Day gets countered, then your Elspeth might die, and then you don't have answers to the board. Whereas if the Elspeth gets countered, you just get to keep playing into the late game, and you're a control deck. You like that.
Yeah, you'll find more threats eventually. So
yeah. So I think you inadvertently figured it out.
There you go. I do things. I sometimes I do things with purpose.
Hey, that's a sneaky sign of a strong player, where like their instinct guides them, even if it's not all happening consciously.
Yeah.
If it gets you to the right place.
All right,
your darkest mage is working overtime.
Oh yeah. Stock up here for Dylan. So I'm trying to think of what is Dylan looking for in this spot. It has the Elspeth, so has really the threat cover. Just I guess wants to find more answers, more land drops, like you said, get later into the late stages of the game.
Yeah, it's about being able to cast a threat with counter or removal backup. So that's how he's going to set up the Elspeth now. So he really wants to get to land 7 or so and play it with maybe a No More Lies or a Get Lost in hand, or even land 8 and play it with a 3 steps ahead. He could also find something like an Overlord or a Beza to play before the Elspeth to build out his battlefield first, and then he has more defense for it.
Shout out to Will for the correct artwork for a null. Just want to throw that out there.
Absolutely not. You should get some Urza's Block and nulls.
Look, man, I started playing around Mirrodin, so I have a soft spot for anytime I get to play a card from the actual set Mirrodin. That's I'm in.
I just want to play cards with the original frame as much as possible.
Well, I mean, that's also fair, but I get it. All right, 3 mana for Will. What do we got? Steam Core Scholar. That's going to grow this Marauding Mako a little bit. Dylan at 14, Will getting in some chip shots. I want to go back to Will's deck list real quick. Let me pull it up. There is one single copy of Wild Ride. So that is, this is sort of the dynamic where the VV Cauldron deck can get in these like little chip shots, like 3 here, 4 here, get you down a little bit low, VV pings, and then you always have that threat of here's a creature, here's a Wild Ride, maybe you don't expect it or something like that. So always something to keep in mind. Although I will say the Wild Ride may be a little bit worse in Will's deck due to the presence of, or the lack thereof, of the Quantum Riddlers.
True, but looks like this is the Wild Ride. So you called it, and with the Prof's Eidetic Memory, the Scholar will get 3 more counters. Both of those entered this turn. So this is a pretty big attack. 8 damage coming across.
11, right?
Oh, 11. The Mako can attack too.
Yep.
Yeah. Mako was not this turn. That was already in play. So yeah, almost lethal. Not quite.
Well, 11, so getting Dylan down to 3 is interesting because now it makes Tursa lethal by itself, even if the Profs were to be removed from the battlefield.
Tursa or that Soulstone Sanctuary that Will already has on the battlefield. So Dylan really has to be wary of that. And now the Elspeth just doesn't look good enough. The Steam Core Scholar flies over it. You could kill that, but then there's still 2 lethal threats you have to figure out an answer for. So Beza would be a really good start here. There's a Day of Judgment. That's also
Day
a
of
good
Judgment
start.
Plus removal spell, but then you get punked out by a Spell Pierce, maybe?
Yeah, gotta hope there's no Pierce for this Get Lost. And I'm not even is there a Get Lost even there? I see a white card, but I don't recognize the art.
I actually don't know. Yeah,
okay, there's Get Lost,
version,
but there's also
the counter
a Pierce.
spell.
Oh, it's negate. Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, and so that is going to be Will taking game number 2. I wasn't trying to set it up because I didn't see the Wild Ride in Will's hand, but as we were talking about it, the Wild Ride just magically appeared. It was in fact
conjured it. It wasn't actually in Will's hand. As you started talking with his card, his island changed into a Wild Ride.
I see. Well, that makes a lot more sense.
That's perfect. That's what I needed.
That makes a lot more sense. So yeah, that's going to be Will taking game number 2. So we will have a deciding game number 3. Players taking a look at deck lists. We can show them back on screen here just for a moment. We've been through this before, but there's Dylan's deck list: the Tidebinders, the Bezas, the Overlords, Elspeth, Smite, Devout Decree, Exercise, Flash Freeze, Negate, Ultima, Seamrip, and Rest in Peace. We've already kind of talked about. Is there maybe a play draw difference for Dylan? I can't imagine.
One thing I will say is I believe I saw a Beza in hand at the end of that game for Dylan Brown. So if he did do what we anticipated, which was board into a 4-0 split on his 4 drops, he chose Beza. So he values the life gain there. And I'm guessing also values not getting annulled, because that is just such a huge beating in a matchup where there's such a clear role distinction between the two decks. The Izzet deck is the beatdown, wants to win on tempo. Losing your 4-mana threat for 1 mana is just not a tenable risk to take. So I think Dylan is on Beza over Overlord, but I don't see a ton play draw. Maybe you want Elspeth Smite on the draw, more cheap removal, so you don't fall behind to an early FOMO or Marauding Mako. But that card gets kind of bad as the game goes long and Prof starts pumping the creatures out of range. But 1 is not a huge ask.
Yeah, that's fair. So there it is. Dylan Brown's deck list, a very, very interesting spot there towards the end, was able to, sort of get to maybe the point where stabilization, but that wild ride just kind of sealed it up. So let's go ahead and take a look at Wheel's deck list one more time for you before we get into game number 3 in all of its glory. The Aegis Turtles, they obviously came in. Will just didn't draw them. Jashana's Tidebinder, Barang River Region, Annul, Fire Magic, Into the Floodmoss, Spell Pierce, Abrade, and Negate. Same thing, any play draw, probably, maybe not.
On the draw, you might want more interactive cards, figuring that you're not going to get ahead as easily. So maybe you want more Into the Floodmaws than you had before, but that's the only interactive card that I really like for at least, like a little bit in the matchup. I certainly wouldn't have all 4 in the deck. But you don't want to have Fire Magic or Abrade. So it's just a consideration of exactly how threat dense and how many reactive cards you want. And that usually changes or can change depending on play draw. You want to be a little bit more reactive on the draw.
Alrighty, so let's go ahead and bring you on down to the feature match area because players are getting ready for game number 3. So Will going to be going second here. Dylan on the play after losing that very, very close game 3. And let's take a look at opening hands. I see a Seam Rip on Dylan's side, a couple of lands. Looks like a Consult as well. Dylan's pretty happy with his hand. And for Will, what are we working with? We have, looks like a Thundering Falls. Can't quite get a good look at Will's hand, but all right, Ross, I'm putting you on the spot. Pick game 3, pick a winner. Who you got?
I'm just never picking against Cauldron.
Okay, that's fair.
It's also 2025 and we can't have nice things, so I'm expecting 4 Cauldron decks in the top 4.
I believe in our hero. Okay, I think Dylan can do it. I think Dylan's going to go all the way, holding that trophy towards the end. All right, Will playing a starting town here is land number 2. Players just doing some land go. Not really a lot of action here. We saw the first couple of games, Will had that Marauding Mega, but, without it here, you mentioned, Will on the play has the ability to get that 2-drop in before Dylan has a counter spell, but, being on the draw doesn't have that luxury. So now maybe has to, wait till turn 3 to deploy 2-drop plus Spell Pierce or something along those lines.
This certainly feels like a Spell Pierce, unless the Fear of Missing Out was drawn this turn and Will didn't have a 2-drop. Even then, if you didn't have Pierce, you might want to tap out, use your mana, and play a 3. So definitely a strong sign that there's a Spell Pierce here. Maybe an Annul for a Rest in Peace or a Seam Rip. Okay, the Get Lost did not merit a Pierce for Will Kowalczyk, so maybe it does mean Annul or just a bluff.
Yeah, could, like you said, maybe it is possible that maybe the FOMO was just drawn for that turn and, Will was just digging for, trying to find a spell. It can't get spell pierced. The Beza.
Doesn't get pierced, doesn't get annulled, so that'll work.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, I kind of missed the annul, but after we saw the annul in game number 2 there for Will, does make a lot of sense to have Beza as your threat of choice over Overlord. I see a Scholar here for Will, which is, a good card, but looks a lot worse when there's no profs in play.
Definitely, but you want the flyer in the face of the Beza, and maybe we can start pumping it up with these maps. Instead goes for a Marauding Mako.
Always draws the Mako after the draw spell. Will, you're supposed to draw those in the other order.
We'll be sure to let him know.
Yeah. When he watches this back. Dylan is going to draw a card for turn, untapping with 4 mana. I think I saw an Elspeth in Dylan's hand, but don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. So rest in peace. Yeah, there's an Elspeth there. Okay. So if you're Dylan, you got maybe it doesn't have land 5. I think I saw rest in peace, Seam Rip, Elspeth. What are you thinking here from Dylan's side?
It was a pretty heavy incentive to get the Rest in Peace down this turn with 2 Winter Night Stories in the graveyard. And I think that's why we're seeing this Consult be cast for only 2 mana instead of 4.
Yep.
So the Consult will likely dig for land 5. Then Dylan will play Rest in Peace, make sure there's no card advantage coming for Will, and he can set up his Elspeth for a later turn.
Makes sense to me. Let's see if he finds that land number 5. What do we got here for Dylan? But yeah, likely wants to deploy the Rest in Pieces, like you mentioned before. Those Winter Night Stories go onto the stack. So there's the Rest in Peace. That's going to clear the graveyard. And looks like no lands. So
either found a spell he really wanted or didn't find a land in the top 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the Profs also coming after the Steam Core Scholar, but should still be effective here, especially if Will has something like a Tersa or another Scholar.
Yeah, we'll see what Will's going to line up here.
Kind of looks like Will might not have land 5 either.
He's got some mana tapped. Or mana lined up, rather, excuse me. What are we thinking? Yeah, but that land 5 doesn't have something access to like a Tersa or Steam Core. So we're going to start with a map. That's going to find Tishana's. It's an interesting one, especially if you're
Exile Zone.
Yeah, especially if you're missing a land drop, where maybe Will's thinking about the Wild Ride. Seeing that one's kind of weird because you really want a land, but it's only a one of. Yeah. Maybe it's also worse when Dylan knows about it.
Definitely worse when they know about it. So, but I think it stayed there. Okay.
Yeah.
Wild Ride stays on top. I mean, it's worse in the sense that they can play around it, but it's also kind of better because they have to play around it and you just get to do other things. So that might cause Dylan to play differently and give Will a subtle advantage.
Yeah, like say, for example, Dylan draws land 5 here and he was lining up an Elspeth. Can you really afford to do that now? Maybe not.
Yeah.
I mean, Elspeth can take care of the Steam Core, but we're going to go for Exercise.
But if there were to be another Steam Core Scholar for Will, Wild Ride would let it either kill the Elspeth or maybe even just kill Dylan.
So Steam Core is going to take care of that. And I don't think Dylan found land 5 here, so just going to be passing the turn. I think I saw a Get Lost and a Normalize in hand for Dylan, so has plenty of available action or interaction for whatever Will can muster up here. So that'll presumably get normalized, yeah.
Oh, and the Spell Pierce with now mana available for Wild Ride.
Yep, so draw 2. Now, I mean, it's not lethal. Not even really close, right? Because Dylan's still at 20. Actually, didn't Dylan take 5 off the Scholar? Oh, but the basal life gain, right? Okay. Yep. Yeah, so not really going to be lethal this turn, but he is going to fire off that Wild Ride. So this should be an attack for 7.
Yep. Okay, gets in a big attack. And now has a pretty big flyer with Dylan down a couple of removal spells. Maybe forced to use a Day of Judgment on this board, which wouldn't be, terribly upsetting for Will. But Will's also now getting a little bit low on cards. He's drawn 6 lands, but no copies of Soulstone Sanctuary. He's already gone through a couple of copies of Wild Ride, doesn't have the ability to harmonize them in the face of the Rest in Peace. So Will is now in danger of losing the attrition fight if Dylan can find a couple more answers. And there he has one with a Get Lost on the Steam Core Scholar.
Yep, so there goes the Steam Core. And what's really an interesting dynamic about this too is, you mentioned earlier players have access to deck lists. Dylan knows that there is only one copy of Wild Ride in Will's 75. That Wild Ride is gone, so he no longer has to worry about that. So that means that Dylan can maybe play with a little bit, Dylan can maybe play a little bit riskier than he would normally be able to if the Wild Ride wasn't already gone.
Yeah, although still a conservative play with no attack from the Beza.
I mean, look, if he didn't attack last game with the Tidebinder before casting Day of Judgment, he's never attacking.
The thing is, your block on Tersa isn't good in the face of the Profts.
It is true.
Tersa is going to be at least a 5/5, but with Dylan at 8, maybe you have to leave the Beza back just to block to stay alive. And with 2 maps, all Will would need is another card drawn to potentially make an 8-power attacker.
There's a Stories.
So a Tursa after this would create a lethal attacker and force a chump from the Beza.
Yeah, maybe something like Land Tursa Floodmaw. Like you said, we haven't. See, this is the interesting thing. I don't think have we seen a single Floodmaw in the post-board games from Will? I want to say we haven't.
I don't think so. I wouldn't be surprised if there's only 1 or 2 in the deck. I wouldn't expect there to be more than that. I also wouldn't be surprised if there was 0. There was a lot of strong sideboard cards. So if he wants to maintain threat density, then maybe he decides the Floodmaws aren't good enough, and there's no Pinnacle Star Cages, which is one of the juiciest things to bounce.
There's the Tursa, so that's 4 cards drawn because he only actually drew 1 off of the Tursa. So by my math, that would be 4 counters, which would make it a 7/7, which is notably not lethal, but against the VV deck, you don't really want to go to 1. I can't imagine you can afford to take this hit. Yeah.
Yeah. The weird part is for Dylan, the only way he gets out of range of the VV is by playing another Beza to gain life, and so that also incentivizes it to jump.
Yeah.
Okay, Elspeth takes care of the Tursa, but Dylan is tapped out. Another Tursa could be the end of this match.
Yeah, notably no Spell Pierce here for Will. That would have just ended the game on the spot. So we'll see what Will can find. Now, there is only 2 copies of Tursa in Will's 75. So only has access to 1 more of those. But, I mean, he's seen a lot of cards, so.
Yeah, and there's the 4th Winter Night Stories. Dylan doing the salty check. Is that actually the 4th one?
I think he's checking Tursas too.
Yeah.
But I believe only 1 Tursa gone, so should be 1 left in Will's deck list.
Here's FOMO. So I think crisis averted for Dylan. There's no Wild Ride left to give this FOMO haste. Dylan looks like he is going to be untapping with an Elspeth.
Yeah, I was going to say there's the 3rd land there from Will, but does not have the Tursa. So 4 counters on that FOMO. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of the spot that you like. If you're sitting in Dylan's seat, you got to be like, oh, thank God, if it gets untapped at the Elspeth, make a bunch of chump blockers for the fear of missing out. And the other thing, because Will doesn't have access to the Riddlers, is maybe has less flyers than some of the other versions would to be able to pressure this Elspeth as well.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to kill the Elspeth at this point. Well, I think one of the subtle things Will was missing this game was a Soulstone Sanctuary. He drew a lot of lands. If he just had a Soulstone sitting around this game, could have killed the Elspeth with that. Maybe gotten some attacks in earlier. Just had a lot more potential tactics that Dylan would have to play around.
Yeah, only 1 Soulstone in Will's deck list here. I know that I've seen some Cauldron players play 2. I've seen a few play 3, but I think most of the ones that I've seen have 2. But only 1 here for Will this weekend, and that may be hurting him here a little bit.
Yeah, that's another one of the subtle choices you have to make when building VV Cauldron. How many Soulstones in my mana base? How many starting towns? How many Surveil lands? And everybody has slightly different answers to those questions. Sometimes you get paid off because you hit your colored sources more easily. You curve out more often. Sometimes you get punished because you flood out more often.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the deck probably has 52 cards that are locked in, but those last 8 spots really can make a difference in a number of these matchups. Whether you want to dedicate those slots to the mirror match, which it seems like Will has done with the presence of the Meringues, the Engineer in the main deck to get haste. The Fire Magic in the main deck, that one's probably more for Dimir, but it seems like he's made some concessions and maybe making concessions for the mirror match, but as playing up against blue-white control here.
One of those concessions would be an excellent draw. Draconautics Engineer making a hasty flyer.
Oh yeah,
would be quite nice.
And presumably that stayed in. I imagine this is a matchup you want that card against.
Absolutely. Haste creatures always so valuable against a control deck.
So Negate's going to go to exile off the map. Cauldron presumably will also go to exile. And we will have to see what Will has left over. Cycling of profs.
Yeah, just really on empty here. He's trying to find something. He's dug as deep as he can. Played every Winter Night Stories, multiple props, used all the maps.
Use the wild ride.
Yeah, he just has so few relevant cards left at this point. When you're unable to deal with an Elspeth immediately, it doesn't get any easier later in the game. It only gets harder.
All right, so land, attack, made a chump block, and pass the turn back here to Dylan. And yeah, for like you mentioned, for Dylan, it's like, you've gone through the wild ride, you've gone through a Tursa, and there is a very, very limited number of cards that Will can actually have here to be able to cross the finish line. And from here, it's basically, maybe uptick Elspeth a couple of times, do some chump blocking, and I'm sure we'll see, Dylan. What the nice thing about Elspeth in spots like this is you can kind of turn the corner with it as well. Once you answer the FOMO, plus it once, plus it twice, all of a sudden you're attacking for 8 in the air, and it's not super. It doesn't take very long for Elspeth to win games.
No, it does not. So the clock is ticking for Will, and now with the Elspeth on 4 loyalty, threatening to go to 5, might need to hit the Draconautics Engineer right now. And even with that, there's all this mana up to interact. There's Restless Anchorage to chump block. I think I see Consult and No More Lies in hand for Dylan Brown. So, with so few relevant draws and a pretty stacked hand for Dylan Brown, I think we have entered into garbage time.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
Especially without the wild ride. I think that's maybe the one card where it's like, if Will just has any flyer, like any Steam Core Scholar or anything like that, with the wild ride, the engineer certainly like has that sort of similar aspect to it. But in that one, Dylan has that one covered for sure. So Will 2 mana. Okay, we're going cycling.
This isn't quite garbage time because Dylan can't just take game actions at random and still win.
Right.
We've entered what exactly are your outs? Let me sit here and think about it, try to figure out what I'm actually scared of and how I can play around it. We're in that mode. We're in the door shutting mode for Dylan Brown.
All right. Will's got some mana lined up. Oh, potentially not. He's got a counter spell. I see a negate. I don't know how much that doing, but how much that is doing here. What else we got? I guess land. Will's drawn a lot of lands this game. I will say that. But I mean, that's kind of what happens, right? You draw. This deck draws a ton of extra cards. So, oh, okay. I mean, we know that it's probably not good enough, but that is one of Will's remaining relevant cards.
Yeah, I don't think Dylan has a hard counter for it. May want to use the No More Lies here.
Yeah.
But then Will potentially threatens to have an even better Draconautics turn than following turn, playing multiple creatures and giving them all haste.
Does he not have a Get Lost? I thought Dylan had a Get Lost in hand.
I think it's Consult, No More Lies, Beza, and I'm not sure what the last card is.
Okay. Yeah, it just lets it resolve. So you can make a dragon. So dragon is okay. Yeah. So Will has this. Will's going to do the really interesting line. So what's cool about Draconautics Engineer, for the folks at home who may not have seen this card, it has 2 separate exhaust abilities, and Will notably paid 1 mana to activate the haste ability and held priority, and activated the 4 mana to not get punked out by a Get Lost in between.
Yeah, if he just goes to activate for the dragon, then a removal spell on the Draconautics means that you can't exhaust at a time when the dragon is still on the battlefield. By using them both proactively, but putting them on the stack in the order you want, you guarantee that this dragon will get haste. Very heady sequencing from Will Kowalczyk. No surprise, given that he is a regular hero on the NRG series.
Yeah, so Dylan's going to cast a Consult here. Now, if you're in Dylan's seat, what are you looking for? My guess is a removal spell to clear the dragon, because otherwise, as you mentioned, this Elspeth may be dying to that 4/4.
Yeah, this was a bit of a risky Consult because now he doesn't have enough mana to animate the Restless Anchorage and block with it. And if you were going to make this play, it might have been better to do it. I guess you don't. His mana is actually really awkward here with 2 colorless lands and 2 plains. So he didn't have enough mana to kick Consult and find a 3 steps ahead if he wanted to do this in response to the Draconautics.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's just looking for a removal spell. Otherwise, yeah, you're right. The Elspeth may be dying.
Okay,
That
so
would be
Dragon in
huge.
play. Haste resolved. We'll see what Dylan found. Okay. Presumably the FOMO is probably going upstairs. Wouldn't make a lot of sense to go at the Elspeth.
Yeah, just force a block with the soldier, and it might be Elspeth down, block sack soldier to fountain port, or it's chump and kill the dragon.
I like how he put the Elspeth in front of the dragon token.
And
My
that is a
Elspeth
get
is blocking
lost.
your 4/4. Yeah, okay, so Elspeth down. Elspeth is gonna block the dragon, jump in front of it. Gonna go ahead and hit the graveyard here, and soldier token down as well. So now, I mean, if you're a Will fan, now you got a 4/4 flyer. Dylan's at 8. The FOMO is lethal by itself. That Draconautics Engineer was a massive pickup here for Will.
Yeah, best possible card. Have to imagine that there's a Day of Judgment coming for Dylan, because I think, is that a Day of Judgment, not a Get Lost? It's definitely a weird printing.
That's a Day of Judgment.
Yeah, it's a day. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a Get Lost at first glance, but that was a Day of Judgment he found off the consult. So loses the Elspeth, but is able to clean up the board.
Yeah, and now we're kind of back in the same situation that we were before, where if like you trying to think of, if you're in Dylan's spot, how do I lose this game? Will doesn't, deck lists are face up. Will doesn't really have a lot of good cards left in his deck.
No, even this VV is not going to be very threatening. There's no copies of Winter Night Stories left.
Yeah.
So not a lot of ways to chain spells. Dylan's still at a relatively comfortable 8. Here, just the unkicked consult, probably digging for a threat to reestablish pressure on Will.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell that Dylan has played this matchup a whole bunch because he's sort of recognizing exactly when he needs to get aggressive. Once he can sort of understand, like, when he has established a lock on the game, do not give my opponent any opportunity to claw back out. And it's also a little bit easier for Dylan, I would say, in terms of having the open deck lists, because now exactly like how many haste things does Will have, and as we've been saying, just not a lot of good cards left in Will's deck.
Yeah, and one of the critical skills for a good control player that Dylan has displayed very well here is patience. In order to close all those windows and stop your opponent from having any chance of coming back, sometimes you have to make a play that doesn't feel good at the moment, like giving up your Elspeth to that attack. Then the game's going to go on longer. But as long as the game keeps going, my position only gets stronger. And so you have to have that discipline, have that patience in a lot of spots. And now, even though he lost the Elspeth, Dylan is untapping here with a handful of goodies in a commanding position.
Yep. So lining up 4 mana, that is going to be a nice clean 1-for-1. Day of Judgment going to take care of VV. Just make sure they can't get some extra damage here towards Dylan.
Extra damage immediately with negate.
Yep, so Negate's gonna fight over that. I wonder if you're in Dylan's spot. Do you even care about this? Looks like he's gonna say no.
Okay. So Dylan down to 7. Has a lot of expensive cards in hand. I see a Beza, I see an Elspeth, I see another Day of Judgment.
And I think he's got a Get Lost pulled to the front
lost.
too. Yep.
The Get Lost and Day of Judgments look exactly the same.
No, I get it. I'm with you. Yeah, so there's a Get Lost. That one is going to resolve. Will picks up a couple of maps for his troubles, and Seam Rep for the final non-map permanent on Will's side.
Yeah, doesn't want to get punked out by a Tursa. Tursa, discard 2 cards, use both maps, would be 7 damage. So he's played around with that, and no action for Will. So now Dylan on a clean battlefield gets to deploy the second Elspeth. And this, I think I can confidently say, is garbage time.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was garbage time before.
Yeah, we've exited door shutting mode. The doors are shut.
Yeah, the garbage can is open. Ooh,
okay,
boiling catch. And pick up some cards. I think he saw the one below that.
Yeah, was just picking them up a little quickly. Both players saw it.
Yeah, we know which one's which. The library is going to get shuffled anyways. So it almost doesn't even matter, right? to an extent if the library's going to get shuffled regardless.
Yeah, because we know the coil and catch is resolving.
Yeah.
Discards a starting town that was already in hand. So 3 fresh cards in hand for Will. And
How many cards do you think Will has left in his deck at this point? It's got to be less than 20, right?
I'm thinking it's around a 20.
Okay.
If it was a little over, a little under, I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm.
The answer is not a lot. That's the answer is. All right, land here for Will. 3 mana. Another VV maybe? That is a VV indeed. All right, now all you got to do, Will, is cast 7 spells in the turn. Surely you can do that, right? The answer is no.
Just keep. You have 2 coil and catches. You just keep looping them. They shuffle back in. Yeah, you shuffle.
Well, you're eventually going to deck. You can't just loop them forever.
Yeah.
Eventually you deck.
You could loop 7 of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
They keep shuffling back in, so it's like you're drawing 2 cards out of your deck each time. You only need 14 cards for that.
There you go. I'm with you. All right, Dylan, untap. What do you got? Looks like Damn Judgment, No More Lies. I think I saw an ultimate hand too. I mean, don't want to cast that now, but what are we thinking, Dylan?
Is it Tashana's too? So that can check the VV. Okay,
oh yeah, the Elspeth can also just kill it.
No, Tidebinder coming for Will. This will get No More Lies.
Yeah, No More Lies. Or you could even Tashana's the... I think Dylan had a Tashana's too.
Yeah, you could Tashana's the other Tashana's. Sure. Do whatever you want. I think
like
Dylan
you said, garbage time.
Yeah, now you can take game actions at random.
Oh, are we finally attacking? Oh, he's thinking about it. Come on, Dylan. All right, at least one. You know, I'll take it.
Needs to leave 3 back.
You're
already minus the Elspeth. So he needs to leave a blocker back. That makes sense. You don't want to lose the Elspeth to a Tursa, although you have the Tidebinder, but Tursa plus something.
I'll count that as a win. We got him to attack with 1 creature. It's good enough for me.
And land 16 for Will. At least that one does something.
It does have text.
Still hasn't found that Soulstone Sanctuary.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's only one. There's 1 Soulstone, 3 falls, and I think he's got all 3 falls in play.
Oh yeah, let's get a treasure.
I thought we made a fish. I mean, you're at 7. You probably shouldn't. Well, actually, it makes 2 fish.
Yeah, and 2 treasures.
I'd rather have 2 fish than 2 treasures. I don't know about you. I guess the treasure could be anything, right?
Could even be a boat.
Could be a fish. All right, Dylan untapping here. Elspeth going to make some tokens. Maybe animate our anchorage.
There we go. Get that second treasure.
Oh, maybe I think Dylan may have not remembered. Look, it's been a long game. I get it. You know,
somebody pointed it out, but
we've been here for a while.
That is not a triggered ability that you can miss. That is
no
resolution of an ability properly. So we'll make sure that the game state is correct.
All right, Dylan, our last remaining hero. For folks just tuning in, we have the top 8 here as Dylan, Azorius Control. The other 7 pilots are all playing VV Cauldrons. So Dylan is the only remaining non-Cauldron. So presumably, if we assume this is garbage time and that Will is has no outs here, and Dylan takes this match, we are almost assuredly going to be staying with Dylan throughout the top 8, so long as he remains winning, because he's our last hope, Ross. He's all we got.
Yeah. He's our champion, our hero, our Enrique Iglesias.
Now we're going counters. Oh yeah. Get it in there. Attack with both. Oh yeah. Let's go.
So that's an attack for 4, putting Will to 15. And then next turn there's an attack for it's just
6,
12
11,
with the creatures, but with an anchorage, it's exactly 15. Well, the anchorage will get pumped by the Elspeth too, so 15.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep.
Oh, that's a pretty good draw.
Catch. Coil and catch. Interesting we're going for that and not the dragon half. I guess the dragon just gets got by the Elspeth.
Yeah, it doesn't really help you. Will needs a an incredibly unlikely series of draws here. I don't know what it would be.
I don't even know what's left at this point. I think there's like a Tursa and maybe a Profs left. But he found the Soul Stone.
There's a demolition field that's been sitting around on Dylan's battlefield forever. So
yeah,
Soulstone is not long for this world. I think this is a cycle of marauding Mako.
Yeah, it is. Are we gonna Tishana's Tidebinder, the Mako?
Yes.
Let's go. Yeah, do it. Come on, Dylan. Get it. Yes. Let's go. All right, 4 mana. Animate Soulstone. What are we doing? Oh, we're mapping onto the Soulstone. Okay.
Okay, and we'll keep that.
Gotta keep that one on top. But I believe we are dead on board. I think.
Yeah. Now with the Tiebinder, you don't even need to animate the anchorage. Just Elspeth.
Also make 2 fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Counter all my creatures. They all fly. Will's just making Dylan do it.
I get it.
This is the Reed Duke school. Make your opponent literally kill you.
Oh yeah. No, I get it. I'm with you. Will. But yeah, that is we're going to be seeing Dylan advance here as we mentioned. The entire rest of the top 8 is going to be Blue-Red Cauldron, but Dylan, our last remaining hero on the only non-Cauldron deck in top 8, and it seemed like the only non-Cauldron deck that was doing well. Zuri's Control was actually the second most played deck in the event, so here we go. Dylan going to take down the match. And as you can probably imagine, folks at home, given the length of that match, that is the last match in the top 8. So we're going to take a very, very short break. We will be back here in just a minute for the rest of the top 4. See you in a second. And welcome back, everybody, to the NRG 10K Showdown here in Illinois. We are Lansing, Michigan. Sorry, I forgot where we were for a second, Ross. Lansing, Michigan. I'm not in Michigan. I am Devin O'Donnell, better known on the internet as Doomwake. I'm joined by Ross Merriam. And Ross, we only have one left. We have one hero remaining. For those of you who are just joining our event, the top 8 was, we'll see in a second. We're going to get to the slides here, which shows the top 8 breakdown, or top 4 rather. There were 7 Cauldron decks and 1 lone hero on Azorius Control, Dylan Brown. That is where we are going to start. Dylan is going to be playing against Ryan Hayes, and on the other side of the bracket, Harrison versus Casey in a Cauldron Mirror. So as far as the match we are going to watch, Ross, talk to me. We just saw this matchup in action. Is there any noticeable differences in Ryan's deck list that would maybe give him maybe a bit more of an edge than Will had?
The one thing we can say about Ryan's deck list that will help him is the presence of Quantum Riddler. He has 4 in his 75, whereas Will had Meringue River Regent. And Coil and Catch was solid, but I think Riddler, being both a source of card advantage and a threat that is much easier to cast than the Regent, is a huge advantage, relatively speaking. So I think this will be a tougher test. Dylan went through Will Kowalczyk in his first test. Now Ryan Hayes is his second test, and then we'll see if he passes this one. If he gets a third Cauldron test, maybe there's somebody waiting with like 6 main deck counter spells or something.
Yeah, so Harrison and Casey is going to be the other matchup. So you mentioned that you brought up a very, very good point. Those Quantum Riddlers, that is a card, if we can get that up on our screen, a brand new card here from Edge of Eternities that has been seeing quite a bit of play in various blue-red decks, both Cauldron and Prowess. Very, very powerful effect because both blue-red decks are so good at emptying their hand, where, specifically in regards to Cauldron, it has a bunch of cards that say draw discard. And while those aren't necessarily card advantage, sometimes you're down a card in the exchange, you kind of don't mind that when you have the Riddler. And sort of like the other big thing that it does is being a large body that you can cast for warp for 2 mana, setting up for a big, Cauldron VV turn.
Yes, and with Wild Ride, you can set up a huge turn. We saw how important Wild Ride was for Will Kowalczyk to win Game 2 in the quarterfinals. Ryan Hayes also has the one of Wild Ride combined with 4 Quantum Riddlers. He can set up a really big attack for very little mana, or potentially have a turn where he has like Riddler, Wild Ride, play another card draw spell with Profs in play, and have a huge attack out of nowhere.
Yeah, so it looks like Ryan, unfortunately, taking a mulligan down to 5. Although I will say, Ross, Quantum Riddler, better on a multi-5.
Yeah, I can get him right back to 7.
All right.
Doesn't look like he has one. I think Ryan's hand is second land. I see VV, I see Profts. There was a Scholar. That'll go well with the Profts, but I don't think he has land 3 yet.
And you picked up a Riddler too. So, Ryan's hand is pretty stacked, just like you mentioned, needs to find a couple of lands here. Vivi as well. So really has all the tools he needs. And, you mentioned this in the previous match where we were talking about, with the Cauldron player on the play, what card can you resolve before they have counter magic up? Ryan decides to go for the Profs here, or maybe that was his only option. And now this is the other turn. Do we have another threat that we can put into play here? As fear of missing out, discard VV. That's kind of where you want that. And he picked up a third land. So Ryan's hand kind of coming together here.
Yeah, not a bad turn for Ryan. Has a threat down. The VV in the graveyard is sort of a threat by itself, something that Dylan has to respect. So Ryan can try to leverage that to have his other threats live. Their Seamrip is nice, though. So now Dylan gets to pass the turn with 2 mana up, potentially can no-moralize the next play from Ryan.
It looks like Ryan's hand is a Scholar, a Riddler, and I think maybe another Profs as well, along with a VV, potentially. Gonna go for the Scholar. Just wants to be mana efficient. Maybe next turn, if he finds land number 4, can maybe go for, say, Profs and a Quantum Riddler, and picks up a Cauldron as well. Ross, that's a huge pickup here for Ryan.
There we go. If Ryan can find land 4 and maybe beta counterspell with something else. Oh, a tap out for Consult.
Okay. Well,
strange. This is open deck list. He knows there's no counterspells in Ryan's main deck.
Yeah.
That is
very interesting. Yeah, no spell pierces, no negates, no counterspells to be seen in game 1. Just maybe a small misstep here for Dylan. Not sure about that, but in any case, Dylan's going to tap out, resolve that. Yeah, I mean, here you go, Ryan. You got the Cauldron, you got some mana. How bad can this turn go for Dylan? The answer is, well, it can go pretty bad.
The game could be over.
Yeah,
it'll depend on how well Ryan draws off of. He doesn't have that many ways to draw cards in hand, though. Like a Winter Night Stories is what he's really looking for. I think he just has the Riddler. But has he drawn a 4th land?
I don't think so.
No.
So maybe the plan is Cauldron, counter you. Oh, there is the 4th land. Okay.
Okay.
So now you can actually get counter on the Riddler.
Yeah, exactly. I thought maybe that's what he would want to do instead to get some more mana on the back end, even though you end up losing the counter to Warp. Draws a Thundering Falls. That's no help.
So now this can make 5 mana potentially. Now the question for Ryan is, does he have things to do with 5 mana?
There's another
activate Soulstone.
Yeah, can activate Soulstone. Has another VV in hand. Thundering Falls, and I'm not sure what the last card is.
I think it might be a Flood Maw, which is potentially very good because you can Flood Maw the Seamrip that has the Profs under it. Then that would unlock more counters to go onto the Scholar.
Yeah, but then you'd be setting Dylan up to answer your Cauldron on the following turn.
Right.
So you'd really have to take full advantage of it. I'm not sure Ryan can.
It's a Stories, okay.
Oh, he has Winter Night Stories. Okay.
So now that potential Profs line or the potential bounce Seamrip line is maybe more appealing, there's potential that Ryan's just setting up for a kill here.
So I saw FOMO drawn. I saw Cauldron drawn. Not sure what the third card is. Ryan could discard the other VV, play the second Cauldron, and put that new VV under Cauldron, and he'd get to activate the Riddler again, as well as get a counter on the Scholar. So you could potentially have 8 mana.
And then that would be nice for Ryan because then he can actually use the mana again prior to going to combat. Because I think that's what he's trying to do is like get as much stuff into play before he has to go to combat. If the plan is eventually to bounce the Seamrip that has the Profs on it. Because how many cards are we at drawn right now? We've gone Riddler. And is it just Riddler and Stories, so just 4?
Yeah, I think it's just the 4. Now we can harmonize the Stories tapping the Riddler.
Yeah, because the Riddler can't attack
Okay,
anyways.
so using the Scholar for 3 mana to play another Scholar, that was the third card drawn off the first stories.
Yeah.
So this is 7 cards drawn.
1, 2, 3. Oh, did he? Shouldn't he have drawn an extra card? Oh no, he drew 3. Okay, right. Yeah. He drew 3 off of that one because it was normally 2, but 1 extra because the Riddler. Right, yep. Okay, got it.
Yeah, the first card draw from Scholar gets affected by the Riddler. So 3 cards.
So now, no mana floating, but hasn't used the Riddler. So the Riddler can make 5. You need 1 for you got to save 1 for the Flood Maw. So the remaining 4 mana can be spent on stories and maybe another 3-drop.
Yeah, and you can tap the Riddler, which would only attack if you found Wild Ride anyway. And now you can just Wild Ride the
Scholar.
The Scholar.
Yep.
And that's almost as good.
And yeah, we're at 7 cards drawn. You see Ryan counting, and that's, Dylan like shaking. If you're in Dylan's spot, you got to be like, oh no.
Yeah. The one thing that is weird about this turn is to that Winter Night Stories, Ryan discarded Vivi and Thundering Falls, and he didn't need to discard the Thundering Falls.
Discarded another Stories. Yeah, I wonder if he wanted an extra card in the graveyard for a potential Tursa. Like if he finds Tursa down the road, maybe he wants to get the Threshold, something along those lines.
It just gives him like fewer options with later discards. Extra card with the Riddler. So he wanted to reduce his hand size, basically turned the Thundering Falls into an extra card. So
there you go.
Cycled it for free.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Ross.
That's why they pay Ryan the big bucks. This guy's in the top 4 of everything. He was in the top 4 of the Vintage tournament I was commentating last week.
All right, Winter Night Stories.
Psychic Frog, Ancestral Recall, and Underworld Breach.
Did he have Vivi in his Vintage deck?
No, but it was... Yeah. Vivi's not quite Vintage playable.
Even with Moxes, really? I'm surprised by that. Anyways. 4 more cards because was down to 1 card in hand before the Winter Night Story. So now we're at 11 cards drawn. The Profs is going to be the 12th card drawn. So that's 12 plus 3. That's currently 15.
And there's a Wild Ride also.
So oh yeah, that's just lethal then.
Wild Ride on the Steam Core Scholar and 12 counters on the other Scholar.
Mako's also going to get counters and potentially make more mana here.
Yeah. So I think we have indeed fully comboed Dylan Brown getting very punished for tapping out for Consult the Star Charts. And if he just passes with 4 mana up, there's no guarantee Ryan goes for the VV Cauldron.
Right. Yeah. It, like you mentioned too, open deck lists. Like maybe that's just something where Dylan, maybe it's a long tournament. Dylan plays, very, very long rounds. I completely understand. Maybe just forgot that there weren't any counter spells in the main deck because, small misstep here for Dylan. But that is going to, that's going to be into the Flood Mob. Bouncing that will unlock the Profs. That'll get up to 12 cards drawn. That'll be 12 cards there, 12 counters from the Profs, plus the 3 from the Scholar that can attack is 15. And then the Wild Ride on the Mako should be more than enough.
And here's a Fear of Missing Out with Delirium. So now we can
we can also Wild Ride that.
Missing Out.
Yeah.
Put the counters on Steam Core Scholar that can now attack twice.
He's drawing extra cards because he keeps getting Hellbent.
So Ryan actually had about 40 this turn.
Oh yeah. He probably could have won a game of Commander.
He can Wild Ride the Fear Missing Out, then tap the Marauding Mako to Wild Ride the other Steam Core Scholar, then attack with both Steam Core Scholars twice, get 2 Profs triggers, and attack with the FOMO twice that's pumped by Wild Ride.
It's VV Cauldron deck, Ross. It's something else.
I think
it is something else.
I think it was 50. I'm doing the quick math in my head. I think it was 50.
That sounds about right. Well, there you go. 50 damage in 1 turn. Could have won. Basically, if you deal 50 damage in 1 turn, you should win the second game as well.
No, make that 65. I forgot about the second Profs trigger.
There you go. Look at that. He won 3 games. He already won the finals. Anyways, we are going to be taking a look at sideboards here for Dylan. So Dylan going to be the first one we take a look at. Sideboard contains 2 Tishana's Tidebinder, 2 Beza, 2 Overlord of the Mistmoors, an Elspeth's Might, a Devout Decree, an Exercise, a Flash Freeze, a Negate, an Ultima, a Seam Rip, and 2 Rest in Pieces. We talked about this in the last round. We talked about what cards are good. I'm assuming probably about the same.
Yeah, there's not much difference. There are some differences between the VV Cauldron lists, but not enough to really make Dylan Brown change tack. Ryan still has a nulls in the sideboard. That's one of the major drivers towards Beza instead of Overlord as your 4-drop. You definitely still want Tishana's Tidebinder. If anything, you want them even more because you can counter Riddler triggers with them, whereas you couldn't counter. I guess you could have countered Meringue River Regent triggers, but really it's for Coil and Catch. When Kowalczyk was playing that half, you still want Seam Rips, Rest in Pieces. It's the same matchup. So we're going to get very comfortable with how Dylan Brown approaches this matchup as long as he keeps winning.
The one question I have for you maybe is, so Ryan having access to 4 copies of Quantum Riddler, we saw that Dylan had the Beza in postboard last time, and I wonder, with the presence of, 4 Riddlers, more flyers, I wonder if that makes him maybe lean a little bit more towards Overlord.
Okay, I could see that. I really don't want to get an Overlord annulled.
True.
I think that is a death sentence. And maybe you expect Ryan to not bring in a null since you don't have Pinnacle Star cages. It's just Seam Rip and Overlord. So if Ryan thinks Overlord is coming out, maybe he then says, well, just Seam Rip, that's not enough for me to bring in a null. And then Dylan levels him and says, okay, if you don't have a null, I'll bring in the Overlords because I need the flyers. And we'll get into that cat and mouse game.
All leveling. Well, speaking of a null, that's a card that Ryan Hayes has in his sideboard. So let's go ahead and take a look at Ryan's deck list.
And I bet Ryan's are from Urza's Saga. Ryan always plays.
Maybe.
Ryan's an old school kind of guy.
Yeah, those beta lands. Talk to me about those beta lands. All right, sideboard here for Ryan. 2 Quantum Riddler, 2 Annul, 3 Fire Magic, 2 Spell Pierce, a Braid, 2 Disdainful Stroke, Obliterating Bolt, and 2 Broadside Barrages. So we mentioned the Riddlers, maybe the Annuls. What are we thinking about here from Ryan?
Yeah, it's definites on the Spell Pierces, Strokes, and Riddlers. Those 6 are 100%. It's optional on the Annuls, Barrages. And I think for Annul, it really comes down to whether Ryan thinks Overlord is going to be in the deck in relatively high numbers. If he doesn't, he likely won't bring in a null. If he does, he will bring in a null. Broadside Barrage is different. If he thinks, so I guess it's an either or choice actually between a null and barrage, because I think he'll only bring in barrage if there's Beza, and there's likely not going to be both. So if he thinks there's going to be Beza, you bring in barrage. If he thinks there's going to be Overlord, you bring in a null.
Makes sense to me. So let's go see if we can. Looks like players are just shuffling up, just about to get back down there. Just going back to that one game here for Dylan. Just a very maybe small misstep. Like I said, long days, and it's possible that Dylan didn't have any interaction anyways, and maybe his hand was just all lands and said, whatever, we'll just do it. But just the presence of, hey, I pass with 4 mana untapped and 5 cards in my hand. There's a good chance that Ryan just doesn't even go for it that turn.
Yeah, and we've seen Ryan play very patiently in this matchup. We watched Ryan, play this matchup in the Swiss in round 7. So. We know what his approach is. I think he would have, tiptoed around potential interaction there, and that would have bought Dylan a ton of time to try to interact and not die on the spot.
Yeah, instead he took 65 damage, and now we're in game 2. So Ryan taking a look at a hand here. I see at least one land. I think it might be a little light on lands. By the way, I just want to mention Ryan mulled the 5 that game and still dealt 65 damage on turn 4. So.
Pretty good.
Not bad. That's not bad for a standard deck, I would say, Ross. I would say that's above average. Slightly.
A good point raised by our chat. There's also the Rest in Pieces that we know in Dylan's sideboard that are certainly coming in. That's another point in favor of bringing in a null. So there's a chance that Ryan thinks like Rest in Peace and Seam Rip, that's enough for me to want a null. And I think you're going towards Beza. Maybe I then want Broadside Barrage. So potentially up to 10 cards came in for Ryan.
All right, Ryan doing a lot of mulliganing. There's a Flood Maw. That's quickly, I think, going to the... No, I kept the Flood Maw.
I think a land is going to the bottom. It was a 4-lander, so he'll keep 3 lands, Flood Maw, 2 spells. Might have been a 5-lander.
I think it's at least 4. I think it might be Flood Maw, Winter Knight, 4 lands.
Yeah, but a bunch of Soulstone Sanctuaries, it looks like.
Yeah, that's another big thing that we didn't mention about the mana base where, last match Will only had 1 Soulstone. Ryan does have the extra Soulstone instead of the 3rd Thundering Falls, which you can imagine in a matchup like this, that is something that you would much rather have.
Yeah, definitely. A huge edge, helps keep the pressure on after a sweeper, helps you, make Elspeth a difficult play for Dylan, and sometimes just closes out games.
All right, players hitting some land drops here. Ryan drawing Starting Town at the last possible moment. Perfect timing for that.
We've
And
also seen Ryan. We've seen Ryan use Soulstone a lot as a way to advance his board without playing into early counter spells. It was very important against in round 7, where you didn't want to let your opponent use counter spells, still want to advance your game plan, and then you force them to use counter spells on that key turn 4 where they want to consult.
Yeah, so Ryan thinking a little bit before deciding to pass the turn, maybe thinking about something like a Steam Core Scholar. And Dylan's, I love this play here from Dylan. Just, you don't think about, Tidebinder has a lot of text in this matchup, but, depending on the context of Dylan's hand, maybe just wants to get a threat into play and just kind of sit on it for a while.
Yeah, especially if his hand, followed up like a Beza here, as he does. He's now gotten his hand a little bit lighter. You expect that Ryan is gearing up for a longer game, and you just flip the script.
Okay. So Ryan casts Floodmaw in response to the Beza trigger. So upon resolution of the Beza trigger, Dylan actually has, I think it might have been the same, if not more cards in hand. So that Floodmaw, not really a counter spell, but it's sort of like a remand in a weird way.
A clean unsummon, which is not often the case against a creature with an ETB ability. Yeah. Now the coast is clear for Ryan to advance his own board, and does so quite nicely with this double spell Marauding Mako Steam Core Scholar turn.
And looks like we are discarding a Winter Night Stories, which can be flashback later on.
I wonder if the way that Kowalczyk sideboarded in the quarterfinals affected Dylan Brown's tactics there, because they played a bunch of long games, and it was clear Kowalczyk didn't have Into the Floodmaws in his deck. Or had very few. And Dylan, makes this aggressive play. He got punished by an Into the Floodmaw there from Ryan. Probably not a card he was expecting if he made that play.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because like you mentioned, Dylan, that game 3 against Will was, I don't know, somewhere in the ballpark of 20 plus turns. And I don't think Will, like you mentioned, played a single copy of Floodmaw that entire match. So yeah, there's some things to think about. And that might also be part of the reason why maybe Dylan tapped out for the consult, right? Because I believe, if I go back and check Will's deck list, I want to say Will had some counter spells. I don't recall, but something to think about there.
Okay, now a Prof's resolve. So Ryan getting something going here.
No, now I'm just lying. Will didn't have any counter spells. Anyways, Steam Core Scholar. Looks like we're going to be casting a Winter Night Stories here using the Mako. So let's see what Dylan wants to do. Okay, so Counterspell is going to take care of the Winter Night Stories.
That was a card discarded off the Steam Core Scholars. That card came along for free.
Yeah,
and
free card.
Traded it for a card from Dylan. So Ryan doing a good job of pressuring Dylan while also playing the card advantage game.
This is the eject, right? I forget the name of that card.
Emerging eject. It's
emergency eject. There it is on screen. Very like Beast Within adjacent. If people remember that card, 3 mana, kill a non-land permanent and give them a lander token. It's a sweet card. Just being able to kill anything, specifically like the Cauldron deck is. It presents so many like different permanent types of threats, artifacts, enchantments, creatures, and this being able to
even have
answer
Ral out of the sideboard.
Yeah. Yep. So very nice catch-all.
Yeah, it was nice to have a catch-all like that in a control deck. You play long games, you can dig towards it, and it's it's going to answer whatever problem you have. Even a land, somebody has like Quarry Mountain Monastery out of the Prowess deck, or is it?
Oh, it's non-land. No, they don't let you go after lands.
No, they don't let you. Yeah, it's not an instant speed Stone Rain.
The last time they let you go after lands was like before 2010. They don't do that anymore.
Making too close a comparison to Beast Within.
Yeah, that's fair. You see a Cauldron here for Ryan. Not a ton in the graveyard though, so not really a lot of usage there. But maybe there is going to be something in the graveyard.
I think there's a VV in hand.
Okay, there it is. And then we can go exile the VV, put a counter on the FOMO, and that would be 6 potential mana, unless Dylan has something like a get lost to kill the FOMO in response, which I don't think that he does.
I think a removal spell would have been used, as would a counter spell. So
Yeah.
I don't think there's any interaction coming for Dylan Brown. And let's see how hard Ryan can combo. He's got a pretty good hand, it looks like. I see at least another FOMO and a couple blue cards. Is one of them Winter Night Stories?
I think so. We're making 3 mana. Yeah, one's a Stories for sure.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy. Well, let's count to 65 again, shall we, Ross?
3 cards. And more counters coming on the Mako.
Yep. And then still the profs as well. It's this weird dance, too, where you, like, if you can use the profs counters to make more mana, but then you, like, if you need the mana to cast spells post-combat, then you're already giving up the potential for lethal. So Ryan's going to basically try anything he can to, wait as long as possible to use that Mako. But I think Ryan's already played a land this turn, so wouldn't be able to go potentially. Oh, never mind, I lied. So now we can go tap 2 mana.
Dylan has 6 lands, so Ryan gets to have 6 lands.
Yep. Yeah, because Dylan was on the play this game. Yeah, you're right.
Ryan discarding 2 cards unnecessarily to the Stories again, both to get an extra counter on Mako and to make sure the Riddler draws 2. So gets to cycle the Thundering Falls and net a mana in the process.
Okay, so we've used the FOMO. The Mako is now a 5/5. That can make 5 mana before combat.
And there's still the Fear of Missing Out left in Ryan's hand. And it has the Winter Night Stories that the Riddler can tap to harmonize and spend only 1 mana on that. And he also has a Fear of Missing Out in the graveyard. So he has Delirium for the Fear in play, which means he's getting 2 profs triggers this turn and should have at least 2 big attackers.
Was the FOMO played this turn? It was, right? I think the FOMO was played this turn, wasn't it?
Okay, yeah. So only the Mako can attack?
Yeah, unless he finds the Wild Ride.
Okay. Let's see if he can do it. Spirebluff Canal discarded to this FOMO. That'll also draw 2 cards. I think that was 2 VVs.
At least 1 VV, yeah. Yeah, it looks like 2. Man, I will say, Ryan is making this Riddler look unbelievable. Every single time he's had it, it's just looked completely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, this deck takes such good advantage of the body as you play it with Warp.
Yeah.
And that is really the key to Warp. What can you do with that body and turn the Warp creature into more than just a spell for the ETB ability? Giving it haste with Wild Ride, tapping it to harmonize, putting a counter on it with Cauldron, and then making mana with Vivi. All of these things are ways that the Cauldron deck can take advantage of Quantum Riddler outside of just drawing cards. And of course, you also take advantage of the static ability when you start drawing cards with your other effects. Just incredible.
All right, so Ryan's got 2 mana floating, 1 blue and 1 red. So potentially can go use the remaining blue to harmonize the Stories using the Mako, and then maybe find the Wild Ride off of those 3 cards. Okay, we're just going to use the red mana and the FOMO, so no mana floating.
Yeah. So now needs to find a Flood Maw. Is that well, no, he doesn't have the mana.
So technically, I guess what he could do is use the profs to put counters on one of the other creatures that haven't used their ability, and then make the mana to Flood Maw in combat, but that wouldn't give you lethal.
Yeah, exactly, because then the Mako wouldn't be big enough.
Right.
So we've drawn 14 cards this turn.
Just 14. No big deal.
Turn the Marauding Mako into an 11/11. Played 2 FOMOs, and we have a Quantum Riddler in exile and multiple Soulstone Sanctuaries.
Average turn.
You can't tap out.
I mean, hey, it's turn 6. Hey, Dylan didn't even tap out. He's got 2 mana untapped.
Yeah, just didn't have the interaction.
Yeah. All right.
I'm going to put the counters Riddler on FOMO, and Dylan still decides to chump. Certainly a sign of a Day of Judgment, which
you would imagine. Otherwise, Dylan's probably dead if that doesn't happen. So
yeah, it's step 1 of him getting back into this game.
Okay, now Ryan is making a whole bunch of mana post-combat. Now, previous versions of this deck had something like Voldarin Thrillseeker to just be able to kill you outside of combat. Ryan doesn't really have that, does he?
Well, he played a Vivi, and now Dylan just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe Dylan just off it. I think maybe Ryan has potentially enough mana to just like churn through his entire deck and just, deal the VV damage. Maybe that was the plan, and Dylan just Dylan didn't have the wrath and was just kind of off it. So there you go. Ryan Hayes taking the match 2-0. And Ross, I hate to tell you, but that's our hero. Our hero's gone.
It's all Vivi from here on out.
Yeah, it is. Turn 4 on a Molda 5, by the way, 65 damage.
That was turn 6 on a Molda 6.
Okay, so I believe we have the backup match ready for you in just a second. So if we can go ahead and go down there, we will see what is going on. Game number 3 versus Harrison and Casey. We see going into a blue-red Cauldron mirror match. We got Casey on the right-hand side. Has got a Profs, a Cauldron, and a 5/5 Tursa. And Harrison on the left has a 4/4 Scholar, a 2/3 Fear of Missing Out, and a Profs. So looks like pretty close one, maybe.
Yeah, Casey having Cauldron advantage is definitely huge, but Harrison has the better creatures. So if one player can go off with Cauldron, they're obviously hugely advantaged. Cauldron also can exile things like Winter Night Stories that can help you out and stop your opponent from generating card advantage. But outside of the combo elements, the games in the mirror typically come down to who controls combat. And that's one of the reasons Steamcore Scholar has grown in popularity recently. In combination with Profs, making a giant evasive threat that also has vigilance gives you such great control of the red zone, and it really helps you win the games that come down to that. And after sideboarding, when the players bring in a bunch of nulls and braids and other ways to stop the combo, it's more often than not that the games come down to who gets the biggest creatures out and who starts, making actually profitable attacks.
Yeah, and it looks like Harrison has had quite a few profitable attacks this game, as the life totals 20-8 in favor of Harrison. Looks like maybe Casey. My guess coming into this game is that Casey just found the Tursa and, didn't have a lot going on in the first couple of turns and just deployed that to be able to block the FOMO. But yeah, it looks like a really good spot here for Harrison there you go. Well, it turns out it was a good spot for Harrison as he takes down the match 2-1 over Casey. So didn't get to see a lot of that match, but like you mentioned, I think a lot of that, what you mentioned, talking about the post-board games, definitely matters in terms of like both players are very equipped to handle those combo draws, and you're sort of just kind of attacking and blocking.
Yeah, and very clear that Harrison was able to get ahead on tempo, establish Profs first, and after establishing Cauldron, Profs is the other way you dominate combat. Because I have big creatures, and then if you need, if your opponent has a wide battlefield, you can hold back a little bit until you catch up. But with the big creatures, if they don't have as wide of a battlefield, you can start pressuring them, and took a little bit too long for the opponent to catch back up, and had the removal to punch through and take down that match.
Alrighty, well, that is going to do it, I believe. I think we're going to be taking a break here in just a very, very quick moment. So we are going to be back here with the finals. It's going to be Harrison and Ryan, VV Cauldron Mirror Match. I know you are waiting to see it, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in just a little bit. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the NRG series here in Lansing, Michigan. I am Devin O'Donnell, better known on the internet as Doomwake, and I'm here with Ross Merriam, and we have one final match for you, and it is going to be an Is It Cauldron mirror between Ryan Hayes and Harrison Canfer. We've seen a lot of VV Cauldron today, and we are going to be seeing a lot of it in the finals. There is some interesting things about the deck list that we'll get to in a second. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look and see what these players are playing for. First place in today's event is going to be $2,400 US, along with 30 points and an invite to the NRG Champs regular regional championships, along with their own custom token from Inkling Customs. Second place, 1,225 points and an RC invite. So that is what is on the line here. That NRG Champs invite going to be massive. And the leaderboard, we're going to go ahead and take a look at, because those points definitely matter for some of the players here. So we mentioned Ryan Hayes and Harrison Canfer. You'll see Harrison down in 10th place at 68 points. And scanning here, I believe Ryan is not in the top 20. I can't imagine Ryan is too far out. So yeah, points definitely mattering for these players.
Yeah, I think Ryan will be certainly in the top 20 after today, and Harrison likely in the top 5.
Absolutely. So players are ready. You see Harrison on the left-hand side, the 2 seed versus Ryan, the 5 seed. Now, talking about these deck lists, there is one specific card that we have been talking about all weekend long from Ryan's side. That is Quantum Riddler. Talk to me about that card and how much of that we're going to be seeing in this match, Ross.
We're going to be seeing a lot since Harrison agrees with Ryan. He thinks the card is excellent. Also playing the full 4 copies in his 75. Both players with 2 in the main, 2 in the sideboard. And it is a card that is effective in the mirror, because when the games stop being about the combo because everybody brings in answers to it, it becomes about controlling the battlefield and card advantage. And Quantum Riddler helps you do both things. It's a well-sized flyer once it's on the battlefield as a creature, and it generates a good amount of card advantage. So Quantum Riddler will play a very important role in this finals match.
Yeah, it seems like one of those cards that, like you mentioned, very good at, like, in the combo draws, just being a cheap card that provides card advantage and also a big body to put counters on and make a bunch of mana when you have the combo. But, you know, as the games, like you mentioned, slog and get a little bit more grindy in the post-board games, you know, being able to empty your hand, it's very easy to do that in a deck like this with how many cards that discard. But we see a very explosive draw here from Ryan. Mako into a turn 3 Steam Core. If there's no removal spell from Harrison, he's going to be taking 6 damage here and going to be falling way under the gun. But there is a removal spell.
Okay, so 1 to Mako down, but Harrison's still behind on this battlefield. I see Cauldron and VV in hand. Does he have the fear of missing out? I don't think so.
Cauldron, VV, Land, Engineer, I believe, is the holdings. No, that's not a land. Is that an Abrade?
I think it's another Abrade, yeah. Okay. Harrison with 3 copies in his main deck. Ryan only 2, but has the 3rd in the sideboard.
Drake and Onyx Engineer is a weird one. So, you know, we kind of talk about some of the differences. These are very, very similar decks, as you can imagine. But another key difference that we kind of talked about during the break here was the haste enabler. So Harrison has a copy of Drake and Onyx Engineer, and Ryan has a copy of Wild Ride. Talk to me maybe about the difference between those 2 cards and maybe why you'd want one over the other.
So Wild Ride, a little bit easier to use as a combo card because it's so cheap. And usually you're, especially in the mirror, you're cauldroning your VV and trying to go off immediately. You don't have time to, like, also get Engineer under it. So the cheapness of Wild Ride, I think, is quite valuable. Sometimes the Engineer can also be a liability if it ends up in your graveyard and your opponent gets to use it against you. But the Engineer, if you play the non-Cauldron games, is definitely better because it's a threat itself. So there's strengths and weaknesses on both sides of that.
There you go. Absolutely. So we saw some action here. Ryan went for a fear of missing out. Harrison did deploy the Abrade in response, and a fear of missing out, discarding a VV. And here we go. We're going to put Ryan to the test. It looks like Ryan does have a torch, which is, you know, good news for Ryan fans, but does have to lose that fear of missing out in the process.
Yeah, so it'll be a 2-for-1, but one that is worthwhile for Ryan to make. Now there's no real threat of the Cauldron doing anything disgusting this turn, but that threat is still there on each successive turn.
Oh, yeah.
And Ryan is now down to only 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and Ryan with 3 copies of Into the Floodmaw and 2 copies of Abrade. So those are the 5 answers that are able to sort of, get that cauldron off the battlefield. Floodmaw only a temporary answer, but because the exiled Vivi would remain exiled, that would answer the the upfront problem, as it were. And players just kind of confirming what's going on here. Harrison thinking about deploying something else and does go with the engineer.
Hey. The rest of Ryan's hand is very important here. The 2 things he's really looking for are answer to this Soul Cauldron and an answer and a source of card advantage, a Quantum Riddler. If he can do those things, maybe he can get in good shape. But actually, this is a really strong follow-up. The Profs putting the counter on the Draconautics engineers. Harrison getting to use the Cauldron right away and has the fear of missing out, drawing an extra card off of it because he was empty-handed after playing it. I think he drew Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, and this is basically a turn where if Ryan does not answer the Cauldron, this game is basically over. Now, I think
I see 2
Ryan working with
VVs.
2 VVs and a Floodmaw?
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Only 3 mana, so you can't play VV into Floodmaw and start building counters on the VV the hard way. Has to just answer the opposing Soul Cauldron. And then his hand is just 2 VVs that don't do anything, and he's losing on the card advantage axis and on the board. Instead, he's going to take the risk, deploy VV, hope that there's nothing too punishing for this Cauldron, and Harrison has drawn.
Oh my goodness. Harrison's leftovers are Quantum Riddler and Dursa. So Ryan said, what's the worst that could happen if I let Harrison untap with a VV and a Cauldron? And I think he has answered that question.
Yeah. Every time we've seen the opponent take this risk and try to, hope the Cauldron turn isn't great, they lost the game immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Can't do it.
Nope. Just can't. Don't tap out. Answer the Cauldron. Don't give him any opportunities. The cool thing about this engineer is, I get similar thing to Wild Ride. This is kind of what we were talking about, the way to give haste. The one upside that I think is nice about engineer, it's probably not going to matter here, but you can give your whole board haste as opposed to just giving one specific thing haste, or I guess 2 in the case you're harmonizing the Wild Ride. So maybe it allows you to go a little bit bigger. But yeah, I think we are officially potentially in garbage time. I can't imagine Harrison not being able to kill this turn.
So there's a Braid Soulstone Sanctuary. If you put a counter on the Quantum Riddler, you can make 5, animate Soulstone, and abrade a blocker, and then haste the team with Draconautics Engineer, and put 4 counters on the Riddler. You abrade the Steam Core Scholar.
Oh, Ross, look at this line.
Oh, God.
He's abrading his own engineer, and then we can go Cauldron, exile the engineer, put a counter on something, use the Prof's counters to put counters on something else, make a bunch of mana, and then still, before attackers are declared, I think we can probably make 2 dragons and give them both haste. I think we have enough to do that.
Notably, there's no Delirium for Canfer, so the fear of missing out doesn't get a second attack.
Yeah, instant artifact. So 4 counters from the Profs. Presumably, let's say those go on to the FOMO. Then the FOMO is 6 mana plus the Riddler is 5. That's 11 mana, which would be plus the 1 land he has on tap. That's 12. So you could make 3 dragons, but you wouldn't have the extra mana to give them all haste.
So this
I guess
is
only
9
2.
mana. Yeah, so
Only
2 dragons, then haste the team, put a counter on the Riddler. And then if Scholar chumps the Riddler, Hayes will take 17,
Yeah.
18 if you use the exhaust from Engineer on both of them. So it looks like it's one short of forcing the double chump. If you're Ryan, you probably have to. Well, maybe you chump away the VV.
Yeah, I was going to say. I wonder if Ryan's only out his Cauldron here at this point.
The problem is he has to. If he rips Cauldron, he doesn't have any sort of card draw to go off. He needs to Winter Night Stories into something. But then, I guess if he leaves the VV in play and Winter Nights into land Cauldron VV, plays the land, has a counter on the VV from the Winter Knight, then plays Cauldron, gets another counter on the VV, then puts a third counter on it with the VV in the graveyard. I guess he has the VV in hand, so he doesn't need to draw a VV. He could draw like another Winter Knight and then go from there.
How about a mountain? Is that going to do it? No. The answer is no. There you go. Harrison Canfer taking down game number 1 over Ryan Hayes. Yeah, I mean, just like the showcase of what happens when you let a player untap with VV under a Cauldron. Bad things happen.
Yeah.
And that definitely did occur.
Game 1, much more likely for one player to get Cauldron advantage and win via a combo game. That's what we saw there. Ryan had a piece of interaction to stop it, but would have been really far behind on the board anyway. So he took an understandable risk, hoping that Canfer's couple draws were not good, and they were amazing.
Alrighty, so Harrison up a game. Let's go ahead and start with Ryan's sideboard here. As you see the deck list laid out in front of you, Ryan is going to be looking at 2 Quantum Riddlers, as we mentioned before, both players having access to 4 of those, 2 Annuls, 3 Fire Magic, 2 Spell Pierce, another Abrade, 2 Disdainful Stroke, an Obliterating Bolt, and Broadside Barrage. So mirror match, Ross. Talk to me about what Ryan is looking for.
So definitely wants to bring in the Annuls and the Abrade. Also will want to bring in the 2 remaining copies of Quantum Riddler. Those 5 are definites. Beyond that, some players like Spell Pierce in the mirror, some don't. We'll see which side of that debate Ryan is on. There's also the question of more removal for bigger creatures after they get bumped by profs. Broadside Barrage and Obliterating Bolt, those can also potentially come in. You typically see the players board down on VVs. They often don't board them entirely out. Some players do, but you want to board down on them because you can't discard them too aggressively in the mirror, because then your opponent can use them with Cauldron. And so if you draw too many of them, it leads to some awkward situations. So I imagine Torches will come out as the worst removal spell, some number of VVs, and from there it's questionable.
Alrighty, well, there you go. Now, we're going to go ahead and take a look at Harrison's deck list and sideboard, and spoiler alert, it's very, very similar. There are some very, very, minute differences, as we mentioned, the Dracononyx versus the Wild Ride, but as far as the sideboard is concerned, Harrison has a copy of Aegis Turtle, a copy of Kaelorna Coral Tyrant. Ross, I'm going to need your opinion in a second on which one of those is better. But before that, 2 Quantum Riddler, 2 Annull, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Torch the Tower, Disdainful Stroke, Negate, 2 Obliterating Bolt, and a Broadside Barrage. So what are we looking at from Harrison's side?
So the same cards that Ryan is bringing in, the Annulls, the Quantum Riddlers, doesn't need to bring in the extra Abrade since it's already in his main deck. We can clearly see which side of the Spell Pierce debate Harrison Canfer's on. They're not even in his deck, so he doesn't like Spell Pierce in the mirror. He has the optional removal spells in Obliterating Bolt and Barrage, even though his split is slightly different. The one interesting card is that Kaelorna. That's a card that I could see coming in because it just blanks a lot of big creatures on the ground and then accepts counters from profs pretty well. I don't think it will come in, but it could.
8 toughness is a lot. I can't, I can't count that high.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
I'm glad you said it. All right, Ryan starting off with a Prof's Eidetic Memory, and hey, look at that. Harrison also has one. Weird. Okay, so turn 3, let's see if Ryan has the powerful 3-drop to pair with it, something like a Tersa or a Steam Core Scholar. We'll see. It looks like Ryan has a Mako and a Braid. I don't know if there's there is a third land here for Ryan.
Yeah. So because there are fewer VVs around in both decks, it's less important in the post-board games to establish early Cauldron, more important to go straight into the profs part of the game and start building bigger creatures. And we see both players able to do that with profs into Marauding Mako. What a mirror match.
Literal mirror match. Well, Harrison's going to break serve here and play the first card that Ryan did not, and that is going to be met with an Annull. You were right. Here, Ryan does have the Saga Annulls.
I told you.
Look, I'm still a mirrored instead.
He's a man of taste. He's a man of taste, Devin. Y'all can't see this, but I'm showing Devin a Saga Annull that I have on my desk.
Oh, I see it. When we go back to break, you better show it to the folks at home. So we see Winter Knight Stories here for Ryan. That's going to go ahead and pick up 3 cards. And that is going to be a large Mako. It can discard potentially 2 which will put 2 counters on it from its own ability, and then 3 more from the pros. That could be a 6/6 creature. Now, the big question for Ryan is, does he have maybe something like another land to potentially hold up a null, or something like Into the Floodmaw? Well, there's a
Has
land.
a land, but it's not a good one. I want to highlight Ryan's previous turn where he held up that annul, had Cauldron in hand. Could have played Cauldron along with his Mako. Cauldron, a very good card, even in the post-board games with fewer VVs around. But it's just so important to hold up that interaction. He would have fallen very far behind against that fear of missing out to his Cauldron. Instead, now he's the one who got the first big profs trigger, the first big attack. He's the one that's ahead.
Yeah, well, now Harrison is kind of doing double duty here, where the Tursa not only presents, growing the Mako, making that a lot larger and making it harder to block, but now Harrison can also just, do this, put counters on Tursa, and now, Ryan may have gotten the first big attack in, but Harrison is cracking back for a lot more damage.
Yeah, 8 versus 5, so slight advantage Harrison, and importantly, Harrison has an Into the Floodmaw in hand with mana to cast it. Ryan with the Mountain wasn't able to play anything like Floodmaw. I don't think he had one. He has the second Annul in hand. So Harrison having a 1 mana piece of interaction is going to be very important for him pulling ahead on tempo in this game. Ryan's hand looks very awkward. He's got 2 Cauldrons that don't do a whole lot. Thundering Falls, the Annul. Doesn't have another threat, something like a Steam Core Scholar, his own Tursa. Nothing to continue to develop his board in a meaningful way. So,
Yeah, this is, maybe if you're in Ryan's seat, this is maybe not the way you wanted to start this turn, but, as you mentioned, Ryan does not really have a lot going on, so gonna need a lot of help here.
That was 3 lands. Starting Town, Canal Island.
I imagine that's probably not what Ryan was looking for.
No, it was not. So things looking grim for Ryan Hayes in the finals.
Do we even have anything we can do here? 2 mana. Okay.
Play a Cauldron. Harrison does not care at all.
Harrison says, all right. That's fine. No BB in graveyard, so not even the threat of doing anything powerful like that. And
Harrison thought a second, might have wanted to play around a Pierce, but will not get punished here.
There goes all the work that Ryan did. And like you mentioned, I don't even think Ryan has a Floodmaw in hand. I don't think he found one off of the stories. So,
and Harrison's hand is great. A Braid, Winter Night Stories. So he's going to dig himself and pull further ahead. He has now a couple Cauldrons in hand. So both players drawing Cauldrons have not much to do with them. Okay. A Braid in response to the Mako trigger.
There goes 1 threat down. But at 11... So I think 1 short, because Harrison can go land, Steam Core. 5 + 5 is 10.
Ryan to 1. Lock out that Starting Town.
Yeah. Because I don't know. I don't think Harrison played a land this turn, but maybe I'm wrong.
It was on the draw, and Ryan's on 5 lands, so I think he did play a land.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So instead of just going to attack with Tursa, does have Threshold, so may get a card back here. Cauldron.
It's a creature, not that bad. So Ryan's going to take 8, fall all the way down to 3. And then Harrison can choose whether or not he wants to play that Mako.
Yeah, he has a Braid in hand for this Cauldron, so he's going to play around a potential combo turn because that's Ryan's easiest path back into this game. He resists the Siren Song of value.
Yeah, I mean, even something like a Floodmaw here, it only gets you so far because Harrison could just, Harrison's hand, I think he might have had land 6 as well. I think his hand is land 6, Steam Core, a Braid. So couldn't even set up for, land 6, just play both of them next turn.
Okay, Winter Night Stories is pretty good. But Harrison can see if there's a VV discarded, and if there is, blow up the Cauldron if there isn't, kill the Mako.
How about 2 more cauldrons? Harrison discards 2. Ryan says, you know what? That looks pretty good. I'll do that too.
Okay, well, Harrison lets the Mako get big, and now the Cauldron can pump it above a Braid range.
All right, interesting. So a Braid goes after the Mako, and that is going to do it. Congratulations to Harrison Canfer taking down NRG VV. I think that's the best way to describe it. We'll see if we can get Harrison in the booth for an interview. But yeah, talk to me about that finals, Russ. I mean, a lot of what we expected, right?
Yeah, 2 very straightforward games for Harrison. He was the one that had the combo draw in game 1 with the VV Cauldron, and then game 2, it really was the end of the Flood Maw. You know, the Null was Ryan's way of getting ahead on the early turns, and then into the Flood Maw on the big Mako put Canfer ahead for good, because Ryan's hand after that really didn't have a way to rebuild. Didn't have anything like a Tersa or a Steam Core Scholar, so gotta give that shout out to Flood Maw.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, we are here with your champion, Harrison Canfer. Congratulations on taking down the NRG here event in Lansing, Michigan. Talk to me about, the deck. Obviously, you played the best deck. And was there any decisions? Maybe was there any considerations to not play it? I'm assuming the answer is probably no.
2 weeks ago, I was like between Blue White and this deck, but after like the Arena Championship, it was like I should just play this deck because it's playing a different format than everyone else. 7 of the top 8 was Cauldron at this event, and 8th was the Blue White deck. So I think it's like a 1-deck format, unfortunately. The matchup's pretty interesting once you get more familiar with it. There's a lot of intricacies as you play it, but we just like make 20 mana against other decks, make like 4 dragons, and draw 3/4 of your deck on like turn 5.
Yeah, so we're pretty clear that this is the best deck, right? But there's a lot of different ways to build it. Looking at your particular build today, the one thing that Devin and I noticed and talked about a lot was Quantum Riddler.
Yep.
Both you and your finals opponent, Ryan, had 2 copies in the main and 2 in the sideboard. I see a lot of other lists with maybe 1 in the main, 1 in the board, 2 in the board, none in the main. Y'all are on the full 4 copies, 2 in the main, really heavy on this card. Tell me about why you're so high on Quantum Riddler.
It is like one of the best refill effects. I've been incredibly impressed by the card, obviously, by playing 4 of them. It's a great place to put your counter on turn 3 if you have a VV in the yard. It's hard for most decks to kill it on turn 3 with instant speed interaction. With FOMO, it draws additional effects. Tersa, it draws additional cards, puts additional counters on your profs. It's one of the best threats to play in a long game. One of the best things to put into play if you have a ton of extra mana with VV. And in sideboard games, when people interact with your like Cauldron plan and VV, it's one of the best threats in the format of just play a bunch of Quantum Riddlers against pretty much everyone. I was playing Ral and other stuff for the blue-white matchup because that was one of the few decks I actually had concerns about. And that card just beats it up every time because they wrath the board and then you like rebuild by drawing 3 cards with your Quantum Riddlers. And the effect stacks, which gets entirely nuts on combo turns.
Yeah, Ross had brought up this thing where these decks are very, very similar, but there's all these different minute and small differences. Another difference here with the 2 deck lists is it looks like Ryan was playing 4 Steam Core Scholars. You decided to do a split of 2 Steam Core and 2 Tersa. Mm-hmm. Something that, I think I've seen a little bit more is more people are leaning toward the split. So talk to me about the difference there. Do you like one better than the other? Couldn't decide, just playing a little bit of each?
I like them both. They're both valuable in different spots. Steam Core blocks very well and can harmonize post-combat with Vigilance. Tersa has haste and had come multiple times, like not in the mirror, but against other decks like Blue-White and Blue-Black. One of the better sequences against Kaido was just to play Profs on 2, so if they Kaido, you can Tersa into it pretty easily. I like Tersa a little bit more just because of the haste and its synergy with Quantum Riddler specifically, because it's easier to get to low cards in hand. Well, most of the time when you're drawing with Steam Core Scholar, you'll be at 2 or above, and you can also just punch someone with haste. And the additional power helps for Cauldron VV sequences. But they're both good and have their uses. I don't really have a huge preference. That's why I played 2.
So moving on to your sideboard, the big difference between your sideboard and a lot of the other lists we've seen is the lack of spell pierce. This is a card that I know some players really like in the mirror because they want as much cheap interaction as they can get. Some players not as high on it. Presumably, since you're not playing any copies, you are on the not high side of it. Why is that?
I tried one Spell Pierce and one Annul on the main. I just found the Third of Braid worked a bit better overall. So that's why I didn't play any torches, because I really just cared about the mirror. I didn't play any on the board because I just kind of personally hate the card. It never converts for me. And I just find myself holding up 1 mana that I could have used on my turn, and then my opponent doesn't do anything to Spell Pierce, and then I do that again for 3 turns. So I personally did not play Starting Town and Spell Pierce because I do not like those cards. They're probably fine, but I personally hate playing with them.
Fair. But last question I want to ask you here. We've been having a heated debate, Ross and I, in the booth here. Most important question. You probably know where this is going.
Yeah.
You have 1 copy of Aegis Turtle and 1 copy of Kaelorna. I don't even know how to say the name. Kaelorna Coral Tyrant. What do you prefer more, turtles or octopus?
The octopus is a lot cooler, honestly. I'd probably play 2 if it wasn't legendary, but Aegis Turtle's probably the better effect because it's 1 mana and you just want it as cheap as possible against the red decks, which was the other matchup I had some concern about. I did not bring it in at all today. I played 8 or 9 mirrors. And I changed my sideboarding throughout the day for how those mirrors were played. But I would register them again because I think red is one of the few decks that can outrace your turns if it's a bit dirtily. And you don't really need sideboard cards for the rest of the format.
Well, you already answered what my last question was going to be, which was, what's the biggest creature you blocked with Kaelorna today? Apparently, it's none. So I'll close with your assessment of the other potential decks to beat VV. You mentioned Azorius Control and Mono Red as the 2 decks that you were a little bit scared of coming into the tournament. Are those the only 2 that exist that you really have any concerns about?
Those were the only decks I had concerns about. I think Demir's fine. Their aggressive draws with Kaido are good. The blue-green Simic deck beat me a couple times in testing when I didn't really know what they were doing, but overall I wouldn't play anything else if your goal is to win in the format. It's like the best deck, and probably like 4th and 5th is between like blue-white and Dimir and all those decks. It's hard to like compare them all since there's such a wide berth from the best deck in the format. It's fun if you're playing against not the mirror all day. It's nice to cast 10 spells on your 4th turn and draw your whole deck and take 3 combat steps, but
it definitely looks
oh yeah.
But I'd be happy to see it go because it's like not fun to play the mirror 8 times in a day.
Yeah, I can imagine so. Well, Harrison, again, thank you for your time. Before I let you go, is there any shout-outs that you want to give anybody out there that helped you out, or just shout-outs in general?
My wife for supporting me. I got yelled at last time. And letting me go on the trips. And just all my friends and stuff. There's a lot of names. I'll shout out Lodestone as an awesome local game store in Minnesota, repping the brand today. And just all my friends who helped me test. There's countless numbers who answer my 30 questions about which is the best 15 sideboard card. So thanks to all.
Well, there you have it. Congratulations again, Harrison, and we will be seeing you very, very shortly in the NRG Champs.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that is going to do it for the broadcast. Ross, we had a lot of VV, we had a lot of Cauldron, and in the end, that is what we have as the winner. So, any final takeaways from the event?
The Dylan Brown tried hard. The Azorius Control deck looked like it could give VV some challenge. We heard it from the champion's mouth that was a matchup that he was concerned about, considered playing it himself. So maybe there's some hope if the control decks continue to be refined. But yeah, VV Cauldron, it's disgusting. Every single time we saw somebody start going off with it, they didn't stop until the opponent was dead. So that's the deck. I will say, if you think you have a good matchup against it, check again. You probably don't.
Double check that. All right. Well, there you go. That is going to do it. But before we let you go, we are going to take a look at the next event slide here. So we do have another event tomorrow, so you're not going to want to miss that. But we are going to be going to Mundelein on September 13th and 14th for a 10K Modern Showdown, as well as a Sunday 2.5K Legacy Trial and 2.5K EOE Sealed Trial. And then the event after that's going to be in Elmhurst, Illinois for 10K. If we can get that pulled up here, we have a 10K Team Showdown, which is Standard, Sealed, and Modern as well. Let me just hold on. I lost my window here 1 second. As well as a 10K Modern Showdown, November 1st and 2nd, 2025. But as I mentioned, we do have an event coming up tomorrow. So
It is
don't.
a nice one.
Oh, yeah, it is going to be a nice one. We are going to be playing Team Event, Team Magic. So join us here tomorrow, first thing in the morning, 10K Team Trial. We're going to be playing a Standard and Modern, which you're probably familiar with those formats, but we are going to be featuring Popper on the NRG series for the first time, Ross. And I got to be honest with you, I'm very excited for that.
Oh, so am I. I always get so jealous of the Europeans with Paupergeddon that happens several times a year. And the format looks so fun. It's incredibly diverse. There is a ton of play to it. There's a ton of variety of strategies. There's aggro decks, there's control decks, there's mid-range decks, there's combo decks, and it's crazy how powerful the decks are despite using just commons. But really, really cool format. If you haven't played it, tomorrow will be a great sort of opening taster to the format. You can see what decks are popular, what decks do well. And I can't wait to see what the NRG competitors come up with.
Well, you heard it there from Ross. Again, we are going to be here first thing in the morning. Again, just wanted to say thank you all. Any last words before we go, Ross?
Vivi.
Vivi. Well, there you go. You heard it from Ross. We will see you first thing bright and early tomorrow morning for some team action. We'll see you then.